got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got killer beats, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
After Shira announced a break, Kanroji immediately went to the kitchen. Several of the other Hashiras got up and stretched, they weren't used to sitting down for so long. Shira and Shiro both left the recording studio. You said for us to get lunch if we hadn't. Is Selena-san coming here again? Kocho asked. She's not, Shiro said, but we have plenty of food in the pantry and fridge to make something quickly. Why isn't she coming here? Neikaim asked. She isn't coming here because she's busy, Shiro sighed. Iguro was with Kanroji in the kitchen, she was eating several sakura matchas. A few were just hanging around. Tanjiro, can I tell you something that's been bothering me? Zenitsu asked softly. Of course, Tanjiro smiled. Shira-san and Shiro-san don't have a heartbeat or blood. It's really creepy, even demons make these sounds, but those two don't, Zenitsu said. Now that you mention it, neither of them smell like flesh, Tanjiro said, and when we came here and Shinazugawa-san cut their cheek, I never smelled blood. Just then Tanjiro's stomach growled. Tanjiro, you didn't eat lunch earlier, did you? Zenitsu asked. Oh. No, I haven't, Tanjiro admitted softly. Let's go eat then, Zenitsu smiled, he turned to Inosuke, you're coming too, Inosuke. Meanwhile, Mugen was getting up from his seat. Mstr Mugen, where are you going? Daki asked. I'm going to see if there are any books on the blue spider lily, since you are all useless, Mugen said angrily. I wonder why Mugen-sama is so angry. Rui thought. He then looked over at Tanjiro and his friends. They were heading for the kitchen to grab food. Tanjiro was smiling brightly, and Nezuko was right next to him. There's something I should do. Rui thought, as he stood up. Oh. Where are you going? Enmu asked. It's none of your business, Rui said coldly. Tanjiro-kun, Kanroji smiled brightly, have you seen some of these cool things? I've never seen one in person before. Oh, hello Kanroji-san. What things are you talking about? Tanjiro asked. Tanjiro, how do you get women to talk to you so easily? Zenitsu wondered. There's a stand mixer. I've never seen one before, I've only read about them in books, Kanroji said joyfully. A stand mixer? What's that? Tanjiro asked. A stand mixer mixes things by itself so you don't have to. It's used in baking, I think, Kanajori smiled. Just then Rui walked into the kitchen. Iguro stepped in front of Kanroji and held a knife up. What the hell are you doing here? Iguro asked firmly. Calm down. I just want to talk to Tanjiro, Rui said. You want to talk to me? Tanjiro said skeptically. I do, Rui said, although, could we not talk in here? The smell of human food is irritating my nose. Alright then, Tanjiro said softly, his guard still up. Tanjiro, do you really want to go with him? What if he hurts you or Nezuko-chan? Zenitsu asked. We'll be fine. I trust Shiro-san and Shira-san will do something if Rui's planning anything, Tanjiro said. If you say so, Zenitsu said. Tanjiro followed Rui into the main room. Several demon slayers had their eyes on the duo, and Mugen exited the library with a stack of books. What is Rui doing? Mugen wondered angrily. So. What did you want to talk about? Tanjiro asked. Well, when we get out of this hellhole there's something I was hoping you could do, Rui said softly. You want to ask me a favor? Tanjiro asked skeptically. Yes, Rui said. Oh. I wonder what that demon wants to ask Tanjiro. Hinaki wondered. Tanjiro, when we get back will you cut off my head? Rui asked quickly. What? Tanjiro said, still processing what Rui asked. I know it probably sounds unreal, but it's what I want, Rui said, I want to be reunited with my parents. Is this demon for real? Shinazugawa wondered. Sure, I can do that for you, Tanjiro said. Wait, really? Rui said softly. What the hell? Mugen said angrily, and to think you were my favorite. Mugen walked towards Rui, rage covering his face. I've been thinking for a while that the lower moons should get disbanded and I suppose I should start with you, Mugen yelled. Tanjiro stood in front of Rui, Mugen raised his hand ready to strike. Tanjiro braced himself for the attack. Before Mugen could hit either of them his arm was stopped. Tanjiro opened his eyes after a second, wondering why Mugen hadn't hit them. Mugen's arm was glowing purple. What the hell? Mugen yelled. No violence is allowed in the reaction rooms, Shiro said firmly, if you choose to continue, we'll use force. What the hell did you do to my arm? Mugen asked. We just paused it so you couldn't injure anyone, Shira said. I'll unpause it, if you go back to your seat. Whatever, Mugen said. After a few moments Mugen's arm went back to normal. He stormed back to his seat, annoyed that he was made a fool in front of everyone. He opened his books back up and began researching. Several of the demon slayers were flabbergasted at Shira and Shiro's actions. They didn't know how to react to two girls, seemingly under 18, acting nonchalant around the king of demons. What the hell, Shinazugawa muttered. They act so carefree around Kibutsuji. It's rather odd, Amain said. He protected me. Why? He's the mortal one, why did he protect me? Rui wondered. Are you alright? Tanjiro asked. Did Kamado-san protect another demon? His sister was one thing, but this demon has killed several people. Shinjiro thought. I know that might seem shocking, however you all have 20 more minutes of your break, so if you haven't gotten lunch I would do so, Shiro said. I don't understand. How can you so carelessly stand up to the Demon King, Yuzui said, it's rather flashy. We aren't scared because we could effortlessly send Kibutsuji into sunlight if we so pleased, Shira said. What? Mugen thought. You can kill Kibutsuji, Ubuyashiki said, how interesting. If you can do that, then just send him into the sun right now, Genya said loudly. We cannot. Please understand, if we could we would, but it would disrupt the timeline and we don't want to get in trouble, Shiro sighed. Ooh. I have an idea, Shira said, we should totally all play Uno, Shira said happily. Shira, that wasn't invented until 1971, they don't know what that is, Shiro whispered. Uno. Isn't that one in Spanish? Tamayo asked. You know Spanish, Miss Tamayo, Yashiro asked in horror. I didn't know that she knew Spanish. Yashiro thought. I only know a little, Tamayo said. Fine, maybe on a different break I'll teach everyone how to play Uno, Shiro sighed, now spend your last 15 minutes doing something. Those that hadn't eaten lunch got up finally. Kocho went into the library, searching for something giving her more information. Tanjiro and his friends were chatting. Rui watched, too scared to go over there. When there was only a few minutes left Shira and Shiro went back into the recording studio. Making sure they had everything set up correctly. I heard that Juliet might be getting her own reaction assignment in the future, Shira said. Oh. What fandom? Shiro asked. I don't know, Lemon didn't give me details. She was too busy jumping up and down from excitement, Shira said. Are we sure she's not a random 5-year-old? Shiro chuckled. Positive, Shira sighed lightheartedly. Everyone, the reactions are going to resume in 1 minute. Please make your way back to your seat so we may get started, Shiro said through the intercom. Everyone who left made their way to their seats. Those who were already there were getting comfortable. Inosuke and Zenitsu were both leaning on Tanjiro. Then after a minute, the screen turned back on. Rui started walking to his seat, he wasn't walking very fast. However, before he passed Enmu, Tanjiro spoke up, smiling softly. Rui, would you like to sit over on our side? Tanjiro asked. Tanjiro, are you sure about this? Zenitsu asked softly, what if he attacks us? Rui looked back and said, but what about the barrier? Demons can't go over there. We can make exceptions, Shira said, Rui, you may go over there. However, if you try to attack anyone, you'll be moved back. Rui nodded and went over to the human side. He sat next to Zenitsu, who was leaning against Tanjiro. Mugen scowled but said nothing. Several of the demon slayers seemed skeptical but also said nothing. When the screen turned on, it showed Rengoku standing in front of headquarters. He bowed his head and placed his sword through his belt. It showed his flame cape and then the back of him as he walked. Oh, look, it's you, Rengoku-san, Himejima said, your sword hilt is quite nice. Thank you, Himejima-san, Rengoku said, loudly. I guess you're going on a mission, Tanjiro said. It appears so, Rengoku smiled. Heading into battle, Kocho asked. Rengoku turned around and responded, ah, Kocho. We got new intel on a demon, the slayer who found it was defeated. We're losing ranks and filers now. We have to act. Those poor demon slayers, Kanroji frowned. At this rate, the Corps will barely have any members. Mugen thought, smirking. I'm glad you're going to take the demon down, Rengoku-san, Kocho smiled. Well, someone has to do it, Rengoku said, it is our job after all. Could it be a 12 Kazuki, Kocho asked. Most likely. Maybe an upper rank, Rengoku responded. An upper rank, Makio said in disbelief. No upper rank has been killed in over a century. I'll pray for you, Rengoku, Himejima said. An entire century? It's been that long since an upper moon has been killed. Tanjiro thought fearfully. How strong are they? It sounds like a difficult mission, but as long as you're going, Rengoku, we don't have to worry, Kocho smiled. I'm glad you have faith in me, Kocho-san, Rengoku smiled. Of course, you're quite strong, so there's no reason to worry, Kocho smiled back. And you, what's the plan? Taking that head-butting kid in? You had mentioned recruiting more Tsuguko, but I doubt that's the reason, Rengoku said. Are you planning on making me your Tsuguko? Tanjiro asked. I don't know, Kocho said. Well, he sure has the skill to be a Tsuguko. If he was flashier, I'd recruit him, myself, Yuzui said. Why are they all trying to recruit my water Hashira replacement? Tomioka wondered. You seem concerned, you don't think I'm going to gobble him up, do you? Kocho asked. You're far too kind to do that, Rengoku chuckled. I wonder if he's going to improve a lot. Perhaps he'll become a better fit, so I can change him into a demon. Akaza thought. Of course, I don't, Rengoku responded, before laughing. It zoomed out, showing Rengoku walking away. The porch was shown, it had a green rug covering most of the wood. Do be careful, Kocho said, smiling softly. Yeah, Rengoku, Kanroji agreed, please do your best to return to us all. I'll do my best to slay the demon and return, Rengoku said. I hope Kaijuro is going to be okay. Senjuro thought. The screen turned black, and the screen then filled with black ink like usual. The background had what appeared to be plants, and the title on it too. It showed the hospital hallway for a moment. Rehabilitation training, Zenitsu said, what's that? It's going to be training to help you get back in shape after that fight, Aoi explained. I'm glad that you are all going to do training. Once you get back in shape, you'll be able to continue slaying demons, Rengoku said. No, Zenitsu screamed, I can't possibly take any more of this. Please tell me you aren't still refusing to take your medicine, Aoi sighed loudly. Can you blame me? There's only so much gross a person can handle, Zenitsu argued. Don't come blaming me when your limbs don't regrow, Aoi muttered. We go through this every day, Aoi said firmly, saying you're in bad shape is an understatement. Take your medicine this second. Yeah, Zenitsu-kun. You nearly got turned into a spider, you need to heal, Kanroji said. Alright, Zenitsu said. I'm going to kill him. He doesn't deserve to speak to Kanroji-san. Iguro thought. Aoi walked over to Tanjiro, and Zenitsu picked up his medicine cup. He looked like he was about to cry. Tanjiro was looking over at Zenitsu with a disappointed face. Good grief, Aoi said, Tanjiro, this medicine is for you. Here you go, Kiyo said, as she handed Tanjiro his medicine. That medicine looks different from mine, Zenitsu said. Of course it does, you have different injuries, Aoi sighed. Thank you very much, Tanjiro smiled. Tanjiro took the cup and drank all the medicine effortlessly. Tanjiro smiled, and then Zenitsu yelled. Inosuke was lying on the bed between them. Hey! I saw that medicine go down much easier. So then, it's different from mine, Zenitsu yelled, as he waved his shortened arms, favoritism. I call favoritism here. It's not favoritism, Aoi sighed. Oh, be quiet, Shinjiro yelled, you acting pathetic. Father. I see where you're coming from, but there's no reason to be so rude, Rengoku said. Zenitsu, calm down. This is a hospital ward, Tanjiro said, holding his hands up. Sorry, Zenitsu muttered. It's alright Zenitsu, honestly your loudness is rather refreshing, Tanjiro smiled. You all seem lively, a voice said. Isn't that Murata-san's voice, Genya asked. I think it is, Tanjiro said, I'm glad he's visiting us. Tanjiro looked over and saw Murata. Zenitsu looked back as well, confused. Murata was standing at the door, wearing his uniform. It then showed his face. I'm glad that Murata-san is alright. Tomioka thought. This is boring, when is the mushy stuff going to be over? Jutaro wondered. Murata, Tanjiro exclaimed. Hey, Murata said. Murata waved, showing 2 bandaged fingers. The 3 little images of Zenitsu's head went across the screen. Murata sat on the stool next to Tanjiro's bed. That's odd. I don't remember him getting his fingers bandaged, Tamayo said. He must have broken them or something, Kocho said. How have you been doing? Tanjiro asked. I came this close to getting melted down, but I survived somehow. I hear you guys got banged up pretty good though, Murata said. If he wasn't saved he'd be melted goop, Senjuro said. That sounds horrifying, Zenitsu said. Thank you for saving him, Kocho-san, Tanjiro smiled. Just doing my job, Kocho said. Yeah, it's going to take time for us to bounce back, Tanjiro smiled. What was it that happened to you, poor kid? Murata asked, as they both looked at Inosuke, Is he sleeping or something? He probably is, I've never seen Inosuke that calm, Zenitsu sighed. Hey! I can be quiet when I want to, Inosuke yelled. Sure, Zenitsu muttered. He went through a lot. You should just let him be, Tanjiro said. I'm still so glad that Tomioka-san saved Inosuke. If he didn't, Inosuke probably wouldn't be lying there. Tanjiro thought he smiled softly. I'm glad that he's happy. Rui thought. But for him of all people to be quiet, Murata said. Tanjiro, Zenitsu said. Tanjiro and Murata both looked over and the camera angle changed. Showing Zenitsu's sweet expression. Ah, Zenitsu-kun. Looks so adorable. Kanroji thought. Who is this? Zenitsu asked. Oh, that's right. Your future self had never seen him before, Tanjiro said. He fought with us on Mount Natagumo, Tanjiro said, he's a friend. I'm Murata, nice to meet you, Murata said, what happened to your arms? He seems rather blunt as well, Kocho said. My arms shrunk down because I was almost turned into a spider, Zenitsu explained. And that's why you need to take this medicine, Aoi said, holding a cup of Zenitsu's medicine. But I'm sure it tastes horrible. Why would you want me to go through such torture? Zenitsu yelled. Have you been through actual torture training? Most adults can't handle it, Takedo said. Zenitsu screamed, then tried to reason, but it tastes so gross. There's only so much gross a person can take. Well, if your future self isn't going to drink it. He better not come crying to me when his limbs don't grow back, Aoi sighed. I'll make sure his future self drinks it, Tanjiro sighed. Don't come crying to me if your arms don't go back to normal, Aoi said, closing the space between their heads. The camera shifted to Inosuke, who was still wearing his boar mask. As Aoi and Zenitsu argued, little things showed up, showing who was talking. So cruel. That's such a cruel thing to say, Zenitsu yelled. I'm not being cruel, Aoi sighed. That medicine is quite interesting. Tamayo thought. You don't know how good you have it, Aoi said. You realize if you take this medicine and get lots of sunlight there'll be no lasting effects, don't you? Whoa, that's so cool, Tanjiro thought. You made that medicine, Kocho-san. That's so impressive. Well, I do know a lot about pharmaceuticals, Kocho said. Creating a medicine like that wasn't hard. I can't do it, Zenitsu yelled, as he jumped on Tanjiro's bed. None of that changes the fact that stuff tastes awful. Hey! Don't jump on my bed, Inosuke yelled. Oh, be quiet. I'm trying to get away from her, Zenitsu said. I'm sorry, Tanjiro apologized for them. Zenitsu clung onto Tanjiro's arm. Just then a blue fog and blue raindrops appeared. Tanjiro and Zenitsu looked at Murata in horror. I'm glad you can cling on me, Tanjiro chuckled softly. I'm sorry, Zenitsu said. Huh? What's that blue fog and raindrop-looking things? Kanroji asked. It looks demonic, Shinazugawa said. Heh. Sounds like fun. Lucky you, Murata said defeatedly. What's wrong with him? Kanroji asked. I'm not sure, Kocho said. What do you mean? Tanjiro asked. It zoomed out slightly, showing Murata, who was staring at the ground. I was summoned to the Hashira meeting to give my report on everything that related to the Mount Natagumo incident. It felt like hell. Those Hashira are absolutely terrifying, Murata said. It then showed his face. We wouldn't seem scary if they actually did what they were told to do, Shinazugawa scoffed. Are we actually that scary? Kanroji asked. Maybe but not you, Kanroji-san, Iguro said. They were all really furious about how the quality of the new demon slayers had gone downhill because there were a number of us who neglected to follow orders during what happened up there, Murata added. They were asking me things like, who trained them anyways, what good was it asking a no-rank like me into a meeting like that? Poor Murata-san. Tanjiro thought. Were you being rude to the lower ranks? Ubuyashiki asked. We were probably just asking genuine questions, Shinazugawa said. The blue teardrops slightly moved around Murata as he continued to speak. Just then, Tanjiro and Zenitsu opened their mouths, seeing something. Why do we look shocked? Zenitsu asked. I have a bad feeling, Tanjiro said. The Hashira really terrify me, Murata finished. As Murata spoke, it showed Kocho's socks and leg warmers. They matched her haori and had little bows on the back. The camera changed angles, showing Kocho standing behind Murata. Shinobu, aren't those your socks? Aoi asked. Those are, Kocho smiled. Murata just can't catch a break, can he? Tanjiro thought. Hello there, Kocho said. What poor timing, Rengoku chuckled. You think so? Kocho asked. Murata raised his head quickly and got off the seat. Lady Kocho, Murata said. Good day to you, Kocho said. You're so polite, Shinobu, Kanroji said. Well thank you, Mitsuri, Kocho smiled. Don't scare the other ranks too much, Ubuyashiki sighed. I won't Oyakata-sama, Kocho said. Murata bowed and spoke, you as well. Goodbye. At least he knows how to respect his seniors, Kuniya smiled. Ah, why is he leaving so soon? He just got there, Kocho said. Well, to be fair he's probably quite scared seeing as how you saw him naked, Senjuro said. You have a point, Senjuro, Rengoku said. Murata ran out of the room and slammed the door behind him. Doesn't he know that he's in a hospital? Aoi sighed. Don't be too harsh on Murata-san, Kocho said. He seems quite pathetic. I'm sure he'll die quickly. Neikime thought. Oh my, leaving so soon, Kocho asked, before turning to Tanjiro and Zenitsu, the two of you, how are you feeling? I'm sure we're doing better, Tanjiro said. She's pretty. Zenitsu thought. I think we're a lot better now, Tanjiro said. Well, if that's the case, let's have you start your rehabilitation training, Kocho said. Right, we have to do training, Zenitsu huffed, I was hoping you'd forget that. Of course not. It's an essential part of healing, Kocho said, we can't have you bedridden forever. Also, the Corps is losing members since they're so weak, Shinazugawa said, you can't just drop out like that. Right, Zenitsu said. Our rehabilitation training, Tanjiro repeated, in confusion. Yes, Kocho smiled, as she brought her hands together. You look so pretty when you smile like that, Shinobu, Kanroji complimented. Thank you, Mitsuri, Kocho said. You're not weak, Inosuke, Tanjiro frowned. 3 little Inosuke heads went across the screen, then it changed scenery, showing the outside of the butterfly mansion. Above it was a box saying 2 weeks later. Huh. We skipped 2 whole weeks, Enmu said. Probably because those weeks were unimportant, Kokashibo said. Tanjiro and Inosuke were taken away by Lady Kocho and started something called rehabilitation training. Zenitsu thought as he looked in a hand mirror. The sound Shinobu gives off is totally unique. I don't think I've heard anything like it. There's something about it that's a little unnerving. Why isn't Manitsu going with us? Inosuke asked. His wounds need more time to heal, so he won't start until later, Aoi said. Look Zenitsu, your limbs are regrowing, Tanjiro smiled. Yeah, Zenitsu said. I give off an unnerving sound. How interesting. Kocho thought. Chuntaro was sitting on Zenitsu's head, as Zenitsu stayed on his hospital bed. It showed one of Zenitsu's memories. Kocho was sitting on the ground and all the human spiders were near her. Ah, look at Chuntaro, Kanroji said. Those human spiders are really ugly, Daki said. She looks so tasty. Doma thought. But when she was treating the people who got turned into spiders, she seemed ethereal. It's no wonder everyone ran to her in tears. Doesn't hurt that she's as pretty as a picture. I bet she could get by on her looks alone. Zenitsu thought. Ethereal is definitely the word I'd use to describe Kocho-san, Tanjiro said. Why thank you, Kocho said. That's the word I would use as well. Kocho is very good at comforting people. Unless it's me I guess. Tomioka thought. So. Lady Kocho took Tanjiro and Inosuke to rehabilitation training to build their strength. Which means, Zenitsu said to himself. Just then a sliding door was heard, and Zenitsu looked over. It then went to Tanjiro and Inosuke who were coming through the door. They both looked dead, Tanjiro's cheeks were seked in and he had bags under his eyes. What happened to you two? Zenitsu yelled, you look like you're on the verge of death. Was rehabilitation training that bad? Tanjiro asked. It shouldn't be that bad, Aoi said. If that much training makes you that unflashy looking, I'm sorry for you then, Yuzui said. They're gonna come back looking like that, Zenitsu thought. Hey, welcome back you two, Zenitsu said, how did it go today? They both ignored Zenitsu and got into their beds. Hey, don't ignore my future self, Zenitsu said. Sorry Zenitsu, Tanjiro said. I'm not sorry, Inosuke said. What's the matter? Zenitsu asked, did something happen? I wonder why they look like that, Genya said. Sorry, Tanjiro apologized. Don't mind us, Inosuke said. You both sound so defeated, Suma said. What did the training do that made them feel that way? Kocho asked softly. I hope they die. Mugen thought. Please tell me. I'm gonna be in the same boat as you two starting tomorrow. I need to be mentally prepared, Zenitsu begged. With the way you two came back I'm terrified, Zenitsu said. Please, don't be terrified, I'm sure it won't be anything too bad. Shinobu wouldn't do that, Kanroji said. 3 little Zenitsu heads ran across the screen and it then showed the roof of the mansion for a moment. A card appeared, saying the next day. The 3 of them started walking down the hallway, Tanjiro and Inosuke already looked tired. No. It's already the next day. I'm not mentally prepared for this, Zenitsu said. I'm sure it won't be that bad, Tanjiro said reluctantly. Don't give me that CRP. Do you see how tired your future self looks? Zenitsu said. Scared. Scared. I'm so scared. I don't want to go, Zenitsu said, as he held the back of Tanjiro's shirt. Sooner or later he's going to have to stop being such a scaredy cat or he's going to be killed. Genya thought. This kid is more pathetic than Kyojuro. Shinjiro thought. I wish I had my sake. I'm glad you feel comfortable enough to cling onto my shirt, Tanjiro chuckled. Be quiet, I'm actually scared right now, Zenitsu said. The three of them went into a large room. To the right of where they were sitting were 3 younger girls and 3 beds. In the middle of the room was Kanao sitting in front of a table. Wait. That doesn't look nearly as scary as I was expecting, Makio said. There's more girls, Zenitsu said. Ah, there's Naho and Sumi, Kocho smiled. So this is the training you were so scared of, Iguro scoffed. Shut up, Zenitsu said, it's not my fault. Alright, Zenitsu. Since you'll be joining us, starting today I will explain the training regimen again, Aoi said. You will begin there. Those girls will get your bedridden bodies limber again. It showed Sumi, Naho, and Kiyo standing on the mats. Inosuke went over there and the girls helped stretch his body. Tears were leaving Inosuke's mask, as Kiyo pulled Inosuke up. Zenitsu's eyes widened, and Inosuke fell. It then went to Kanao. Girls stretching our bodies? Zenitsu thought. Are you really crying from that? Daki asked. I don't know why I am. I can easily move my internal organs around, this flexibility training should be easy, Inosuke said. You can move your organs, Yuzui said in disbelief, how flashy. Next, reflex training. These cups contain medicated water. The objective is to throw that water onto the other person, but there's a twist, your opponent is able to block your cup, Aoi continued to explain. Reflex training is always a good thing to train, Hinaki said. How interesting, Yashiro said, what a cool twist. Thank you, I thought so too, Kocho said, smiling softly. Tanjiro sat across from Kanao. He looked very determined, the moment Aoi said go, Kanao had already splashed the green water on Tanjiro. Kanao, you're so quick, Tanjiro praised. You already got splashed, Genya said. I wanna do that. But I wanna win, Inosuke said loudly. Again, Aoi said, go. Tanjiro's leg was shaking as the water dripped down his face and hair. The top of his shirt was wet too. Tanjiro picked up a cup and smiled. However, before he could react, Kanao had blocked his cup and splashed Tanjiro once again. Tanjiro, your leg is shaking, Ubuyashiki commented. Oh, I think that's just anxiety or stress, Tanjiro smiled, no need to worry. You got splashed again, Rue said. You have really fast reflexes, Kanao, Tanjiro smiled. That's enough, Aoi said, last, full body training. Or put simply, a game of tag. You will face myself, Aoi, and then Kanao. Tag? Doesn't that mean we can touch anywhere on their bodies? Zenitsu wondered. If any of you boys decide to do something inappropriate with any of the girls, I have more matches and gasoline, Kocho said firmly. Never mind. Never mind. Zenitsu thought. I like the way she thinks. Akaza thought. Inosuke and Tanjiro looked tired. While Zenitsu was thinking it over, his irises and pupils were gone. He then raised his hand. Excuse me. May I say something? Zenitsu asked. Is there something not clear? Aoi asked. Did I not explain it clearly enough? Aoi asked. I'm not sure, Zenitsu chuckled awkwardly. No, not that, Zenitsu said, as he stood up, you two, come with me. What do you want with us, Zenitsu? Tanjiro asked. Why are you bossing us around? Inosuke asked. I have a feeling he's about to do something stupid. Aoi thought, sighing. Don't feel like it, Inosuke said, raspy. I won't ask twice, shut up and follow me, Zenitsu yelled. You don't have to yell at us, Tanjiro said. Yeah, Agatsuma-san, they're your friends. Yelling at them isn't the right thing to do, Rengoku said. Sorry, Zenitsu said. Tanjiro and Inosuke's bodies shook as Zenitsu yelled at them. Aoi looked rather surprised, and Kanao seemed unfazed. Now, Zenitsu yelled, dragging the other boys, you're coming with me. You little urchins. I got a earful for ya. Don't you dare drag me, Inosuke yelled. What on earth are you doing? Gyako asked. What the hell are you doing? Inosuke asked. Zenitsu dragged his friends by their shirts. Tanjiro screamed. Then 3 little Zenitsu heads went across the screen again. Alright you two, sit up straight, Zenitsu ordered, you miserable BSTRDS. Watch your language Zenitsu, Ubuyashiki said. Why are you calling us miserable BSTRDS? Tanjiro asked. You all made training sound so horrible when it's not, Zenitsu yelled. What do you mean? Inosuke asked. What did you say to us? Inosuke asked loudly. Zenitsu was waving his shrunken arms around, and the sleeves were too long. Tanjiro was sitting on the ground, but Inosuke was standing. Just then, Zenitsu punched Inosuke in the face, making Inosuke crash into the fence. Why did you punch Inosuke in the face? Tanjiro asked loudly. You wanna fight? Inosuke asked. Now. Fighting is against the core rules. Tone it down, Amain said. Inosuke, Tanjiro said, looking back at him. Zenitsu was still bent over slightly, air was leaving his mouth and for a moment he looked kinda scary. He actually looks a little scary when he's like that. Senjuro thought. What are you thinking? Apologize to Inosuke, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro was holding a flailing Inosuke as Zenitsu stood up. It zoomed into his bulging eye, there were clear veins and his iris was small. What's with your face? Inosuke asked. I'm probably angry, Zenitsu said. What made you angry enough to punch Inosuke? Tanjiro asked. Me, apologize. You're the ones acting like you came back from hell when you were in paradise, Zenitsu yelled, all you did was frolic with girls all day, so why did you come back looking all haggard like that? What on earth are you talking about? Tanjiro asked. Yeah, that training looked awful, Inosuke said. They weren't frolicking, they were training, Aoi said firmly. Violence is against the core rules, Shinobu. Kocho reminded herself. Zenitsu was jumping up and down, flailing his limbs as he yelled. Apologize and drop dead, Zenitsu yelled. How brutal, Kiriya said. Zenitsu, how could you say such a thing? Tanjiro asked. How can you say such a thing? Tanjiro asked, getting close to Zenitsu's head. Shut up. You goody-goody giant forehead, Zenitsu screamed, his head appearing larger, listen to what I have to say. Giant forehead, Tanjiro said in disbelief. Shinazugawa and Iguro held back their snickers. Why does my head look bigger? Zenitsu asked. Special effects, Doma suggested. Zenitsu grabbed Tanjiro's hair and continued yelling, you get to have appealing girls giving you massages. You can touch their hands during the cup games. And when you play tag you can touch more than that. All girls have nice chests, great butts and strong thighs. They smell so nice when they pass by. Just getting to look at them makes my heart beat quicker. I'm going to set him on fire. Kocho thought. Agatsuma-san, please don't disrespect girls, Makio said firmly. Right, sorry, Zenitsu said. Zenitsu jumped into the air and began to spin. Tanjiro looked concerned and disappointed. Don't look at me like that, Zenitsu yelled. Zenitsu. Tanjiro was at a loss for words. I hate men. Neikime thought. Heaven. Absolute heaven, Zenitsu yelled, as he did tricks in the air. Knock it off. You're not making any sense, Inosuke said, isn't getting all shook up by someone smaller than you a real blow to your confidence? Oh please. You've never even touched a girl before, Zenitsu said. Yes I have, Inosuke yelled. Oh really? When? Zenitsu asked. That girl at the mansion. The one I stepped on, Inosuke said. That's not what I'm talking about, Zenitsu said, you'll never get a girlfriend if you always act like that. That's right, you were raised in the mountains, so you've never been close to a girl before, have you? No wonder you were a late bloomer. I feel so sorry for you, Zenitsu said, as he continued to move. Zenitsu, Tanjiro shouted. What does that even mean? Inosuke asked. You don't want to know, Genya said. That's it, Inosuke yelled, a fiery background appeared, I've been close to girls, and none of them were a match for me. I'm not talking about fighting, Zenitsu said, bad. 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 You'll never pick up a girl this way. They don't seem heavy, what is your future self talking about? Inosuke asked. I'm not going to explain it, Zenitsu sighed. Inside, Aoi and the other girls were listening to their conversation. Aoi was getting more and more annoyed as time went on. What do you mean? There's no way they can be that heavy, Inosuke yelled. I'm going to smack them with a shoe. I swear. Aoi thought. I'm going to kill them for disrespecting women. Akaza thought. Ah. She could hear our conversation, Zenitsu said. After a moment, 3 Tanjiro heads went across the screen as a transition. I look forward to training with you, Zenitsu smiled. Well, at least you're going to participate, Rengoku said, trying to look on the bright side. Pink bubbles surrounded him. The girls seemed mildly uncomfortable, as Zenitsu twirled in line. He giggled as Kiyo pulled him back. Zenitsu continued laughing as the girls helped him regain his flexibility. Zenitsu-kun, please don't be a creep when around the girls, Kocho said. Right, sorry, Zenitsu said. How does he do that without shame? Jutaro wondered. Keep going. This is fine, Zenitsu said, still giggling. I have underestimated him, Inosuke said, I always fight back tears from the pain, but he's laughing from joy. How could I underestimate him? I will surpass you, Inosuke yelled. Please calm down Inosuke, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro looked heavily disappointed, and groaned. I shall take you on, Aoi said. And go, Naho said. Aoi reached for a cup, and Zenitsu went to put his hand over it while also reaching for his own cup. Zenitsu picked up his cup, and caressed Aoi's hand on her cup. Zenitsu still had some purple on his hand from the poison. Although that is an odd way to win, I do think it's smart, Rengoku said. It's not that flashy, Yuzui sighed, you need more flair. Oh, part of your hand is still purple, Tanjiro said. I would never throw a drink in a girl's face, Zenitsu said, trying to be charming. Well, I suppose that's nice, Aoi sighed, that water probably doesn't smell good. Aoi's eye twitched and the other girls groaned. Zenitsu giggled and the heads passed by again. Now then, we will commence the full-body training, Sumi said. As soon as Sumi finished her sentence Zenitsu was gone. He darted around and then latched onto Aoi. I guess you can be fast when women are the prize, Kanata sighed. If only you could be that fast all the time, Kocho said. I win, Zenitsu exclaimed. The screen went black and it showed planets for a moment. Then a black-eyed Zenitsu walked forward. Aoi was in the back, looking very angry. Zenitsu's cheek was also bruised. Ow, Zenitsu said. You made him see stars, Senjuro said. Well, he shouldn't have clung on to me. That's why he has Tanjiro, Aoi said. I may have won the battle but lost the war, Zenitsu said. I wanna win too, Inosuke shouted, as he raised his hands. Hell yeah. I'm gonna win all the next matches, Inosuke said. I believe in you, Inosuke, Tanjiro smiled. Alright, Inosuke shouted, as he splashed Aoi with the water, take this. Inosuke. Quit being aggressive, Zenitsu said. Poor Kanzaki-san. She's probably going to smell like dirty water for a while. Kanroji thought. Let me down, Aoi said, as Inosuke held her by her feet. Why are you holding me by my feet? Aoi asked. At least they are pumped up, right Kanzaki-san, Rengoku smiled. I suppose, Aoi responded. Tanjiro sighed, and so did the younger girls. I'm the only one on a losing streak now. Tanjiro thought. So embarrassing. Now, no need to be embarrassed, Kocho said. I suppose. I just have to stay motivated and then I'll catch up, Tanjiro smiled. Just then water splashing was heard. It went over to Inosuke and Zenitsu, they both were covered in water. And Inosuke's boar mask eyes were looking in two different directions. Huh? What was that water splashing? Urokadaki asked. Wait, what? We were both doing so well, Zenitsu said. What happened to Inosuke's boar mask? Genya asked quietly. But no matter what I do, I can't beat Kanao. None of us can get to our cup first, or block her from using her own. Good job, Kanao, Kocho smiled. Whoa, you're able to win the whole time. I guess we'll have to train more, Tanjiro said sweetly. It showed Kanao, smiling as she held the empty cup. Then it went to a game of tag. Tanjiro was running from Kanao. As Tanjiro thought, it showed what happened those days. For the next 5 days, I continued to lose to her. So did Inosuke, and Zenitsu. We couldn't so much as lay a finger on a strand of her hair. Then one day, the other two stopped coming. Tanjiro thought. Wow, Kanao-san, that's so impressive, Kanroji said. I'd expect nothing less from Kocho's Tsuguko, Shinazugawa said. Wait. Inosuke and Zenitsu, you're not going to come back, Tanjiro said. Why would we? We can't touch her, therefore, there's no reason for us to go, Zenitsu said. There's plenty of reasons for you to go, Aoi said. Zenitsu. Inosuke, Tanjiro called out, he then turned around, please train me. Kanao didn't respond, she just smiled. Then it went to night, it was nearly a full moon. Thank you for a good workout, Tanjiro said. I'm glad that you're still showing up and working out, Tomioka said. Of course, there's always more to learn, Tanjiro smiled. Tanjiro began to walk down the lit-up hallway, he was deep in thought. Why can't I beat her? What gives her an edge over me? First of all, her reflexes are way faster. I'd probably still lose at full strength. Her scent is totally different, it's similar to the scent of the Hashira. Tanjiro thought. She can't be that much stronger, right? Inosuke said, I'm sure once I train more, I'll take her down easily. After final selection, Kanao was already at Tsukinoto, Kocho said. As expected from a Tsuguko, Yuzui said. Her scent is similar to the Hashira. What the hell does that mean? Shinazugawa asked. Ah. Well, I can sometimes determine power levels by the scent, Tanjiro said, chuckling awkwardly. The only thing he's going to be smelling is sweat and blood. Shinazugawa said. That's so creepy. Iguro thought. A memory of Kanao dodging Tanjiro during tag, and a memory of Kanao just standing appeared as Tanjiro thought. You really are skilled, Kanao-san, Tanjiro smiled. Kanao flipped her coin and said nothing. Tanjiro, Sumi said. Also, her eyes. Tanjiro thought. Her eyes are different. Somehow. My eyes? What's different about them? Kanao wondered. What does Tanjiro-kun mean by that? Kocho wondered. Tanjiro. Excuse me, are you alright? Sumi asked, grabbing on Tanjiro's arm, we've been calling to you over and over. Oh. I'm sorry. What is it? Tanjiro said. The girls fidgeted with their hands and looked down. Sumi then held out a towel. Oh, how kind of them, Tanjiro smiled. DMN it Tanjiro, how are you getting the girls to love you so easily? Zenitsu wondered. This is for you, Kyo said. Thank you, this helps, Tanjiro smiled, you're all so kind. How sweet of them, Kanroji said. I agree, nothing like a towel to wipe off the sweat of hard work, Rengoku said. The girls beamed with joy as Tanjiro began to rub his face and hair with the towel. Aoi looked away, she was blushing softly. She thought. He's actually really pretty. Calm down Aoi. There's no way he'd like someone as pathetic as you. I wanted to ask if you keep up the total concentration breathing state all of the time, Kyo asked, as she stepped forward. Total concentration breathing, all the time, Tanjiro repeated. Ah yes, all the Hashira do it, Amain said. It makes all the difference, Kanroji smiled. Tanjiro looked surprised, and confused. Do you use the total concentration breathing technique non-stop, morning, noon and while you sleep? Kyo asked. That sounds terrible, Tanjiro said, I can barely do it for a few minutes. Can't say I do. Never thought to. Can someone pull that off? Tanjiro said. Yes. We're told that being able to do such a thing makes all the difference in the whole wide world, Kyo smiled. Even just using that technique for a short PRD of time really takes a toll, Tanjiro said. He began to shake, but I should do it around the clock, huh? If the technique is too difficult that means your lung capacity isn't great enough, Kocho said. Right, I'll keep practicing, Tanjiro said. He turned to Zenitsu and Inosuke, are you two going to try to learn it too? I don't know, it sounds hard, Zenitsu said. Some people have already been able to MSTR it, Naho said. All the Hashira and Kanao too, Sumi said. Is that what gives Kanao an edge over us? Tanjiro asked loudly. It's likely, Iguro said. Not to mention, she's been training longer than you all, Kocho said. We hope you can do it, the girls said in unison. Is that so? Thank you, I'll give it a try, Tanjiro smiled, as he took off the towel. The next morning it zoomed into Inosuke's boar mask. I think you should come back to training, Inosuke, Tanjiro said, feeling sorry for yourself won't do you any good. You too, Zenitsu. Tanjiro has a point. Life won't wait for you all, so you have to raise your heads, set your heart ablaze and continue, Rengoku said. Not to mention you all need the extra training, Shinazugawa scoffed, most of those demons weren't even lower moons yet, you all nearly died. Zenitsu stood up and looked out the open window, well, those were good times for me. Tell them my injury has gotten worse. Hey there, Kikuchi lady. Would you like to have some tea with me? Lying isn't a good thing, Tanjiro said, nor is it my strong suit. Zenitsu, please don't harass the Kikuchi, Urokodaki sighed. Zenitsu, leave her alone. She's trying to do her job, Aoi said. Tanjiro groaned as Zenitsu skipped out of the room. Then 3 Tanjiro heads went across the screen. Tanjiro was then outside in the garden. He stood near a small pond. He was breathing deeply. Total concentration breathing. Morning, noon and night. I said I'd try to keep it up around the clock. Tanjiro thought, he then fell to the ground. Nope, I can't do it. Not even close. If I try to do it longer than usual it makes me feel like I'm gonna die. You already fell to the ground, are you alright? Senjuro asked. Why are you struggling? It wasn't that hard to learn, Takedo said. Some people learn faster than others, Kocho sighed. No, Tanjiro. Don't die, Zenitsu said. Tanjiro's body shook as he tried to pull himself by the porch. It's too painful. My lungs hurt. My ears are ringing so hard it feels like they're gonna burst. Wait, did they? It zoomed into Tanjiro's ear, and Tanjiro screamed. He covered his ears, even though they were fine. He quickly looked at his hands to see if there was blood, and then his breathing went heavy. "Oh good, my eardrums didn't burst," Tanjiro said, feeling a wave of relief. "My eardrums have burst before, and it's not fun," Rengoku said. "I'm glad your eardrums didn't burst," Kanroji said. "That was so scary. For a second there, I thought my heart had burst out through my ears. I'll never be able to do it at this rate. When you're in trouble, go back to the basics." Tanjiro thought loudly. "Go back to the basics," Shinazugawa said. "That's a smart idea," Urokadaki said. "Thank you," Tanjiro smiled. "Get it together, me," Tanjiro said. The girls were behind a wall and leaned over to watch Tanjiro. Tanjiro exhaled deeply, as sweat dripped down his face. Breathing is all about the lungs. If I can't grasp it, that means my lungs are too weak. Work at it. It's the only thing I can do. Tanjiro thought. That's how it's always been. Hard work is the sum of daily efforts. It can be just one step at a time, just move forward. You are correct, Kamado-san, Himejima said, hard work is daily effort. Tanjiro's so cool. Zenitsu thought. Move, Tanjiro yelled. Look at him go, he's working hard, isn't he, Kyo said. Yeah, let's bring him some rice ball, okay, Suma said. How sweet of them, Tanjiro smiled. Their rice ball are the best. Once, when I was staying there they gave me extras and it was amazing. Kanroji smiled. I'm sure they're amazing, Kanroji-san, Iguro said. Good idea. And also, Naho said. The scene changed to the porch. There were 2 orange gourds on the floor. Blow into these gourds, Tanjiro asked. Yeah, that's right, Kyo said. Lady Kocho trained Miss Kanao and whenever she did, she had her blow into gourds like this. Oh. Do you make a sound or something like that? Kiriya asked. Not exactly, I had Kanao burst them, Kocho smiled. Really, Tanjiro said, before taking a bite of his food, that's a neat training technique. So, do you make a sound or something? Oh no. She blew into the gourd and made it go all kaboom, Kyo smiled. Kaboom, Zenitsu yelled. That sounds hard to do, Yashiro said. How dare they ruin that piece of art? Sure, it isn't as amazing as my pots, but it's still alright. Gyako thought. Wow, Tanjiro said, it then hit him, kaboom. Wait, you mean explode? Tanjiro knocked on the gourd. Behind him was a teapot and some more rice. The girls sat on their knees and smiled. Something this hard, Tanjiro asked. That's right, Kyo smiled, not to mention, this is a special kind of gourd, so it's even harder than normal ones. Those gourds are harder. How flashy, Yuzui said. Breaking gourds is rather impressive, Urokadaki said. A girl that delicate was able to pull off something like that? Tanjiro thought in awe. An image of Kanao appeared. I wouldn't call the girl that broke your jaw, delicate, Shinazugawa chuckled. I suppose not, Tanjiro said, but still. Why is he thinking about me, Kanao wondered. Did I mention the gourds get bigger and bigger as you progress? The one lady Kanao is able to burst right now is, this one right here, Kyo said. And they get bigger, that's so impressive, Kanroji said. I wanna do that, Inosuke yelled. Sumi and Naho brought in a large gourd, it also had a red string around it. It's huge, Tanjiro yelled, I'll give it a shot. That's a massive gourd, Zenitsu said, can you really break that gourd? I can, Kanao responded, after a moment. It showed the roof of the mansion again, and a box saying the next day appeared. Tanjiro was bowing to Aoi in the training room. They're not coming today, either, Aoi asked. Afraid not. I'll bring them tomorrow, Tanjiro said, sorry. It's fine, don't concern yourself with those 2 anymore, Aoi said. How rude, what do you mean by that, Zenitsu asked. You can call it rude when you're actually showing up, Aoi said. I'll do my best, Tanjiro sighed sadly. You're so determined, Tamayo said. Lady Tamayo is so pretty. Yashiro thought. Thank you Tamayo-san, Tanjiro smiled. Here I go, Tanjiro said, more positively. 3 Tanjiro heads went across the screen as it transitioned. Tanjiro was swinging a wooden sword outside, and Kocho was watching from the porch. You're redoing your drills, Urokadaki said, going over the basics again is a smart idea. I agree, string the basics is the most important part, Rengoku smiled. I've been running Urokadaki's drills while maintaining my total concentration breathing. While racing around here I imagine I'm at the mountains back home. And instead of these obstacles they're the trees I used to avoid. Tanjiro thought. Tanjiro was racing through the trees, and jumped over the small pond. Then he climbed the fence and ran along it, as the girls did laundry. Tanjiro was then lifting some heavy rocks. You're doing so well. Watching you train makes me want to do the same, Zenitsu said. Tanjiro's so determined. Aoi thought. Keep at it. Keep at it. Keep at it, Tanjiro shouted, as he lifted the rocks. It transitioned to night, it was 15 days later and the moon was mostly gone. I've regained most of my stamina. And now, I can run farther than before, and my lungs are getting stronger too. This is good. During the day, I cover a lot of distance and put my lungs into overdrive. And now I'll take slow deep breaths, and imagine sending that air all the way to my fingertips. Meditation boosts concentration. Urokadaki said so himself. Tanjiro thought. It's a good thing you've regained your stamina already. You'll be able to go on missions soon, then, Makio said. What a good training plan, and I'm glad you remember what I told you, Urokadaki said. How could I forget, Tanjiro smiled. His eyes were closed, and he was sitting crisscross applesauce while he meditated. He then imagined Urokadaki. Urokadaki. Tanjiro thought, an image of Haganazuka appeared. I can't believe you go and break your sword like that, Haganazuka's voice said, as he lifted up a knife. Haganazuka-san is so scary, Tanjiro said. I think you're his longest-lasting customer, Ubuyashiki said. Really, Tanjiro said. I'm so sorry. Tanjiro thought as he continued meditating. They're reforging my sword for me right now, but I still feel terrible about it. Now's not the time to be thinking about that, concentrate on your breathing. No need to feel bad, that's their job, Takedo said. But still, Tanjiro said. Yuhu. Hello. Yuhu. Hello, Kocho called out. Tanjiro's eyes opened wide and he responded, yes. That's your voice, right Kocho, Rengoku asked. I do believe so, Kocho said. Working hard I see, Kocho said. Kocho appeared right next to Tanjiro, and she leaned in his face. Tanjiro turned his head, and blushed when he saw how close she was. I've never had a girl that close to me before. Tanjiro thought, internally panicking. DMN it Tanjiro, what gives you the right to have that many women in love with you? Zenitsu thought. Kocho-san, what are you doing? Rengoku asked. Don't worry, Rengoku-san. I'm not doing anything bad, Kocho smiled. Even though your friends didn't end up joining you, Kocho said, she then scooted over, aren't you lonely by yourself? No way. Once I MSTR it, I can teach it to them myself, Tanjiro exclaimed. That's so sweet of you, Tanjiro-kun, Kanroji smiled. Thanks for thinking of us, Tanjiro, Zenitsu said. Of course, Tanjiro smiled. You have a appealing soul, don't you, Kocho smiled. Thank you Kocho-san, Tanjiro said, a little flustered. No need to thank me, I'm just speaking the truth, Kocho said. Tanjiro got flustered, and turned his head forward again. Kocho faced forward too. The noises of the night were the only things they heard until Tanjiro spoke up. So, why did you decide to bring us all here in the first place? Tanjiro asked. Nezuko's presence is no longer considered taboo, and the three of you had been terribly injured, Kocho explained. She paused for a moment before continuing. Additionally, if I could, I'd like to entrust a dream of mine to you. That is true, her existence is normal now, Takedo said. Huh? You want to give me a dream of yours? Tanjiro asked. I do, it's nothing crazy, Kocho said, chuckling softly. A dream, Tanjiro repeated, as he turned his head. Yes. That we can befriend the demons. I'm sure that you can accomplish that, Shinobu smiled. That's not her dream, it's Kane-san's. Shinazugawa thought. That's a very interesting dream, Hinatsura said. Thank you, it was originally my sister's dream, Kocho said. They sat in silence for a moment and then Tanjiro's nose twitched. He turned his head to look at the smiling woman. Kocho looked at him as well. Why did his nose twitch? Kocho wondered. What did I smell? I really hope it isn't blood. Tanjiro thought. Are you angry? Tanjiro asked bluntly. Why would you ask that? Kocho asked. Well, although it's faint, I'm always picking up a scent of anger. From you. Tanjiro said, even though you're smiling. She's angry. I never knew that Shinobu was constantly angry. Kanroji thought. Kocho gasped, and her eyes widened. For some reason, I always pick up a scent of anger even though you're always smiling, Tanjiro said. So now you can smell emotions. What can't you smell? Iguro asked. I dunno, I think it's pretty flashy, Yuzui said. If Lord Tengen thinks it's flashy then so do I, Suma smiled. Kocho looked forward, it took her a moment to respond. She tilted her head down. Yes, you are correct. It may be that I'm constantly angry. My beloved older sister was slaughtered by a demon. I see the mournful tears of others who lose their loved ones in the same way. I hear their loud cries of despair, and each time I do, the anguish inside of me grows larger, Kocho said. What was your sister's name? Kanroji asked. Kane, Shinobu smiled, she was the nicest person I knew. Although I show sympathy for demons, I can see where she's coming from. Most of the people I've saved from demons haven't lost anyone. Tanjiro thought sympathetically. In the innermost depths of my soul there's a hatred I can't fight. I'm sure the other Hashira feel something similar. But now, with their own eyes, they've seen a demon who's never devoured a human. They can't deny her existence. Due to the MSTR's wishes, I don't believe anyone will raise a hand to Nezuko, Kocho continued. I feel that hatred, Shinazugawa sighed, after losing people to demons, there's no way we can feel sorry for them. Tanjiro gasped softly at Kocho's words. My sister was a kind-hearted person like you. She had sympathy for demons. Even when she was on the brink of death, that didn't change. I couldn't bring myself to feel that way. To do so to those who killed us. I never heard such nonsense. But if that is how my sister truly felt, then I must carry it on, Kocho finished. Your sister had sympathy for demons, Iguro said in shock. She did, although I could never feel the same. I didn't understand her, Kocho said, but that's all right. So after her sister died she took her thinking. Tanjiro thought. That can't be healthy. The memory of Kane dying appeared. Shinobu was holding her sister tightly. Kane was wearing the haori that Shinobu wore now. Kane's broken sword was lying on the ground, and she had blood on her chin. Shinobu was sobbing. Kocho and Shinazugawa's eyes widened at the sight of the older Kocho sister. Jyomi began crying and Yuzui looked away. Tomioka looked at the screen, he didn't have any visible emotion. Well, that's quite rude, to show my late sister on the screen, Kocho said, her tone was firm and cold. Kane. I swear I'll kill all the demons. Shinazugawa thought. If there was a way not to kill these pitiful demons, I have to keep trying to find it, Kocho said, while keeping the smile my sister said she loved. Sister. And no. Stay with me, past Kocho sobbed, as she held her sister. Poor Kocho-san. Tanjiro thought, looking away. Oh. I know her, she's the Hashira girl I killed, Doma said cheerfully. Kocho stood up and death glared at Doma. You son of a beach, I'll kill you, Kocho said scarily. There are no fights allowed during your stay here. Kocho-san, I know you're going through a lot, but sadly you're not allowed to kill him, Shira said, please sit down. Kane had tears streaming down her face, as she closed her eyes. It went back to the present. I have to admit, I'm rather tired. Demons do nothing but lie. They only fight to survive, murdering us and doing so without any shred of humanity, Kocho said, and then stood up, Tanjiro, please do all you can. Protect your sister until the end. Knowing that you're working hard to carry out what I could not, it warms my heart. I can rest easy now. That is why we must kill all demons, Himejima said. Agreed, for the sake of humanity, Rengoku smiled. Kocho, what do you mean by, I can rest easy now, are you planning on dying soon, Tomioka asked. No. It's just well, we're all demon slayers so we're bound to die at some point. Why? Are you worried about me, Kocho asked, trying to put together a response. The wind blew through Kocho's hair. Tanjiro looked up at her, and gasped softly. You've stopped your total concentration breathing, Kocho said. Tanjiro gasped in realization, and his eyes widened slightly. Before Tanjiro could say anything, Kocho was gone in a flash. Tanjiro looked down. So quick, Tanjiro said. That speed isn't bad. Doma thought. Focus, Tanjiro reminded himself. Total concentration breathing. Tanjiro thought, and then he remembered his family's blood bodies. Mother, Hanako, Takeo. Shigeru, Rokuta. The bodies were exactly how Tanjiro remembered them. They laid there lifelessly. Tanjiro shook his head. You all right, Tanjiro? Zenitsu asked Tanjiro softly. Tanjiro was frozen for a moment before he responded, why yeah, I just wasn't expecting it. I will turn Nezuko back into a human. Tanjiro thought loudly. And we'll do what we can to help you, Tanjiro, Abuyashiki said. Thank you, Tanjiro smiled. It panned up to where the moon was and the screen then went black. The screen went black. Shiro clicked a button and the screen lit back up. It showed the outside of the butterfly mansion. The stone path was between two flower bushes. Naho. Kiyo. Sumi, Tanjiro said. It showed the girls doing laundry, and Tanjiro was holding two carpet beaters. The girls gasped softly. Why are you holding my carpet beaters? Kocho asked. I don't know, Tanjiro said. Would you mind helping me train later? While I'm sleeping, if I stop breathing right, can you hit me with these carpet beaters? Tanjiro requested, he then bowed, I'd appreciate it. You want them to hit you with carpet beaters? Zenitsu shouted, quickly looking at Tanjiro. That would be effective. Potential pain is a good motivator, Kokashibo said. That's some dedication. Hinatsuru thought. We'll do it, the girls said in unison. They sounded a little too enthusiastic about that, Tanjiro said, slightly worried for himself. Just the thought of getting hit makes me want to cry. Hantenga thought. Oh, thank you, Tanjiro smiled. That night it was a full moon. The sky was full of clouds. Tanjiro was laying on his bed, asleep. After a moment, there was a little sound effect as the three girls appeared next to Tanjiro's bed. The moon is so pretty, Senjuro said. I agree, brother, Rengoku said loudly. Kocho, the girls are still awake. Do they not have to sleep? Obuyashiki asked. I'm sure they're going to take shifts. They're responsible, Kocho smiled. Nothing wrong here, Naho said. He's doing a good job, Sumi said. He is, Kyo agreed. Just then, Tanjiro stopped using total concentration breathing, and he began to snore. Not even a few seconds later, the girls were already beating Tanjiro with the carpet beaters. Tanjiro quickly woke up, and his eyes were bulging. You were doing well for a bit, Tomioka said. With enough practice I'm sure you'll be able to do it all day and night, Rengoku smiled. Those girls seem a little too thrilled to be hitting Tanjiro, Zenitsu said softly. The screen faded black for a moment, then white, filling with the black ink after a moment. The screen showed the title and a branch with a chrysalis on it. Tanjiro put his head on the bed, bowing deeply. Huh. That's my name. Kanao thought. Does that mean this reaction is going to focus on Kanao? Kocho asked. This is stupid, we were told we were going to watch that boy. However we've ended up watching several other people too, Gyako sighed. I'm a fool. Please let me try again, Tanjiro said. Don't blame yourself Tanjiro-kun, Kanroji said, lots of people don't get it on their first try. Ah, thank you Kanroji-san, Tanjiro smiled. Manjiro thinks that he's going to be the only one who MSTRs it. But he's wrong, I'll MSTR it first. Inosuke thought. Sure, the girls said in sync, as they raised the carpet beaters. Girls are terrifying. Zenitsu thought. I'm glad they're helping you, Kocho said. I agree, even though that training isn't very flashy, Yuzui sighed. Thank you, Tanjiro said. Zenitsu peeked his head out from his blankets as he watched Tanjiro get hit by carpet beaters. Meanwhile Inosuke seemed to be asleep. Why do you look so terrified? Tanjiro asked Zenitsu. Are you serious? Those girls are hitting you with carpet beaters, Zenitsu shouted. Ah. I suppose that's a good point, Tanjiro chuckled. Try your best, the girls said in sync. This is it, Tanjiro said, as he pulled the covers over himself again. For a moment Tanjiro was breathing how he should, but then he went right back to snoring. The girls raised the carpet beaters and began hitting Tanjiro again. Do not give up, I'm sure that with enough practice you'll MSTR it, Obuyashiki smiled. Thank you. I'll do my best, Tanjiro said. I'll pray for you to learn it quickly so you don't have to get hit, Himejima said. What are those things called again? Takedo wondered. One more, this time for sure, Tanjiro said loudly. The next morning, Tanjiro was the only one who went to training again. Are you two skipping out on training again? Aoi asked. Skipping out on training is not a good idea. If you do, you won't be getting any stronger and that's imperative if you want to kill demons, Rengoku said. Right. Sorry, Zenitsu said. I'm not sorry. I'm gonna kill demons no matter what, Inosuke laughed. It's just you again today, huh, Aoi said. I'm sorry, I did ask them to come, but... Tanjiro said, bowing slightly. Sorry Tanjiro, Zenitsu said. No worries, I'm sure that in this future you'll join, Tanjiro smiled. Well, it doesn't matter to me, Aoi said, crossing her arms. Now, Aoi. No need to be bitter, Kocho said. Sorry Shinobu, Aoi sighed, they're just being annoying. I'll go, talk to them about it later, Tanjiro said. It showed the outside of the butterfly mansion. Tanjiro was climbing a rope that was hanging from the ceiling. He was grunting as he raised himself higher. I'm starting to get used to training while using total concentration breathing. Tanjiro thought while climbing. I still can't keep it up for the whole day unless I really get myself pumped up. You're going much better, Himejima said. I am. I can even do most of the day it seems like, Tanjiro smiled. Keep it up, Tanjiro-kun, Kanroji smiled. Damn it Manjiro, you're such a show-off. Inosuke thought. Tanjiro then fell off the rope. Tanjiro's such activities, he was now doing push-ups while Kiyo was sitting on his back. Sumi and Naho were watching, and counting the number of push-ups. How did you fall off the rope? Shinazugawa asked. I don't really know, Tanjiro said, I probably just lost grip. Doing push-ups while having one of the girls on you is a good idea, Tomioka said. Thank you Tomioka-san, Tanjiro smiled. Even so, the longer I continue doing it the greater my stamina becomes. Tanjiro thought. That is one of the positive effects of using total concentration breathing constant, Amain said. There really is no downside to using it, Kocho said, once you MSTR it, it's amazing. Then Tanjiro was pulling rocks up, grunting as he pulled the ropes. After that, as the sun was setting, Tanjiro ran across the tall fence. Tanjiro stood across from Kanao, prepared to face her in tag. You're going to go against Kanao-chan again, Genya asked. I'm not surprised, it is one of the main training regimens, Tanjiro said. Ah, true, Genya sighed. I wonder, will he get closer? Kanao wondered. You can do it, the girls cheered. Kanao began to run, her movements were graceful and she dodged several of Tanjiro's attempts. Tanjiro began to yell, he tried to touch her, but Kanao moved out of the way just in time. Kanao gasped softly as she realized that Tanjiro was getting close to catching up to her. Your movements are rather graceful, Kanao-chan, Kanroji smiled, what breathing technique do you use? Flower breathing, Kanao responded. Whoa, you're getting so close, Zenitsu gasped. I'm getting faster, Tanjiro smiled. Look at that. I'm not far behind her. Tanjiro thought, as he continued chasing her. I can do this. Tanjiro started reaching for Kanao's wrist, yelling as he tried. However, right before he touched her wrist, Kanao pulled her hand up avoiding Tanjiro. Tanjiro fell onto his face, and Kanao looked at her hand. Ah, so close, Suma sighed. Ow, my face, Tanjiro sighed. I hope you didn't break your nose, Rengoku said. He was so close to catching me. Kanao thought. Tanjiro groaned in pain, as he stayed on the floor. It then became sundown. The sun was setting behind some mountains. Thank you for your training, Tanjiro said, bowing slightly. Aoi crossed her arms and grunted as she looked away. Tanjiro turned around and saw Inosuke and Zenitsu holding onto the door, but not entering. It zoomed into Zenitsu and Inosuke, they both were covered in leaves and dirt. Why are you looking away, Aoi? Kocho asked. Oh, it's those two, Aoi said, that's probably why I'm looking away. Why are you two covered in dirt and leaves? Tanjiro asked. I don't know, Zenitsu said. Zenitsu. Inosuke, Tanjiro called over. They scurried away. And now they're running away. Aoi thought, sighing loudly. Running away isn't a good thing to be practicing, Makio said. They look so pathetic when they run. Jutaro thought. I'm not helping you with them, Aoi said. It transitioned to outside. Tanjiro was holding a gourd and the girls were standing in front of him. It zoomed in and Tanjiro took a deep breath, then blew into the gourd. The background turned orange and yellow. You're back to blowing into the gourd, Takedo said. I hope I'm going to be able to break it this time, Tanjiro said. I believe in you, Kocho smiled. Why is the background that color? Zenitsu wondered. Keep at it. Keep at it. Keep at it, the girls said in unison. Tanjiro continued to blow into the gourd, his face was turning red. After a few more seconds of blowing, the gourd began to crack. Finally it shattered open from the force. The pieces scattered and the girls smiled brightly. Your face is turning red, Suma commented. You did it, Senjuro said. I did, Tanjiro said in disbelief. Good job, Tanjiro-kun, Kocho smiled. I did it, Tanjiro cheered, holding the gourd up. Now all you have to do is break this huge gourd, Naho said, bringing the gourd over. I nearly forgot how big that gourd was. How flashy, Yuzui said. If you were able to break the smaller gourd, then I'm sure you'll be able to break the bigger one eventually, Aoi said. I suppose this is interesting. Akaza thought. Emichim, Tanjiro said. It zoomed out and showed Zenitsu, he was watching them. Huh? Why are you hiding behind a bush? Tanjiro asked. I don't know, Zenitsu said. What a relief. Thank everyone, it's because of you, Tanjiro smiled. It then showed Zenitsu's face, him and Inosuke were hiding behind a bush. Tanjiro and the girls were giggling. Where are your irises? Suma asked, you look. Kinda. Scary. He really doesn't. Kokashibo thought. Oh, Inosuke, you're there too, Tanjiro said, why are you two hiding? Not good. Zenitsu thought. It moved inside, on the nightstand was a vase and a cup of green medicine. It panned over and showed Zenitsu, who was snoring softly. He rolled over, and then it showed Inosuke. His blanket was barely on him, and he was snoring loudly. On Tanjiro's bed, his blanket was folding up nicely. After a moment, Zenitsu sat up and looked over. Why is it showing me sleeping? Zenitsu asked softly. Wow, Inosuke, you snore loudly, Tanjiro commented. Huh? Where are you, Tanjiro-kun? Kanroji asked. I'm probably training, Tanjiro said. At that hour, Zenitsu asked. Looks like Tanjiro's already gone off to train, and at this hour of morning. Working hard isn't my thing. Slaving away day in and day out is exhausting. Zenitsu thought, as he looked down. Working hard can be challenging, however it is an important part of life, Rengoku said. If hard work isn't your thing, you should leave the Corps, Takedo said bluntly, if you can't work hard, you'll just end up being dead weight. Takedo-kun, please be nicer to other people, Kocho sighed. The kid has a point. Akaza thought. Chuntaro began to chirp. Zenitsu looked over and Chuntaro landed on his hand. Oh Chuntaro, Zenitsu said, maybe I'm panicking because I was left behind, but I can't seem to get the hang of anything that Tanjiro shows me. It's alright if you don't get it right away, that's what training is for, Urokadaki said. I am still sorry we left you behind on the mountain, Tanjiro said. It's alright, Zenitsu said. Chuntaro chirped, trying to tell Zenitsu something. It must be because I'm a lost cause, isn't it? Zenitsu asked. You're not a lost cause, Zenitsu, Tanjiro said, firmly. That way of thinking is so bland, Yuzui said, you're not a lost cause kiddo. Zenitsu, just because you can't get it on the first try, that doesn't make you a lost cause or a failure, Abuyashiki said. Chuntaro chirped once again, communicating with Zenitsu. Did you just agree with me? How can you be so cruel, Zenitsu said, would it kill you to say something like, you're doing your best, even just this once? He's agreeing with me, Zenitsu shouted, he has some nerve. He's really loud. I'm only over here because Tanjiro's here. Rui thought. Chuntaro chirped 3 times, telling Zenitsu to work harder. Work harder you say, Zenitsu repeated, he sighed, if you say so. Are you actually listening to your sparrow? Shinazugawa asked. I guess so, Zenitsu said. Why do you have a sparrow instead of a crow? Senjuro asked quietly. Zenitsu picked up his cup of medicine off his nightstand. Next to it was his medicine plan. Zenitsu looked at his medicine, he wasn't thrilled to drink it. Chuntaro was sitting on his shoulder. Zenitsu just scked it up and drank all of it. He stuck out his tongue. Wow, you took that without complaining, Aoi said, why couldn't you do that before? Awful, Zenitsu groaned. Chuntaro chirped and Zenitsu looked over. Inosuke was standing on his bed. His shirt was unbuttoned, revealing his abs. It panned up, showing that Inosuke was still wearing the boar mask. After a moment, air exited the nose. Inosuke. Why are you standing on your bed? Zenitsu asked. He really needs to button his shirt. Iguro thought. Let's go Manitsu, Inosuke said. Are you angry? Tanjiro asked, slightly confused. At least they sound motivated, Kenroji said. The two of them went to Kocho. They stood in front of her as she explained. What Tanjiro is trying to MSTR is a skill called total concentration, constant. By doing total concentration breathing all day and all night, your stamina level will skyrocket, Kocho explained. Thank you for telling them, Shinobu, Abuyashiki said. Of course, Oyakata-sama. After all, I want as many people as possible to learn it, Kocho smiled. I remember mstring total concentration breathing easily. Kokashibo thought. If that boy is his successor he should learn and be able to teach it easily. I wonder. The boys seemed confused, they then looked at each other. Kocho smiled. Shall we try our hand at it? Kocho asked, still smiling. A moment later it showed the ceiling, then the two boys collapsed on the floor from exhaustion. They were taking quick breaths, and then Zenitsu began to move around on the floor. Is it really that hard to learn? Makio asked. Don't you remember? Kamado-kun felt like his eardrums burst. Shouldn't that be proof enough? Suma asked. I suppose, Makio said. Impossible. This is utterly impossible, Zenitsu yelled. It changed to Tanjiro and his friends. They were sitting across from Tanjiro, all of them crisscross applesauce. I still can't do total concentration breathing all day, unless I really put my mind to it, but I bet you two can, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro, if you can't do it. What makes you think we can? Zenitsu asked. Well, just because I can't do something doesn't mean you can't too, Tanjiro said. Now, don't sell yourself short Tanjiro-kun. You're doing quite well, Kocho said. Ah, thank you, Tanjiro responded. The background went pink and the quality decreased. Tanjiro had one arm going up and one arm going down, his head was shaped like an egg. Huh? What happened? Takedo asked, it looks different. Why does my head look like an egg? Tanjiro asked, whining quietly. Go like this and your lungs will expand. Your blood shakes, your muscles go, boom. Boom. And that's when you gotta stop, Tanjiro tried to explain. That was a terrible explanation, Shinazugawa scoffed. I dunno, it was quite cute, Kenroji smiled. Oi. Did you two understand anything? Shinazugawa yelled. I guess a little bit, Zenitsu said, he was a little flustered from the sudden attention. Zenitsu and Inosuke looked very confused. The background was dark blue, and lighter blue tendrils appeared behind them. Inosuke was looking down, and Zenitsu had no irises. It just takes lots of practice, Tanjiro smiled. The others were still sitting down in confusion. They both quickly shook their heads repeatedly. Kocho appeared, standing behind Tanjiro. She put her hand on his shoulder. Tanjiro looked up, and blushed slightly. Ah, I'm sorry my explanation wasn't very good, Tanjiro said. No worries, Kocho said, I'll help you. Why does she get so close? Tanjiro thought, slightly flustered. Why does Tanjiro get all the women? Zenitsu wondered. Come now, we're talking about a skill I'd call very elementary, so what's the problem here? Though I will say it requires ample effort, Kocho said. You are correct, Kocho-san. It is an easy skill that just requires effort, Rengoku said. Is that skill really elementary? I almost died when I tried it, Zenitsu said. I'll MSTR that skill faster than you two, Inosuke bragged. Kocho walked over to the others, and the sign on the wall said, "Calm state of mind." Kocho bent down in front of Inosuke and smiled. She then put her hand on his shoulder. "Tell me, are you not able to do it? I was sure it'd be child's play for you, Inosuke. Was I wrong about that? I guess it was just too much. Oh well then, don't you worry. You can't do it, and that's that," Kocho said, smiling. "How dare you underestimate me," Inosuke shouted, "I'll rip your chest off." "Oh my, how scary," Kocho said. She's clearly using reverse psychology. Nichika thought. Kocho was clearly using reverse psychology, and she smiled. Inosuke was getting angrier as Kocho continued talking. She then patted his shoulder. "Excuse me. Why do you think that? I can do it. Talk to me like that again and I'll mess you up big time," Inosuke yelled, offended that Kocho would think that. "Yeah. I'll mstr it easily," Inosuke said. "If you think that then go ahead," Kocho smiled. "Ah, reverse psychology. How wonderful." Doma thought. Kocho moved on to Zenitsu. She wrapped her hands around Zenitsu's hand. Zenitsu's hand began to sweat. Zenitsu blushed heavily as Kocho held his hand. "Kocho, what are you doing?" Rengoku asked. "Calm down, I'm just giving him motivation," Kocho said. "She's so close." Zenitsu thought. "Please give it your all, Zenitsu. I'm your number one supporter," Kocho smiled. Are you really my number one supporter?" Zenitsu asked. "Of course, and I'm rooting for you to learn it," Kocho said. "I don't know if I should be impressed or disappointed." Aoi thought. Zenitsu screamed in joy, his face was redder than a tomato, and his hair was standing up. Kocho laughed, and smiled wide. While Tanjiro looked at Zenitsu in concern. "He's really weird." Neikime thought. "Hey! Why are you looking at me like that?" Zenitsu asked Tanjiro. "No reason," Tanjiro said. Zenitsu started running along the bamboo fence as he shouted. Inosuke was pulling rocks up, grunting from the strain. Tanjiro was cheering Inosuke on, and Kanao watched them from afar. "Well, I'm just glad that you two are motivated," Obuyashiki smiled. "You can do it. You can lift the rocks," Tanjiro cheered. "Of course I can do it, Manjiro," Inosuke laughed. "Oh, Kanao, are you not going to join then?" Kocho asked. "You're in their class, so why not join them?" Kocho said to Kanao, as she smiled. Kanao turned around to face Kocho, she then bowed before walking off. She went over to a well. She turned around and saw Zenitsu pulling up the rocks, Tanjiro and Inosuke were cheering him on. "She also looks tasty." Doma thought. Kanao never really talks, the only time I've heard her talk was after she flipped her coin. Tanjiro thought. Is she going to work with us? Zenitsu wondered. Another minion to boss around. Inosuke thought, laughing internally. There you go. Keep going. Feel your blood beating like a drum, Tanjiro cheered. What an interesting thought process, Rengoku said, I never really thought about it that way. I would have thought you'd mean your heart beating like a drum, not your blood, Neikime said. Stick everything, you DMN weakling, Inosuke shouted. Go. You got this, Zenitsu, Tanjiro said. Thanks for cheering me on, Zenitsu smiled. Of course, Zenitsu, Tanjiro said. Kanao pulled a coin out of her pocket and flipped it. The coin had a lot of detail, once she caught it she moved her hand. It was heads. Kanao stood still and the background began to blur. The faint sound of bugs buzzing was heard. You flipped your coin again, Urokadaki commented. Wait, what's happening to the background, Hinetsuru asked. I hear flies buzzing, it's getting louder, Yuzui said. It then transitioned to a rundown village. All the houses looked like wooden shacks. The sounds of flies became louder, and it then showed 3 people. 2 of which were lying down, and probably dead. Flies were crawling over the body, and their clothes were dirty. That's such a sad village, Rengoku said, all the houses are wooden shacks. That reminds me of the entertainment district where I found Daki and Jutaro. Doma thought. Are those kids, dead? Zenitsu asked softly. Is that, my old village? Kanao thought. Was that Kanao's village before Kane and I saved her? Kocho wondered. In one of the houses was a young girl. Her breathing was shaky and her hair was a mess. Just then someone punched her, making her fall to the ground. The man grabbed her by the arm and threw her outside, blood dripping from Kanao's mouth and nose. Is that you, Kanao? Tanjiro asked. That bstrd, how dare he punch Kanao? Kocho thought angrily. Kanao, Ubuyashiki said softly. It's fine. I'm better now. Kanao thought. I hurt. I was hungry. I was sad. I felt hopeless. I was in agony. I was lonely. Such was my life. But then one day, I heard a snapping sound. Kanao thought it showed a snapping rope. Such pity for a child. I'm glad you're doing better, Kanao, Himejima said. Kanao, is that why she almost never talks? Tanjiro wondered. I knew that before Kane and I saved her, her life probably wasn't good. But I didn't think it was this bad. Kocho thought. A snapping sound, Roy repeated, what does that mean? It was zoomed into Kanao's eye, there was no light in her pretty purple eyes. A fly was crawling around on her face. It zoomed out, showing her torn and tattered kimono. She was sitting against wood, wearing no shoes. Her eyes are like Takedo-kun's, they're so dull, Kanroji said. To think, her past was so terrible and there weren't any demons that hurt her. Kiriya thought. How old were you when this happened? Tanjiro asked softly. I was 12 years old here, Kanao said. 12. She looked so small, too small to be 12. I'm glad Kane-san and Kocho-san saved her. Shinazugawa thought. How pitiful. Doma thought. And I never knew pain again. Kanao thought. Living in poverty, even having my parents sell me off, it didn't make me feel sad. Your emotions, that's what you lost when you heard the snapping sound, Kanroji said, sadly. Your parents sold you, Tanjiro said in disbelief. They lived in poverty, that's why she was treated badly. Yuzui thought. It showed a rope tied around her, an old man was dragging her. They were walking on a bridge near a town. Excuse me, Kane said, do you have a minute? That voice, it's Kane-san, Shinazugawa said. Her voice is pretty, Kanroji said softly. Kane and I. I'm sorry I didn't cry. Kanao thought. The man said. He turned around and saw two sisters. Kane had long dark hair and two pink and green butterfly clips. Her uniform had gold buttons, showing that she was a Hashira. Kocho, who was 14 at the time, was behind her frowning. Your sister was very pretty, Shinobu, Kanroji said. She was, Kocho said. She was a Hashira, Iguro asked. She was the flower Hashira, Shinazugawa answered. She was a Hashira at the same time as me, Tomioka-san, Himejima-san and Yuzui-san. If she's alive here, you were probably 14, right Kocho-san, Tomioka asked. Yeah, I was, Kocho said. I'm curious, why is that child all tied up, Kane asked, is she a criminal, perhaps? Isn't it obvious? She's dirty and flea-ridden, besides she might try to escape, the man said. The thought that someone would do that to their child is enraging, Rengoku sighed. Kanao had it worse than me. At least I had a family that loved me, even when we were tight on money. Tanjiro thought. Kane walked closer, she bowed down slightly, so she could talk to Kanao. Hello there, how are you? Kane asked, my name is Kane Kocho. What is your name? Sister. I will get revenge for you. You'll be able to rest easily. Kocho thought. Kocho-san's sister seemed like such a kind person. I'm sad that she died. Tanjiro thought. Kanao looked up at the woman, her eyes were still dull. Kane gasped softly when she realized Kanao wasn't going to talk. The bridge was busy, and people were walking by and talking. Why didn't you say anything? Rengoku asked. Kanao wasn't given a name, Kocho sighed, she chose her name from a bunch of cards. Well, you wanted to name her Kamasu. Which means Barracuda, luckily I swapped the cards. Aoi thought. She doesn't have a name, alright. She never got one. Happy now? Now go away, the man said, getting more annoyed by the second. How rude of him, Amain said. His tone is so unflashy, Yuzui scoffed. He went to hit Kane, but before he could, Kocho raised her hand. Kocho slapped his hand away from her sister. A few bystanders gasped, he did as well. He tried to hit Kane-san, Shinazugawa muttered, how dare he. I'm glad you protected Kane, Himejima said. Of course, Kocho said. Please don't touch my sister, Kocho said firmly. What's the deal with you two, he asked, more annoyed, if you're so interested in her, then buy her. How cruel, treating Kanao like livestock, Tanjiro said. That reminds me of the entertainment district. Jutaro thought. Kocho looked at her sister, who was bent down in front of Kanao. She grumbled. Very well then, we will, Kocho said, putting a hand in her pocket, is this enough? I remember this part very well. Kanao thought, smiling. Kocho grabbed coins and cash, throwing them in the air. While the man was confused, Kocho grabbed the rope from his hand. The coins fell to the ground, clattering. Ah hell yeah. Show him who's boss, Yuzui laughed. You sure as hell showed him, Shinazugawa said. I'm so glad you rescued Kanao-san, Kanroji smiled. I'm glad you were saved, Kanao, Tanjiro said. Hey! Get back here, he yelled. You should hurry and pick all that up. There's a strong wind and a heavy crowd, Kocho yelled back, as they all ran. You're a badass, Kocho-san, Makio said. Why thank you, Makio, Kocho smiled. Are you sure about this, Kane asked, laughing softly. Yes, Kocho said. We must be going now, Kane said. Kane always was kind, Abuyashiki said. She was, Kocho sighed. I wish I could have met her. Kanroji thought. Hands off. This is my money, he yelled. What a commotion, Kane smiled. Kanao looked up at Kane, but this time, there was light in her eyes. The three of them continued running, then they reached the butterfly mansion. Kocho was rubbing soap into Kanao's hair while she was getting bathed. Kanao, the light. It's back in your eyes, Tanjiro said. It is, Kanao said softly. Ah, Tanjiro shouted. Everyone quickly turned their heads away at the scene. Kanao blushed heavily at the invasion of privacy. Shira-san and Shiro-san, would you mind explaining why this is being shown? Kocho asked firmly. Ah, apologies. We aren't allowed to alter the videos, we apologize for any discomfort, Shiro said. Water streamed down her face, and after a moment Kocho poured water onto Kanao, getting rid of the soap. Kocho moved Kanao's bangs, revealing her lit-up eye. Sister. What do we do? Kocho whined, this little girl is completely helpless. Helpless? What do you mean by that? Rengoku asked. Kanao struggled to make decisions and she wouldn't do anything without being told, Kocho said, now I realize that was probably a part of her trauma. Poor Kanao, that's awful. Tanjiro thought. Kocho was in front of Kanao, who was sitting on the floor in new clothes. Kane was wiping her pink sword. She looked back at Kocho. Kane. If only I asked her out before she died. I shouldn't have been such a Fenji coward. Shinazugawa thought, angry at himself. She can't do anything on her own. She has to be told. She won't even eat unless I say to, no matter how hungry she is, Kocho said. How awful, Himejima said, I'm glad you're doing better, Kanao-chan. Oh, she'll be fine, Kane smiled, as she stood up. What are we gonna do with her? Kocho asked. Now, don't you worry so. I hate to see that smile I love disappear, Kane smiled, holding her head. Is that why Kocho-san almost never stops smiling? Tanjiro wondered. How old would Kane-san be if she hadn't died? Kanroji asked softly. She'd be 21, Kocho smiled. If only I could devour her a second time. Doma thought. Kocho was a little angry, and Kanao was still sitting on the floor staring off into space. I'm serious. Taking a kid under our wing who can't even think for herself is, reckless, Kocho said. They have a family bond, even though they aren't blood related. How interesting. Rui thought. Kocho-san has a point, a child who can't think for themselves is dangerous. Genya thought. Was Shinobu against me being there? Kanao wondered. Well, you do have a point, Kane said, walking to Kanao. She can't make decisions, even simple ones, Kocho said. I'm glad that your coin helps you, Kanao, Kocho smiled. Kanao nodded. Kane sat in front of Kanao and pulled out a coin. Next time you're on your own, flip this coin to help you make a choice. That sound good? Kane asked, smiling again. So that's where you got the coin from, Tanjiro said, that's really cool. What's a coin? Inosuke wondered. Oh come on, Kocho said, frowning. How can you be so cross with Kanao, here? Look how adorable she is, Kane smiled, raising her hand in the air. Oh, I agree. Kanao-chan is so adorable, Kanroji smiled. This is pointless, I don't care about some helpless girl's past. Mugen thought. Little purple flowers went around Kane and Kanao, while Kocho was visibly annoyed. What kind of reason is that? Kocho yelled. Kane never was one for logic outside the battlefield, Himejima chuckled. She was nice to me, Tomioka said. As long as one is given a chance, a person's soul will open up. When you fall in love someday, you'll change too, Kanao, Kane said, as she placed the coin in Kanao's hand. Love? But I couldn't even cry at your funeral. Kanao thought. It went back to the present, the coin was in Kanao's hand. She looked over when she heard Tanjiro. You're doing great, keep it up, Tanjiro cheered, keep going. Even more. That's it. You got this, Zenitsu. You're such a great motivator, Zenitsu said. Thank you, Tanjiro smiled. Zenitsu was lifting up the rocks, while Inosuke was running along the fence. It zoomed into Tanjiro, who was still cheering on Zenitsu. I suppose that training is alright. It's clearly lacking vibrant sparks though, Yuzui said. What is his session with flashiness? Aoi wondered. Don't give up. You're doing great, Tanjiro praised. Zenitsu screamed while he was doing it. Then Kanao walked away from the well. There was a time skip, and a crow was flying to the mansion while cawing. It landed on the window and Tanjiro smiled. I'm not following an order. Kanao thought. Why? Oh. It's my crow, Tanjiro smiled. He's probably notifying you that your swords are done being forged, Hinaki said. You're right, Tanjiro said, this is great, I'll get to see Haganazuka-san again. Inosuke. Inosuke, Tanjiro yelled while running. Inosuke was upside down, holding onto a broom placed on a pot. Tanjiro went up to him, very happy. Hey, they're bringing our reforged Nichiren swords now, Tanjiro said. Ah, Hinaki was correct, Abuyashiki said. We're both going to get new swords, Inosuke, Tanjiro smiled. They better give me 2 blades, Inosuke said. I'm sure they will, your crow likely would have informed your swordsmith about your dual wielding, Kocho said. For real, Inosuke asked. Yeah. I just heard it from the crow, Tanjiro said, his nose then twitched, that's Haganazuka's scent. His ability to pick up such faint scents is interesting. Kokashibo thought. He's so freaky. Iguro thought. The two of them ran through the hallway, they were both very happy. Inosuke was jumping up and down. Let's go. Let's go, Tanjiro cheered. Aw, you two are so cute, Kanroji said. Ah, thank you, Kanroji-san, Tanjiro said. They both went past the fence, and Inosuke jumped. Again. Oh. He's right there, Tanjiro said, then waved, hey. Haganazuka. Haganazuka and another swordsmith walked towards the mansion, they both said nothing. Haganazuka looked down. He was trying to grab something. What is he trying to grab? Tanjiro asked. I have a feeling it's a knife, Urokadaki said. Ha! A knife, Zenitsu yelled. Over here. Long time no see, Tanjiro shouted. As Tanjiro spoke, Haganazuka grabbed a butcher knife and started running towards Tanjiro. Why is he trying to kill you? Tanjiro? Zenitsu asked. It's probably because I broke my sword, Tanjiro said. I didn't think he'd be this mad. How have you been since we, Tanjiro said, then realizing what was gonna happen. Tanjiro went black and white for a moment, barely dodging Haganazuka's attack. Tanjiro shook softly, and the back of Haganazuka's hair was showing. Haganazuka, Tanjiro said. How dare you snap my precious sword in two? You've got a lot of nerve, boy, Haganazuka yelled. He looked very scary. Does he not realize that you nearly died? Iguro asked. Haganazuka is a very passionate man, Urokadaki said. He doesn't keep many customers. I am sorry. But you know I did almost die. My opponent was really strong, Tanjiro said. Sorry, Rue said softly. It's alright, Tanjiro smiled. How can he forgive them? Kocho wondered. Excuses. 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 The only person you got to blame is yourself. Got it. If you hadn't been so pathetically weak, it wouldn't have broke. There's no way it would have just snapped like that otherwise, Haganazuka yelled, poking Tanjiro's cheek repeatedly. What harsh words, Rengoku said, but I wouldn't call Kamado-kun weak by any means. Really? Tanjiro asked. Of course, you faced one of the 12 Kazuki and survived, Rengoku said. I agree. You're not weak at all, Kanroji smiled. But I, Tanjiro said. Tears were running down Haganazuka's face, and he held up the knife. Behind him was all red. Is he crying? Makio asked. Please don't die, Tanjiro, don't leave me here, Zenitsu said. I'm not planning on dying, Tanjiro said. But that's when it happens. Mugen smirked. I'm going to kill you, he said. Tanjiro began to dodge each knife swing. Haganazuka chased Tanjiro all around the butterfly mansion garden. Kocho watched it happen. Run, Sanjuro said. Headbutt him, Inosuke shouted. Kocho-san, aren't you going to help me? Tanjiro asked. There's no need, you seem to be able to handle that on your own, Kocho smiled. Is this a new training regimen? Kocho asked, smiling. Now, please don't allow the younger swordsman to get tormented too much, Abuyashiki said. Of course, Oyakata-sama, Kocho said. Go, kill him. Mugen thought. I don't think so, Aoi said. It then showed Haganazuka's hat with wind chimes. Tanjiro sat across from the other swordsmith. What can I say, Haganazuka is very passionate, he said. That's an understatement, Zenitsu chuckled. I still can't believe he chased me with a knife, Tanjiro sighed. Who is that? He looks weird. Takedo thought. He is, Tanjiro agreed. He loves his swords more than any person. Even among other swords makers he is one of a kind, he said. Wow, so he really holds his swords highly, Suma said. I bet he doesn't have a girlfriend, Zenitsu muttered. I can believe it, Tanjiro said, looking back at Haganazuka. Haganazuka was lying on the floor, grunting at Tanjiro. He's sitting so informally, Himejima said. I don't think he cares too much about formalities, Tanjiro sighed. Oh, you may address me as Kanamori, Kanamori said, while raising his hand. I was the one who forged Mstr Inosuke's swords. I hope they will be useful in battle. That's your swordsmith, Inosuke, Tanjiro smiled. He looks weak, Inosuke said. Well, that's not surprising. They're swordsmiths, not swordsmen, Shinazugawa said. But even so, they're just as important, Rengoku said. Tanjiro and Kanamori looked over at Inosuke, who was holding his swords. They started to turn a bluish-gray. Haganazuka was hitting Tanjiro repeatedly, but Tanjiro seemed unfazed. That's quite a lovely sword color, Abuyashiki said. I agree, the color fits Inosuke well, Suma said. You've really tuned out him hitting you, haven't you, Hinetsuru said. Yeah, Tanjiro chuckled softly. Ah, appealing aren't they, Kanamori sighed, the dull sheen of that indigo-gray hue is wonderful. A fine color for a sword. Inosuke, I'm so happy you're getting a great replacement, Tanjiro said, while still getting punched. I agree with my future self, and Kanamori-san seems like a nice person, Tanjiro said. He really has it out for you, Kanroji said softly. If he could pass final selection, and nearly kill a lower moon, I think he'll be alright, Iguro reasoned. How do you like the hilts on them? This is actually the first time I've ever designed blades for a dual wielder, Kanamori said calmly. I think for the first time, he did a flamboyant job making weapons for a dual wielder, Yuzui said. Do you like your new blades, Inosuke? Tanjiro asked. They're not how I like them, Inosuke said. What do you mean? Tanjiro asked. Inosuke started walking to the pond, he set down one sword and picked up a rock. Mstr Inosuke, Kanamori said, confused. Haganazuka stopped punching Tanjiro, and they both looked over. Inosuke chose a small rock, raised it in the air and began to hit his sword. They all screamed as they watched Inosuke do this. What are you going to do? Shinazugawa asked. Why are you raising that rock? Yashiro asked. Oh no. No, you didn't just do that, Zenitsu said. Huh. I just wanted the blades to look how they did before, Inosuke said. Those poor swords. Kokashibo thought. Good, Inosuke said, holding up his blade. I'm gonna skin you alive. You bstrd. Are you trying to insult me? Kanamori yelled, he was being held back by Tanjiro. Poor Kanamori-san, Kenroji said. You couldn't have waited till they left, Zenitsu asked. No, Inosuke said. I'm sorry. Please forgive him. He's sorry, Tanjiro said, holding the older man back. Inosuke grunted and did the same thing to his other sword. You dirty swine, Kanamori screamed, he looked demonic, that's it. You're a dead man. I'd love to see him try, Inosuke laughed. Inosuke, be nice, Tanjiro sighed, you can't go fighting everyone. We're sorry, Tanjiro repeated, trying to hold Kanamori back. It was then sunset, Kanamori and Haganazuka were leaving. Inosuke was gently holding onto the back of Tanjiro's shirt as Tanjiro bowed repeatedly. I feel so bad for them both, Senjuro said. Aw, look, Inosuke-kun's holding Tanjiro-kun's shirt, Kenroji squealed. Why is Tanjiro bowing so much? He did nothing wrong. Inosuke thought. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. I can't believe he smashed a stone against my babies, Kanamori shouted. Those poor swords, Kokashibo said softly. Is he really calling his swords, his babies? Aoi asked. I guess so, Genya sighed. We're sorry, Tanjiro said 6 times, bowing repeatedly. It was night time. Tanjiro was sleeping and the girls peered up to see if Tanjiro was breathing properly. You're doing well, once again, Abuyashiki said. Tanjiro-kun, you're quite a quick learner, Kocho smiled. Thank you, Tanjiro smiled. At least now, you won't have to get beat with carpet beaters, Zenitsu said. No problems here, Naho said. Tanjiro's doing a really great job, Sumi said. Let's make him more rice ball, Kiyo suggested. Rice ball. Kenroji thought. All the girls nodded. In agreement. The next morning, it was cloudy and birds were chirping. Then it went to a game of tag. Tanjiro was using total concentration breathing. However, Kanao continued avoiding him. What an intense game of tag, Himejima said. I think it's rather flashy that Kanao-chan can still avoid Kamado-kun, Yuzui said. If I can't catch up, then I'll just have to train more, Tanjiro said. My body's stronger now. I can't wait to swing my Nichiren sword. With these hands. Tanjiro thought. He extended his hand, and finally grabbed onto Kanao's wrist. She looked surprised. You did it, Zenitsu smiled brightly. Good job, Tanjiro-kun, Kocho smiled, I'd say you've nearly perfected it. Thank you, Tanjiro smiled. He caught up. Kanao said. I did it. Tanjiro thought, smiling brightly. Next it went to the cup game. Kanao blocked his cup and Tanjiro did the same for her. They were moving quite quickly. You finally blocked her cup, that's some improvement, Iguro said. You can do this, Tanjiro, Zenitsu cheered. Thank you, Zenitsu, Tanjiro said. Nice move there. You can win, Sumi said. Tanjiro seemed focused, some of the veins in his face looked prominent. Don't let up for a second. You can do this. Tanjiro thought. I agree, I believe you can do it, Zenitsu said. Splash her with all the water, Inosuke said. Tanjiro blocked Kanao's cup again, and picked up a cup before Kanao could stop him. Kanao's mouth was open in shock. You blocked her cup again, Genya said, you're improving. Wait, you actually picked up a cup before her. That means you win, Suma said. He beat me. Kanao thought. I grabbed it. Let's go. Tanjiro thought loudly. I'm so proud of you, Tanjiro, Abuyashiki said. Thank you, I'm glad, Tanjiro said. Just then the screen went black, and a small Tanjiro, his reason, appeared. This water smells bad. I shouldn't splash it on her. Tanjiro's reason thought. Ah, how sweet, Kanroji said. That's your reason, Himejima asked. I guess so, Tanjiro chuckled. Just then Tanjiro went black and white. The moment of realization hit him, so instead of splashing her, he awkwardly put the cup on her head. Everyone in the room went silent for a moment, then the girls cheered. Does that still count? Yuzui asked. I think so. I mean, he did still get the water, Rengoku said. How sweet. He didn't splash Kanao-chan with the water, Kanroji smiled. He got the water, Sumi smiled. It still counts, right? Kyo asked. Yeah, I think he wins either way, Naho said. You actually beat Kanao, Zenitsu said in disbelief. The four of them jumped up and down as they celebrated, while Kanao was still processing what happened. He didn't splash me. Why not? Kanao wondered. Manitsu, you know what this means, Inosuke said, we must train more. Yeah. I did it, Tanjiro smiled. Zenitsu and Inosuke turned their heads to face each other. Well then, they said in sync. It showed them training more. Zenitsu was running quickly across the fence. Meanwhile, Inosuke was lifting 3 rocks instead of 2. I'm so glad that Tanjiro-kun made you more motivated, Kocho said. If only you were this motivated in the beginning of your stay, Aoi sighed. I'm not gonna lose, Inosuke said, as he pulled the rocks up. You can do that, Inosuke, Tanjiro said. Of course I can, Inosuke said. It showed the bright sky from a window. Tanjiro was sitting across from Kocho in her office. Alright, say, ah, Kocho said, holding Tanjiro's jaw and demonstrating. Ah, Tanjiro said, opening his mouth. Good. Looks like your jaw is good as new, Kocho said, you can close your mouth now. That ends the exam. Since you're in physically good health, you're fit to carry out your missions now. I'm glad my jaw is healed, Tanjiro sighed, it would have been bad if it wasn't healed. In that case, you'll be ready to go on missions again, Shinazugawa said. So I'm done training, Tanjiro asked. Yes. Next is in-field combat, Kocho replied. Ah, in-field combat. The most important part, Rengoku said. I'll pray for your safety, Himejima said. Great. Oh, before I forget. There's something I wanted to ask you, Tanjiro said. What is it? Kocho asked. Have you ever heard of the Hinakami Kagura? Tanjiro asked in full confidence. I have not, Kocho said bluntly. Huh. You haven't, you didn't have to say it so bluntly, Tanjiro sighed defeatedly. You said that with full confidence, Zenitsu said. I did, Tanjiro sighed. Huh, Tanjiro said loudly, well then, how about fire breathing? There isn't fire breathing. There is flame breathing though, Abuyashiki said. However, flame breathing should never be referred to as fire breathing, Rengoku added. They're not the same thing, Tanjiro asked. Of course not, Rengoku said. Never heard of it, Kocho said, waving her hand. That is rather odd, Ubuyashiki said. Hinakami Kagura isn't like any of the recognized breathing techniques. I have a feeling that Hinakami Kagura is sun breathing, but I'm not completely sure. Tamayo said. Tanjiro's confidence looked shattered, and the background was black with what looked like yellow pom-poms. Well, these are techniques I learned from my family growing up, Tanjiro explained. Kocho nodded, and grunted in understatement. It showed Kocho's desk. It had several books and other things pertaining to medicine. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Tanjiro sighed. I didn't say that, Kocho said. Sure, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm still listening. It's quite interesting that she's both a doctor and a Hashira. Yuro Kadaki thought. I see. So you're saying your father seemed to be using fire breathing. All I can tell you is that flame breathing does exist, but that's not fire breathing, Kocho said. Huh? They're not the same thing, Tanjiro asked. I don't quite know the details myself. I'm sorry, but I do know that they're very strict about the exact phrasing, Kocho said. Flame breathing must never be referred to as fire breathing. The flame Hashira, Rengoku, might know something about this technique, but unfortunately he's out on a mission. That is true, Kocho-san. Flame breathing has been passed down generations, and we must never call it fire breathing, Rengoku said. I never knew they were so strict about the label, Zenitsu said. I understand, Tanjiro said. He stood up and bowed, and thank you for everything that you've taught me. I'll ask Mr. Rengoku when I see him again. I'm afraid that I don't know what Hinakami Kagura is, so I won't be much help. Although, there are books written by past flame Hashiras. There might be information in there, Rengoku said. Well, that's good to know, Tanjiro said. Good, Kocho said. For now, I'll be off, Tanjiro said, as he began to walk away. Tanjiro, Kocho said. Yes, Tanjiro said, turning. You'll do great things, Kocho said. Ah, thank you Kocho-san, Tanjiro said. No need to thank me for speaking the truth, Kocho said. Tanjiro gasped softly before smiling, thanks. Then it was night, the crescent moon reflected in the small pond. Tanjiro was walking back. He opened the door and looked at Nezuko. She was sleeping in the bed. Nezuko's asleep, I hope she's alright, Tamayo said. I know that she can't die, but it's still worrying. I agree, Tanjiro said. I really hate when she sleeps for a long period of time. She still hasn't gotten up, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro sat on the edge of the bed. He was clearly sad. I knew they said you could sleep as much as you wanted to recover all your strength, even. So. When you don't open your eyes I worry a bit, Tanjiro said. He has such a good relationship with his sister, even though she's a demon. It's not fair. Genya thought. I'm glad that you still care for your sister, Kanata said. Of course, I could never not care for her, Tanjiro said. Nezuko was softly breathing, and Tanjiro smiled. Guess what? In not too long, I'll be leaving this place. My body's healed and I'm stronger. I'm still practicing the new techniques too. And, those two should be with me as well. Having them close gives me courage, Tanjiro said, looking up. Yeah. I'm sure you'd agree. They're both good people. To turn you back into a human, I have to defeat strong demons, and then send their blood to Miss Tamayo. I'm glad that we get to go on missions together. I'd die if I had to go alone, Zenitsu said. Well, you aren't going to go on missions together all the time, Rengoku said. Do we really give you courage? Zenitsu asked. Of course you do, Tanjiro smiled. Am I capable of doing that? Tanjiro wondered. I know you can do it, big brother. Nezuko's voice played in Tanjiro's ear. Nezuko spoke again, Kuina said. I don't think she did, she's probably still asleep, Tamayo sighed. Well, it's alright. As long as I know she's supporting me, Tanjiro smiled. Tanjiro's eyes widened and he quickly looked back at Nezuko. Sadly, she was still sleeping. Thanks Nezuko, for spurring me on, Tanjiro said, I vow to stay strong. It showed the night sky, the mountains were looking extra lovely, then it quickly transitioned to a train's wool, the whole train. It was moving across the tracks quickly. Just then a woman screamed and blood splattered across the window. What's that? Tanjiro asked. It's a Zenitsu started. It looks like a monster. It must be a demon, Inosuke said. No, it's a train. How do you guys not know what Never mind, Zenitsu said. There's a woman screaming, Rengoku said. I'll pray for her, Himejima said. A demon was sitting between empty rows, feasting on the woman. It leaned back, revealing 3 eyes. Its scara was yellow, and blood covered its teeth. The screen then faded to black. That demon is so ugly, Daki said, scrunching up her nose. There's no kanji in its eyes, so it shouldn't be difficult to kill, Shinazugawa said. I'll pray for that poor woman, Himejima said. The screen then lit up once again. Inosuke and Zenitsu gasped as they watched Kanao and Tanjiro battle in the cup game. Tanjiro was covering Kanao's cup, and vice versa. Their speed was insane, they were both blocking each other effortlessly. Whoa, you're so fast, Inosuke gasped, I wanna do that too. That's not bad, Tomioka said. It's pretty flashy that in a few weeks you were able to match speeds with a Tsuguko, Yuzui said. Incredible, Zenitsu said. Look at them go, Inosuke said. They both looked incredibly focused. Tanjiro reached for a cup, however Kanao blocked it. The moment Tanjiro moved his hand, Kanao took that cup. It was too late, Tanjiro couldn't block it, and Kanao won. Ooh, Kanao got it, Aoi said, that was a really good try though. Thank you Aoi. You did really good Kanao, Tanjiro smiled. Kanao nodded. That's it, Aoi said. Tanjiro leaned back and sighed loudly. He had sweat dripping down the sides of his face, meanwhile Kanao seemed unfazed. Whoa, you're not even sweating, Tanjiro said. I can't believe she's sitting there unfazed, Zenitsu said. You really are fast, Kanao, Tanjiro complimented. Kanao didn't reply, she just stared. Tanjiro was then standing in front of Aoi, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Your score is now 10 wins, and 10 loses, Aoi said. 10 whole wins, Zenitsu said, that's so cool. I bet I have more wins, Inosuke laughed. I'm still up for more, Tanjiro smiled, stretching his shoulder, let's go for a run. Wanna join me? Doing total concentration constant, Zenitsu asked, sliding into the frame. How else would you do it, Takedo asked. I dunno. Normally, Zenitsu said. Yeah, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro hit Zenitsu's stomach, Zenitsu shook a little. Hey! What was that for, Zenitsu asked. It's to make sure that you're using total concentration breathing constant, Kocho said. You're shaking, Genya commented. Me next, Inosuke yelled. I gotta keep this up, Zenitsu said defeatedly. Do me next, Inosuke said, moving his shirt. This is useless. Mugen thought. Inosuke, we'll be sure to do you next, Tanjiro laughed softly. How's this, Zenitsu asked, punching Inosuke's stomach. That's nothing, Inosuke boasted. What? That did nothing, Zenitsu said in disbelief. I can't tell if the blonde one is weak, or if the boar kid is strong, Iguro scoffed. Neither, probably, Shinazugawa said. What did I say about bullying the younger ones, Abuyashiki sighed. Sorry Oyakata-sama, they said in sync. You're more brawn than brain, Zenitsu said. Hey! What's that supposed to mean, Inosuke asked. It just means that you like to rush into fights before thinking, Tanjiro said. Things like that can be dangerous though, Kenroji said. Let's go, Tanjiro smiled brightly. The screen then filled with ink, showing the title on an all-black background. It then showed the Infinity Castle along with the words a few months earlier. Nezuko was holding a biwa, and it showed her back. A new mission, Tamayo read, I assume that means in field combat. Most likely, Nichika said. What the hell? What am I looking at? Shinazugawa asked. Where on earth is that? Rengoku asked. The Infinity Castle. Mugen thought. The biwa was strummed and it zoomed into the eye of Lower Moon 6. It zoomed out a little, he was upside down. His hair was black and orange, he also had teal marking on his white skin. Lower Moon 6, Akaza said, why is he there? Is he upside down? Genya asked in disbelief. When the biwa was stuck, he appeared. It's likely her blood demon art, Amain said. He gasped and looked at his new surroundings. The camera leaned forward, showing numerous rooms and staircases. How is that even possible? Tanjiro asked. There's so many rooms and staircases, Kocho said, this makes no sense. Where the hell is this place? Kamina muttered. It then showed Lower Moon 1, Enmu. He was walking around, the markings on his face were yellow and green. It looked like he was wearing a suit. It then zoomed up, showing Lower Moon 2. Oh, I'm there too, Enmu smiled. Lower Moon 1. Lower Moon 6 was there too, Yuzui said. Do you have any ideas with what this is, Rui? Tanjiro asked. I guess all the lower moons are being summoned. However, that's never happened before, Rui said. Lower Moon 2, Kanao pointed out. Is this her blood demon art? Kamina wondered. It looks like this whole space is distorted around that woman. I can't see her eyes so I can't tell what kanji number is in them. Damn it. Kocho thought. It seems that none of the lower moons know what this place is, Kiriya said. It showed Nezuko, she was sitting in what appeared to be the center. She had long black hair and a black kimono. She screen warped for a moment, then the biwa was strummed twice. I assume she's a member of the 12 Kazuki, Amain said. She's so pretty. It's a shame she's a demon. Kanroji thought. Was the screen supposed to warp like that? Suma asked. Probably, Kocho said. The castle moved, showing each of the lower moons that were still alive. It then showed Lower Moon 3 and Lower Moon 4. It seems that the place moves around her. When she strikes the biwa. Iguro thought. Now we know what each of the lower moons look like, Shinazugawa said. This is good, Abuyashiki said. Only the lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki have been summoned. That's never happened before. Lower 5 isn't here yet. Kamina thought. How are we listening to Lower Moon 6's thoughts? Kanroji asked. It's probably best to not think about it, Tomioka said. I do think it's interesting that the lower moons are being summoned. Why are you doing this, Mugen-sama? Daki asked. I'm probably disbanding the lower moons, Mugen said coldly. What? Rui said softly. The biwa was struck again. Sweat dripped down Kamina's face. Just then, before any of them could react, all 5 of the lower moons went on the same platform. If Kibutsuji is disbanding the lower moons, that might be good for us. Hinaki thought. Lord Mugen is going to kill me. I'm so lucky. Enmu thought. I'm more worried about that biwa player, Urokadaki said softly. If she can teleport the lower moons effortlessly, and seemingly control that place, it could be dangerous. I agree, Abuyashiki said softly. It moved. Is this her doing? Kamina wondered. All of them began to frantically look around, trying to understand what was happening. Just then Kamina looked over and gasped. A woman was standing in front of them all, however this wasn't a woman, it was Kibutsuji. He looked like a woman, he was even wearing a feminine kimono. I'm surprised that none of them know where they are, Zenitsu said. Wait, who's that? Aoi asked. The eyes, that's Kibutsuji, Kuina said. What? He can turn into a woman, Genya exclaimed. What is it with this woman? Who is she? Kaminu wondered. They don't know who she is, Yuzui said, surprised. Musen's eyes squinted. He was even wearing lipstick. Lower your heads and kneel down, Musen commanded. We were right, that is Kibutsuji, Tamayo said. His disguise is so good, Tomioka said. Damn it. He can disguise himself as a woman. This must be why we've never seen him before. Shinazugawa thought. This is the man that ruined everyone's lives. Zenitsu thought. They gasped, realizing who she was. Prostrate yourselves, Musen demanded. It panned up quickly, Musen's red eyes flashed on the screen. All of the demons fell to the ground and kneeled. Their heads were close to the ground. That's so freaky, Kenroji said. It seems they're all dictated by fear, Amain sighed, how sad. That's awful, Tanjiro said. That's Mstr Musen's voice. Kaminu thought, sweat dripped down his face. I didn't recognize him at all. Even his aura is completely different. His disguise is astounding. That's so interesting, Makio said. To think that he can hide his own aura so effortlessly is concerning, Tanjiro said softly. How pathetic. They didn't realize it was Lord Musen. Akaza thought. Please forgive us, Mstr. Since you assumed a new form, we, Makago, Lower Moon 4, said. How foolish, they think they can talk without Lord Musen's permission, Enmu laughed. Are you really not allowed to talk without permission, Tanjiro asked Rui. That's right, Rui said. How cruel, Rengoku said. Who gave you permission to speak, Musen asked, don't presume your thoughts are of any worth to me. All you are allowed to do is answer my questions. You're such a bstrd, I swear I'll kill you, Shinazugawa muttered. Wow, not even members of the 12 Kazuki get treated well, Kocho said. Makago quickly looked back at the platform floor. Sweat dripped down her face. It showed more of the castle, it was such an odd place. That's Makago, right? We never spoke, but she seemed nice enough. This is a little sad. Rui thought. I still don't understand what that place is, Aoi sighed. Oh. Lower Moon 4 looks rather pretty. If only she didn't have those ugly horns. Daki thought. The lower 5 was killed. His name was Rui. This is my single question for all of you, why is it you demons in the lower ranks are so utterly weak, Musen asked. You really were the favorite, weren't you, Rui? Zenitsu chuckled softly. I guess so, Rui said softly. Kibutsuji isn't wrong though. The lower moons were always weak. Shinazugawa thought. As Musen spoke, the camera shifted angles, showing the castle behind them. They were all still bowing, sweat dripped from their heads. You shouldn't be satisfied merely being among the 12 Kazuki, Musen continued, that is only the start. You must devour more humans, gain more power. That is the path to becoming useful to me. That's crazy logic, Tanjiro exclaimed, they shouldn't have to constantly prove themselves. For over a century upper members of the 12 Kazuki have remained unchanged. And it has always been those members who disposed of the Hashira. Meanwhile, how many times have you been replaced, Musen finished. How long has it been since an upper moon was killed, Zenitsu asked. 113 years, Abuyashiki said. That's such a long time, Zenitsu said softly. The lower moons are really weak, Takedo said. You make it sound so easy but the fact is. Kaminu thought. He's rather bold, thinking about the Demon King like that, Abuyashiki said. If he's thinking like that he'll disrupt the Demon King, Hantenga said. You make it sound so easy but the fact is, Musen repeated, what? Say it. Kibutsuji can read their minds, Sanjuro said, surprised. It's not too big of a surprise, Kibutsuji puts his cells into demons, that's what turns them. Mind reading isn't far-fetched, Iguro sighed. He can read my mind. This is bad. Kaminu thought, sweat dripping down his chin. What is bad? Mugen asked firmly, finish your thought. This is terrifying, Zenitsu murmured. The difference between leadership styles is massive, Yashiro said. The veins in Mugen's face became prominent as he spoke. Just then a large shadow went over Kaminu. His face was sweaty, and his eyes were wide. It then showed an area of the castle. A warm orangey yellow glow lit it up. Wait, what's happening? Tanjiro asked. A shadow is going over him, Urokadaki commented. Forgive me Mstr Kibutsuji, Kaminu begged, please. Show me mercy. He was being held upside down. Tears fell from his eyes. The flesh was consuming him. It zoomed out, a red flesh-like thing was holding him. It extended from Mugen's arm, it also had yellow eyes. What the hell, Shinazugawa muttered. What on earth is that? Makio asked. Is that Kibutsuji's blood demon art? Urokadaki asked. I guess we got another one of our questions answered, Yuzui said. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry, Kaminu begged. Seeing a demon begging for forgiveness is rather odd. Kocho thought. How pitiful, he thinks he'll be spared, Enmu sighed. Mugen seemed unfazed. Kaminu tried to struggle, but it wasn't working. It then zoomed into his face quickly. The reflection of the red flesh appeared in Kaminu's teary eye. Then, he screamed loudly as his blood fell from the flesh. I feel bad for him. I know that he's probably killed hundreds, if not more, humans but still. Tanjiro thought. The flesh, Kanata said softly. Oh my god, Aoi muttered, covering her mouth. That's so much blood, Tanjiro said, covering his mouth too. The blood went in front of all the lower moons, they all looked horrified. The flesh burped, when it opened its mouth it revealed the blood-stained teeth. And blood on the tongue too. That's terrible, Kenroji said, I mean, I've seen messed up things, but my goodness. How appealing, like a lovely work of art. If only it was a human, it would be even better. Gyako thought. That's gross, Takedo said. Why is this happening? Wakuraba wondered, blood was on his clothes. Am I, next? After all I went through to become a 12th Kazuki. Why? Why this? I thought I was going to do so much more. Hearing a demon sound so saddened is new, and it's rather odd, Rengoku said. I'll pray that they're taken out of their misery quickly. Would that have been me if I hadn't died? Rui wondered. Are you more afraid of the demon slayers than you are of me? Mugen asked. Their eyes widened at this question. Mukago, Lower Moon 4, was first to speak. No, Mukago shouted. She really is foolish, Doma sighed, what a shame. I'm sure every time you run into a Hashira-level demon slayer, your only thoughts are of escaping, Mugen said. Is that why we rarely run into lower moons? Rengoku asked. I suppose that would make sense, Kocho said. How stupid, they're scared of us so they run away, Shinazugawa scoffed. No. I'd never do that. I would put my own life on the line in order to fight for you, Mukago said, tears beginning to well up. These poor demons, even though they're in the 12th Kazuki, they're treated poorly, Sanjuro said. Kibutsuji leads through fear, I do not. That is the difference, Abuyashiki said. You're not just contradicting what I said, are you? Mugen asked firmly. Poor Lower Moon 4, she just doesn't get it, Doma sighed. How unflashy. There's not even room for a civil discussion, Yuzui said. Kibutsuji is the true evil. Tanjiro thought. Mukago couldn't say anything, tears streamed down her pale skin. Kaminu's blood was also on her face. She looked horrified. The reflection of the flesh appeared in her light blue eyes. She can't even say anything, she'll die either way, Iguro said. The flesh is going close to her too, Takedo commented. Just then it launched itself at her. Consuming her, blood splattered everywhere. After a moment her body stopped moving, then it showed Neikime. She seemed unfazed. The flesh made noises as it consumed Mikago. "Oh my god," Zenitsu said, covering his mouth. Several of the newer demon slayers covered their mouths and looked away. The scene was rather gruesome. While the older demon slayers seemed rather unfazed. "This is disgusting," Rengoku said. "I wonder if I'm going to kill all of them. It looks like Lower Moon 1 is here. I have a feeling that I'm going to spare him." Mugen thought. "It's all hopeless." Wakuraba thought, blood covered half of him. "Whether we agree or disagree with him, he's going to kill us. We can't beat him in a fight either." "That's so sad, they don't even have a chance of living," Kanroji said. "I know that they're demons, but still." "How hopeless," Genya said. "How unflashy," Yuzui sighed. "It's such to first person for a moment." He looked over at the flesh, it was moving around like a worm. He then looked forward, looking at Mugen. The flesh was appearing from Mugen's other arm. It then zoomed into Mugen's face. "Wait, is it first person?" Zenitsu asked. That flesh is so gross looking," Yuzui said. "I don't think it's a blood demon art, but maybe I'm wrong," Himejima said. "In that case," he thought. Wakuraba got up and vanished, Rokuro and Enmu gasped. Wakuraba zoomed around the castle, trying to find an exit. "Is he actually running?" Kanroji asked. "How foolish. If the Biwa woman controls the entire place, he cannot escape," Iguro sighed. "He's such a fool, and he's not even handsome." Daki thought. "How annoying." Neikime thought. "I'll run." Wakuraba thought. "He's a coward. He didn't even try to fight," Akaza said. "I should be glad the lower moons are getting killed off. But they were pretty weak anyways," Shinazugawa said. He ran up and down, appearing to fly. He zoomed around, blood stained his green kimono. It then showed Enmu, he was watching Wakuraba try to run. Enmu was smiling. "Now that he's running, we can get a better look at the place," Kanata said. "It's so odd, how is it staying up like that?" Shinjiro said. "I've never read about anything like that before. Aside from in fantasy stories," Kocho said. "What a fool." Enmu thought. "I just need to make it out of here somehow. Now that I'm far away." Wakuraba thought. "How scary. He's trying to run away from Lord Mugen, but it's futile." Hantenga thought. "I don't think the distance away matters," Aoi said softly. It zoomed into his eye, and then, before he could react, it showed blood spilling. And Mugen was holding his decapitated head. "Why is it zooming into his eye?" Tanjiro asked. He paused. "Oh. There's so much blood, he was killed too," Roy concluded. "His head," Makio said. "The 12 Kazuki would be better off only consisting of just the upper ranks." "I will be dismantling the others," Mugen said casually. "I don't know how to feel about this," Tamayo said. "Huh? What do you mean, Lady Tamayo?" Yushir asked. "Well, if Kibutsuji eliminates the lower moons, he'll likely put more effort in the upper moons," Tamayo said. "I'm quite curious with how he captured him." "I didn't hear the Biwa get struck," Kocho said. "He got me." Wakuraba thought in disbelief. "How? Was it that Biwa player's technique?" "No. I didn't hear it make any sounds. I can't regenerate my body." "Why?" Blood flowed out of his head. Then the screen went black for a moment. When it returned, blood was splattered all over the platform. The sound of blood spilling was heard, as it panned over to the two remaining lower moons. Then Mugen threw Wakuraba's head at them. "That's so much blood," Aoi said. "It's like a massacre," Kocho said, covering her mouth. "It's like that day," Genya whispered. "I'll pray that they find peace in the afterlife after such a gruesome death," Himejima said. The screen went black again for a moment. A bell sound happened and then it faded into Mugen's feminine face. "Do either of you have any last words to share?" Mugen asked. Rokuro sat up and spoke, "I can still be of use to you. If you could just give me a little bit of time, I swear you won't regret it." The roles have reversed. "It's now the demons begging for their lives," Tanjiro said. "I doubt it'll work," Shinazugawa scoffed. "Most demons are heartless creatures that care about no one but themselves. I wonder if Lord Mugen will leave me for last." Enmu thought. "I hope he does." "Exactly how long are you asking for?" Mugen asked. "How do you intend to be useful to me? And what precisely can you accomplish with your meager skills?" "How cruel," Hinetsuru thought. "Why are they members of the 12 Kazuki if their skills are meager?" Aoi asked. "Probably because they were stronger than other demons," Rengoku said. "Your blood. If you could give me a portion of your blood, I will surely rise to meet your expectations. I will fight for you, stronger than before," Rokuro pleaded. "How dare he demand you for your blood, Lord Mugen," Daki said. "What are you talking about?" "He's not demanding anything," Senjuro said. "If he's only going to be able to be stronger with more blood, then he isn't worth his rank," Gyako scoffed. "Do you actually believe you are in any position to order me to give you my blood?" Mugen asked. "Shameless is an understatement. You will remember your place." "You misunderstand me," Rokuro tried to say. "I only said." Silence. "I misunderstood nothing," Mugen said. "I am never mistaken. I am the one who calls the shots. My word is absolute." "You can't be right all the time," Yashiro muttered. "He's definitely a narcissist," Kocho thought. "He matches all the symptoms in a book I read a few months ago." Next. 2. Mugen was a trail of blood. Yet somehow, Mugen's kimono had no blood stains on it. It panned over to Rokuro's face. He was trembling. "Mugen Dano, you look so nice is that kimono," Doma complimented. "How gross," Kocho scoffed. "What I say is correct by default. It is not for you to refute. And yet you tried to give me instructions." "You deserve to die for that," Mugen said coldly. "That doesn't even make sense." "It doesn't work like that," Tanjiro said. "He didn't even try to give you directions," Iguro said. "Be quiet," Mugen snapped. The screen went black. It then showed a ledge. Blood was flowing down it like a river. It then showed Enmu. He was blushing and blood was on his hair and face. "The blood reminds me of a river," Yashiro said. "Is he blushing?" Rengoku asked. "That's rather gross, he's blushing at the blood," Himejima said. "Do you have any last words?" Mugen asked the sole lower moon. "He'll be next to go," Wakuraba thought. "Everything hinges on the MSTR's mood. I'll be dead soon myself." "Wait," Makio said. "HM. What's up, Makio?" Hinetsuru asked. "All of the lower moons were killed, right? But he's right there. Does that mean he's going to be spared?" Makio asked. "That's a good assumption, Makio," Yuzui said. Enmu was surrounded by blood. It then showed Wakuraba's head, still covered in blood. "Well, let me see," Enmu said, bringing his hands together. "This is all like a wonderful dream for me. For me to be able to perish by your very hand in the flesh. And I so enjoyed hearing the other demons' dying breaths." "How gross," Kenroji said. "A wonderful dream," Tanjiro repeated, confused. "How is that a wonderful dream? Demons are awful creatures. I swear I'll kill all of them." Shinazugawa thought. As Enmu spoke, it showed the other lower moon's faces. Enmu was making noises, he was so happy that he could be killed by Mugen. How truly fortunate am I. I do so love to see others in the throes of despair and agony. It's like a dream come true for me. You have my profound gratitude for saving me for the end, Enmu continued. I guess we shouldn't be surprised. He is a lower moon after all, Iguro said. To think that one would love watching others suffer makes me sad, Himejima said. That's just how most demons are, Kocho sighed. Mugen stared at Enmu. He closed his eyes slightly, then it quickly panned down. A giant needle at the end of the flesh arm went into Enmu's neck. Enmu gagged, it then showed a close-up of his neck. Mugen's blood was getting pumped into Enmu. Did a needle just go into his neck? Aoi asked. It was the flesh, does that mean he's going to receive more of Kibutsuji's blood? Kocho asked. That can't be good, Rengoku said. I'm going to receive more of Lord Mugen's blood. How wonderful. Enmu thought. Enmu looked like he was seizing. His body flopped around as Neikime and Mugen watched. It zoomed out, showing the spray of blood all over the platform. Why is he moving around like that? Inosuke asked. It looks like he's seizing, Kocho said. There's so much blood on that platform, Kanroji whispered, it's so sad. That's more like it. I'll give you a generous amount of my blood. Although you may not be able to handle its magnitude and die. If you do manage to acclimate, you are certain to become stronger, Mugen smiled. I remember what happened to that woman who was given a bunch of his blood, Shinjiro said. Please don't remind me, Zenitsu shivered. That's rather concerning, Abuyashiki said. If I get more of Lord Mugen's blood, maybe I can challenge an upper rank. Enmu thought. Enmu appeared to be struggling to breathe. The veins on his body looked prominent. Then you are to make yourself useful. By killing Hashiras of the demon slayers, Mugen demanded, he then pointed to his ear, if you are able to kill the demon slayer wearing Hanafuda earrings. I will give you even more of my blood. You're gonna have to try more to kill one of us, Shinazugawa said. Wait. He still wants to kill me, Tanjiro said, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Don't worry Tanjiro, Abuyashiki said. So all I have to do is kill a Hashira and that brat, and then I'll get more of his blood. Enmu thought, he smiled. Enmu coughed, as he looked at Mugen. Neikime struck her biwa twice, and 2 sliding doors opened, leading to outside. Mugen went through it and several doors shut behind him. Neikime repeatedly struck her biwa. So it does look like the biwa woman controls everything there, Kadaki said, even where they end up. That's so scary, Zenitsu said. Does that mean, if she knew where the butterfly mansion was she could send a demon there? Aoi asked. Most likely, Kocho said, this is rather concerning. Then a door opened under Enmu. It went black, then showed the real world again. Enmu fell on the ground and the door above him disappeared. Enmu rolled over. What's this? I see something. It's pouring into me, along with Mstr Mugen's blood. Enmu thought. Kibutsuji can share memories, Tanjiro said in shock. I suppose it's to be expected, since Lower Moon 1 just got quite a bit of his blood, Abuyashiki said. I didn't know that Lord Mugen could share memories. Daki thought. A memory of Tanjiro running appeared in Enmu's mind. Enmu gasped, and chuckled. If I kill a Hashira and this kid, I can get even more blood, Enmu said, it's like a dream. Don't underestimate us, Rengoku said. He's mentioned dreams several times, I wonder if his blood demon art has to do with dreams, Kocho muttered to herself. The screen went black as Enmu finished talking. It then went back to the butterfly mansion, the sun was nearly up. Oh, we're back to the butterfly mansion, Tanjiro said. I'm glad, I was getting sick of seeing the creepy demons, Zenitsu said. It is now morning. Wake up everyone, Tanjiro's crow said. It's my crow, Tanjiro said. He's likely informing you about the new mission, Amain said. Yeah, Tanjiro smiled. Wait, that means we have to leave the butterfly mansion. I don't want to leave, Zenitsu said. I'm glad I won't have to listen to your whining, Aoi joked. The hell, Inosuke asked groggily. Tanjiro was already sitting up, as Zenitsu and Inosuke woke up. Zenitsu had drool on the side of his mouth. Why am I drooling? Zenitsu muttered. Were you already awake, Manjiro? Inosuke asked. I guess so, Tanjiro said. I won't lose next time, Inosuke laughed. What's going on? Zenitsu asked, half asleep. The casualties of the Mugen train. More than 40 are missing as it currently stands. You are to join Kaijuro Rengoku on site. Head west at once. Head west at once, Tanjiro Crow informed the trio. The Mugen train, Tanjiro asked. It's probably the train we saw last. Reaction, Zenitsu said. 40 victims, Takedo said. 3 of the lowest-ranking slayers, and a Hashira, Iguro asked, isn't that a little excessive? What do you mean, Iguro-san? Kanroji asked. Well, the demon we saw didn't seem to have any kanji in its eyes. Plus, we didn't see it at the meeting, Iguro said. I see your point. But I'm sure there's a reason I chose to send 4 slayers, Abuyashiki said. It then transitioned to the MSTR's mansion. Kocho was the only one bowing in front of him. For the Mugen train mission, I have decided to send Tanjiro and the others. Might I ask what caused you to recommend him in the first place, Shinobu? Abuyashiki asked. Oh, you recommended us, Tanjiro asked. It seems that I did, Kocho said. Tanjiro has a pure soul, and will work diligently towards all his goals. And the potential he showed exceeded my expectations, Kocho explained, and perhaps most importantly of all, he has a clear path in mind in regards to defeating Kibutsuji. Ah, thank you Kocho-san, Tanjiro said, blushing from embarrassment. No need to thank me, every word I said is true, Kocho said. Did I pass your expectations? Zenitsu asked. I'm sure you did, Kocho smiled. I am in complete agreement with you on those counts, Abuyashiki said. On another matter, Tanjiro told me that his father had used fire breathing, Kocho said. Oh right. I nearly forgot about that, Senjuro said. Ah, Abuyashiki said. As of now, there's no denying that he still has quite a way to go, but I think that Rengoku, our flame Hashira, could give him assistance, Kocho smiled. Ah, I see. That must be why I chose to send them, Abuyashiki said. I'll do my best to give you 3 assistants, Rengoku smiled brightly. Fair enough. Considering that his sister is not a danger to humans, as well as the fact that he came face to face with Mugen, these signs may very well point to this being Tanjiro's destiny, Abuyashiki said. What does that mean? Tanjiro asked. His only destiny is me killing that brat. Mugen thought. It transitioned to Tanjiro walking through the butterfly mansion hallways. He was smiling brightly. All right, it's time to go, Tanjiro said. Just then another slayer walked down the halls. He had the normal uniform, and what looked like a purple vest on top. There was a clear scar that went over his nose. Genya, is that you? Tanjiro asked. My face wasn't even shown, how did you know it was me? Genya asked. The scar and vest, Tanjiro smiled. Someone's coming, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro moved out of the way for Genya, however Genya purposefully walked into Tanjiro. Tanjiro gasped softly, but Genya kept walking. You were really intent on bumping into me, weren't you? Tanjiro said, chuckling softly. Genya, apologize, Himejima demanded. Sorry, Genya said. You bulked up so much, Zenitsu said loudly. He was really intent on bumping into me. Tanjiro thought, he then turned around. Wait, this guy. Was he at final selection? Why can you remember everyone but me? Zenitsu whined. I'm sorry, Zenitsu, Tanjiro said. I mean, to be fair, he did break my arm, Genya said. The memory of Genya and Tanjiro appeared in Tanjiro's mind. He bulked up a lot in such a short time. But there's something else, his scent. Tanjiro thought. Genya froze, and began thinking. My scent? Does he mean? No. That can't be true, there's no way he knows. Is something wrong with Genya's scent? Himejima asked. I'm not sure, perhaps he's injured and I'm smelling blood, Tanjiro reasoned. It's been a while. Glad to see you're doing well, Tanjiro shouted. Genya didn't say anything, he just kept walking. Tanjiro groaned. It cut to Tanjiro and Aoi outside. Aoi was doing laundry. Oh. You didn't even say anything, Kenroji said. Huh? Why are you outside? Aoi asked. I'm probably going to say goodbye, Tanjiro smiled. Oh really? You're heading out now, Aoi asked. It was only for a short time, but I'm glad we got to spend it together. Good luck out there. You take care now. I'm glad too, you were an amazing trainer, Tanjiro smiled. Ah, thank you, Aoi said, blushing softly from embarrassment. Thanks for everything, you looked after us even though you were busy yourself. And now we can get back into battle, Tanjiro smiled. I agree. Thank you Miss Aoi, Zenitsu said. If I take care of you next time, you better take your medicine, Aoi laughed. No need to thank me. It was by chance I got through final selection. And after that, I was too cowardly to step foot in battle, Aoi said sadly, removing a cloth from the line. Tanjiro frowned, don't say that Aoi. Even if you're too scared to go into battle, you still do so much. No, I'm not wrong. You don't have to say that, Aoi said softly. I'm not lying though. Your worth isn't determined by how useful in battle you are. Plus if you didn't work at the mansion we wouldn't have healed as quickly, Tanjiro said. Aoi whispered, she was speechless. Thank you Tanjiro-kun. Kocho thought. None of that matters, Tanjiro said. Aoi gasped softly, as she clutched onto the cloth. I'm glad that my words made you feel better, Tanjiro smiled. This kid really is determined to make everyone feel better. Iguro thought. He thinks I'm important. Aoi thought. Because you kindly helped me out, Aoi, you're a part of me now. All your emotions, I'll carry them onto the battlefield. Do you really mean that? Aoi asked. Of course, Tanjiro smiled. The wind blew through Aoi's hair, as Tanjiro's words took effect. Aoi's entire thoughts were now shifting. If I get hurt, I hope you'll look after me again, Tanjiro smiled as he ran off. I agree, Inosuke said. Aoi watched Tanjiro run off, she was holding the sheets in her hand. Tanjiro's words had made her feel important. It zoomed out slightly, then showed the back of Kanao. I'm glad I made her feel better. Tanjiro thought. Oh, it's you Kanao-chan, Kenroji smiled. There you are, Tanjiro said, running up to Kanao, hey Kanao. We're heading out now. Thanks for everything. Why is he thanking me? Kanao wondered. Are you going to change Kanao's life too? Kocho chuckled. What's that supposed to mean? Tanjiro laughed. Kanao didn't say anything, she just smiled at Tanjiro. Tanjiro was getting a little nervous, since it seemed like Kanao was ignoring him. After a moment, Kanao pulled out a coin. Are you not going to talk? Suma asked. Now that I think about it, I don't think we've heard you talk to me in the future, Tanjiro said. The coin, Zenitsu said. What's that? Tanjiro asked. Kanao then flipped the coin, it was tails. She looked at Tanjiro and finally spoke. All I did was follow the teacher's orders, Kanao smiled, and so there is no need for you to thank me. Farewell. You spoke to me, Tanjiro smiled. Now, don't sell yourself short, Kanao, Kocho said. Her voice is pretty. Zenitsu thought. She actually talked to me. Tanjiro thought. He smiled brightly. What was that you just flipped? Tanjiro asked, hoping she'd talk again. They'd look good in my artwork. Gyako thought. This is rather boring. Kokashibo thought. Bye for now, Kanao said. Money, Tanjiro asked, sitting down next to her. It says heads and tails, huh? Why did you flip it? Well. I guess I know the answer to that, Tanjiro said softly. Goodbye, Kanao said, smiling. You're really insistent on him leaving, aren't you? Kanroji chuckled. You sure made that thing spin, Tanjiro commented. Tanjiro's not wrong. You really did make that spin, Zenitsu said. It was rather flashy, Yuzui said. I flipped this to help me decide things that weren't ordered. Just now I decided whether to speak to you or not. Don't speak was heads, and do speak was tails. And tails is what it landed on, Kanao explained. She smiled. Farewell. That makes sense. But why don't you choose for yourself? Tanjiro asked. Nothing matters to me, so I use this to make a decision, Kanao said. Why don't you choose for yourself? Tanjiro asked. Which do you want to do? It doesn't matter. Nothing matters to me, so I can't decide for myself, Kanao said. I don't think there's anything that doesn't matter. Everything has its use, Tanjiro said. I agree, Zenitsu said. I don't think there's anything in this world that doesn't matter, Tanjiro smiled. Kanao just smiled, but Tanjiro continued speaking. I guess, the voice in your heart is just really tiny, Tanjiro concluded, as he crossed his arms. Following orders is important to an extent, but what does he mean? Kanao wondered. You're really about to change her life, aren't you? Rengoku said, laughing softly. That would be pretty flashy, Yuzui said. Tanjiro hit his hand and smiled. He finally thought of an idea. He leaned towards Kanao a little and pointed at her coin. Hey, can I borrow that? Tanjiro asked. Why do you want my coin? Kanao asked. I'm not sure, Tanjiro said. Who is he again? Takedo wondered. Sure, Kanao said, handing Tanjiro the coin. Thank you, Tanjiro smiled. Tanjiro stood up and walked forward. Kanao's eyes widened a bit as Tanjiro went in front of her. What are you going to do with the coin? Zenitsu asked. Eat it, Inosuke said loudly. Heavens no, Tanjiro said, I wouldn't do that. Okay, we're going to use this to decide, Tanjiro said, raising the coin. Wait, you're going to decide something? Tamayo asked. I think I know what we're going to decide, Tanjiro smiled. What? Kanao asked. I'll let my future self say it, Tanjiro said. Decide, Kanao repeated, confused. Whether you'll listen to your own heart from this point on, Tanjiro smiled. What? Kanao said. I was right, Tanjiro smiled. Tanjiro spun the coin and caught it, before looking up. Kanao was surprised by this, then Tanjiro flipped the coin, it went rather high. The coin was in focus as it spun. What a show-off. Inosuke thought. I was right, he is going to change her life. Kocho thought, chuckling softly. Whoa. I flipped it way too high, Tanjiro said, heads. Let's make it heads. Kanao watched the coin in the air, as it spun. If it comes up as heads, you're going to follow your heart, Tanjiro said. What is it going to land on? Kanao wondered, internally panicking. I hope it's going to land on heads, Tanjiro said sweetly. It's like young love. How cute. Kanroji thought. As the coin began to fall, the wind blew through Kanao's hair. She closed her eyes for a moment, while Tanjiro was panicking. It made the wind so strong that it blew through Kanao-chan's hair. That's rather impressive, Kanroji said. That's rather cool, Zenitsu said. Huh? Hey! Where did it go? Tanjiro panicked, little white bubbles were around his head. Please tell me you didn't lose it, Kanao said. I don't think I did, Tanjiro panicked, but if I did, I'll look for it until I find it. The little bubbles are around his head again, Rengoku said. Tanjiro was stumbling around, trying to find the coin. Kanao looked worried, she wasn't smiling anymore. Is that it? Tanjiro said. After a moment, Tanjiro caught the coin. He smiled and turned to Kanao. She had little dots for eyes, and Tanjiro's face was blushing a little. Oh, good. I caught it, Tanjiro sighed. Ah, Kanao-chan has dots for eyes. That's so cute, Suma said. You see that, Kanao? Tanjiro asked. I got it. Kanao blinked, and Tanjiro came running back over. His hand covered the coin, so Kanao couldn't see what it was. I didn't see what it was. Kanao thought. I hope my future self saw it. What is it going to be? Amain asked. I didn't see what it was, Kuina said. I don't care about this mushy stuff. Jutaro thought. Are you ready? Tanjiro asked, still covering the coin with his calloused hands. Wow, your hands are really calloused, Rui said. Well, I have been training for over 2 years with barely any breaks, Tanjiro said. Which will it be? His back was blocking it so I couldn't see which way it fell. Kanao thought, internally panicking. No. I couldn't see it. Kanao thought. There's no need to worry, Kanao, Kocho smiled. I didn't mean to make you panic, Kanao. I'm sorry, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro slowly moved his hand, revealing the coin. The coin had landed on heads. It's heads, Tanjiro cheered, that means you'll follow your heart. How flashy, Yuzui said, I mean, it was a 50-50 but still. Getting it on your first try is impressive. It came up as heads, Tanjiro smiled, he jumped up. Then he held the coin out, here you go. Kanao went to take the coin, but Tanjiro put his hands around her. He leaned forward slightly. Kanao was rather surprised by this. Tanjiro. You're trying to beat me and get a girlfriend first. Zenitsu thought. Remember, it's the heart that drives people. So it can grow as strong as you need it to, Tanjiro smiled, he then pulled away, all right. See you later. You are correct, Kamado-kun. The heart is what drives people, Rengoku agreed. That's so sweet, Suma said. Tanjiro began to run off, meanwhile, Kanao was still trying to process what had happened. She looked over, and stood up. How did it come up heads? Kanao shouted. Just by luck, Tanjiro smiled. It was just luck, Tomioka asked. Of course, I would never cheat, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro turned around. I saw his hand when he flipped it. I'm sure he didn't cheat, but still. Kanao thought. Just by chance. Although, if it were tails. I was going to keep tossing it until it finally came up heads, Tanjiro smiled. Why you would have kept flipping it, Kanao asked in disbelief. Of course, you deserve to follow your heart, Tanjiro smiled. How sweet, Kocho said softly. It began to zoom into Kanao. Wind soared through her hair and cloak. It zoomed into her face, the highlights in her eyes swirled as she gasped. That was so cool, Inosuke said. Why did your eyes do that, Kanao? Zenitsu asked kindly. You're really pretty, Kanao, Tanjiro smiled. He would do that. Kanao thought, she brought her hand to her mouth. Kane. I think Kanao is going to be alright. Kocho thought. Take care of yourself, Tanjiro said, running off. Kanao was in shock, she looked down at the coin in her hand. She brought it close to her, and looked down. It quickly shifted to the girls, they were standing behind the large gourds. All 3 of you are now blowing into the gourds, Kenroji said. I believe that you all can do it, Kocho said. Thank you, the trio said. There were 3 gourds, 1 for each of Tanjiro's closest friends. The trio began to blow air into the gourds. Their cheeks were turning red. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it, the girls cheered. The trio continued to blow into the gourds. And after a few more moments they burst the gourds open. We did it, Tanjiro cheered. I can't believe we burst the largest gourds, Zenitsu said. Good job, Rengoku praised. Great job everyone, the girls praised. Here, Kyo smiled, holding a basket of rice ball. Rice ball, Kanroji said. How kind of them, Tanjiro smiled. Thanks girls, Tanjiro said. Inosuke was going for the basket, but Zenitsu held him back. Hey! What's that for? Inosuke asked. If you eat them all now, we won't have any for our journey, Zenitsu said. So, Inosuke asked. Just try not to eat too many before we leave, Tanjiro said. Don't eat it now, Zenitsu said. Inosuke grabbed several rice balls. And there he goes, not listening to a word I said. Zenitsu thought, sighing. We hope you all defeat a lot of demons, the girl said. We'll do our best, Tanjiro said. Inosuke had taken off his mask so he could eat the rice ball. Zenitsu looked rather angry. Hey, I told you not to eat it now, Zenitsu said, grabbing Inosuke's neck. Hey! Don't grab my neck, Inosuke shouted. Well then don't eat the rice ball, Zenitsu said. Please don't fight, Tanjiro sighed. Shut up, Inosuke yelled. Someone should teach you some manners, Zenitsu said, still holding Inosuke's neck. What are manners? Inosuke asked. You're hopeless, Zenitsu sighed. Tanjiro looked over and noticed someone. Tomioka, Tanjiro called out, he ran over. Are you there to see us off? Tanjiro asked. Probably, Tomioka said. How thoughtful of you Tomioka-san, Kocho said, smiling. Heading into battle now, Tomioka asked. Yes sir, Tanjiro said. I hear that you've mastered total concentration, constant, Tomioka said. You heard that? That was quick, Aoi said. Especially since we just broke the largest gourds, Zenitsu said. I probably heard it from Kocho-san, Tomioka said. I have, Tanjiro said, proudly. You should keep at it, Tomioka said. Yes sir, Tanjiro said, bowing his head slightly, Tomioka. About Nezuko, thank you very much. The fact that you put your life on the line. I had no idea, I don't know how to ever repay you. You can thank me by killing demons, Tomioka said. I got it. I'll do my best, Tanjiro smiled. They're rather close, aren't they? He can get him to speak so easily. I'm rather jealous. Kocho thought. You can thank me, by doing your best work, Tomioka said, turning away, our mission is to kill demons. That is all, got it? Tomioka vanished in the blink of an eye. Got it, Tanjiro smiled. Just then the sound of crying was heard. Tanjiro turned to see what was happening, it was the girls. The girls are crying. Is everything alright? Kocho asked. I hope they're all okay, Kanroji said. Oh. Good they're safe, Kocho sighed happily. Be safe, you guys, Kyo said. Inosuke had the little bubbles around him, showing that he was happy. Meanwhile Zenitsu looked like he was crying. Your reactions are very different, Suma chuckled. Yeah, Inosuke, you look happy, Tanjiro said, the little bubbles are around your head. There's no need to cry Agatsuma-kun, I'll be sure to protect all of my juniors on this mission, Rengoku smiled brightly. Thanks, Zenitsu said. Oh no. Saying goodbye has broken your little hearts. I can stay behind if you'd like, Zenitsu said. I doubt they're sad. Aoi thought. You cannot stay behind. If Oyakata-sama put you on a mission, the right thing to do is attend and kill the demon, Rengoku said. Staying behind would be so unflashy, Yuzui said. Zenitsu, while you're on your journey, please learn to be considerate and respectful of girls, okay, Kyo said. Wow, right in the gut, Zenitsu said. They have a point though, Aoi said. Okay, I get it. I'll do better, Zenitsu said. Yes, Zenitsu said. I'm feeling happy, Inosuke said. I'm glad that you're feeling happy, Inosuke, Tanjiro smiled. You do feel a little sad that I'm leaving though, right? Zenitsu asked. We're not sad, the girls said in sync. They didn't have to be that blunt, Zenitsu said. It transitioned, showing the sky, rather than Tanjiro's face. They were getting ready to depart. All right, everyone. We're heading out now, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro and Zenitsu waved goodbye to the girls. While Inosuke didn't. It then transitioned to later in the evening. People were walking around the train station. What is that place? Tanjiro asked. It's a train station, Zenitsu said, that's what the crow was talking about. Do you not know what a train is? Rengoku asked. Hey. Wait a minute, Inosuke said. It then showed the Mugen train. Wait, could it be? I've heard of such a being. The MSTR and ruler of this land, Inosuke said, shaking. What? No. It's a train, Zenitsu said. A train, Tanjiro asked. It's a vehicle that transports people, Zenitsu said. Whoa, that's so cool, Tanjiro said. Inosuke ran back over to his friends. At such an intimidating size. There's no mistaking it. It looks like it's asleep, but don't let that fool you, Inosuke said. A train isn't alive, Hinetsuru said. That makes sense, Tanjiro said. I don't believe you, Inosuke said. It's a train, Zenitsu said, you've never seen one. Inosuke smacked Zenitsu's face, quiet down. Or you'll wake it. I'll lead the charge to take it down. Inosuke, the train isn't the demon you need to kill, Kocho said. Nor can it wake up, Zenitsu huffed. Inosuke went to grab his swords, but Tanjiro interjected. Inosuke, stop, Tanjiro said, then he spoke with full confidence, this might be the guardian spirit of this land. So we shouldn't be attacking it carelessly. Zenitsu said, I've lost hope for both of you. Why am I the only normal one? Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Inosuke asked. Were you not listening when he said it was a train? Iguro asked. Well, to be fair, I've never seen a train before, Tanjiro said, my village was too small for one. I said it's a train. You've never seen one either. A vehicle for transportation. Man, you're sheltered, Zenitsu said. Huh? Train. That's what the crow was talking about, Tanjiro asked. They both watched as Inosuke started to walk away from the train. Inosuke, what are you doing? Tanjiro asked. What is he doing? Zenitsu asked. Inosuke started yelling, steam left the mask and he charged at the train. Inosuke. You cannot headbutt the train, Zenitsu said. Why not? Inosuke asked loudly. You'll attract attention, Zenitsu said. If the police get involved that could be bad, Kanroji said. Ready or not I'm coming through, Inosuke yelled. Inosuke headbutt the train. Stop embarrassing us, Zenitsu yelled. Just then there was a whistle, and the police started to run to them. Hey! What do you think you're doing? They asked. OCRP. Officers noticed us, Zenitsu said. You'll have to hurry onto the train, Shinazugawa said. Right, the police don't know about us, Tanjiro said, I nearly forgot. Look, these three have swords, the other officer said, the police, call the police. Not good, Zenitsu repeated, he grabbed Inosuke's head, run for it. Hey! Why are you holding me like that? Inosuke asked. Would you rather get arrested? Zenitsu asked. You're going to have to hide your swords, Urokadaki said. Hide them? Well, we can probably put them on our backs, Tanjiro said. Zenitsu carried Tanjiro and Inosuke, they ran across the train platform. We went through hell cause of you, Inosuke, say sorry, Zenitsu said firmly. I'm not saying sorry, Inosuke said. You're so stubborn, Inosuke, Tanjiro sighed. Agatsuma-kun isn't wrong. If this was a mission where you had to blend in, you'd fail it, Shinjiro said. Oh yeah? Well, explain why we had to run from those guys in the first place, Inosuke yelled. 'Cause demon slayers aren't officially recognized by the government. So we can't just have our swords out in the public like that. If we told them about the demons, it's not like they would believe us anyways, Zenitsu said firmly. I'm rather surprised that the only other time I've encountered police was in Akasusa, Tanjiro said. That is a good thing, Kocho said. It's such a shame that the government isn't on our side. It would make things so much easier, Yuzui said. But we're trying hard to help everyone, Tanjiro said sadly. That is the sad truth. Even though we are trying to have humans, the public and government do not know, Rengoku said. It's just the way things go. For now, let's hide our swords away, Zenitsu said. Inosuke began to laugh, he then put his swords into his briefs. Thinking that they were hidden. Tanjiro and Zenitsu seemed disappointed, even though Inosuke was proud. We can all still see them, Zenitsu sighed. We can see them. Put something on, Zenitsu said. Just then the train whistled, and steam began to emanate from it. Signaling that it was about to depart. What does that noise mean? Tanjiro asked. Oh no. That means the train is leaving, Zenitsu said. You'll have to hurry so that you can get on board, Makio said. Oh no. The train's leaving. Are the police still around? Zenitsu said, peeking around the corner. Either way you're going to have to make a dazzling entrance, Yuzui said. If you don't make it on the train, you can't complete your mission, Rengoku said. Do your best, Kanroji said. We have to go either way, Tanjiro said. Inosuke laughed, here I come. MSTR of the land. Inosuke. What if the police officer is nearby? Zenitsu asked. I don't care, Inosuke laughed, I need to get on that beast. What are you doing? Zenitsu shrieked. Well, we're going to have to get on the train anyways, Tanjiro said. That is true, Tamayo said. We should go too, Tanjiro said, running after Inosuke. Hey, you three, a police officer yelled. OCRP. He was still there, Suma said. It's alright, I'm sure they can get on the train before he catches them, Makio said. The three of them ran after the train, ignoring the officer. Tanjiro and Inosuke landed on the caboose, while Zenitsu didn't. I hope the officer doesn't chase you, Kocho said. He probably won't since we're going on the train tracks, Zenitsu said. You missed the caboose, Takedo said. I'm surprised you're able to keep up with a train, Rengoku said. Tanjiro. Inosuke, Zenitsu yelled, tears running down his face. Please pull me up, I beg of you, Zenitsu pleaded. We're going to pull you up, promise, Tanjiro said. Zenitsu grabbed onto the railing and was holding on to the train. Zenitsu, Tanjiro yelled. Tanjiro and Inosuke grabbed Zenitsu's arms and pulled him onto the train. Zenitsu toppled them over, but they were all alive. The train continued to go and Inosuke laughed. The wind blew through their hair. I'm glad that you all are on the train, Tomioka said. I agree, but you probably shouldn't be standing on the caboose, Kocho said, it'd be safer inside. This thing's fast, Inosuke laughed. I've never seen something move that fast. It's so interesting, Tanjiro smiled. I'm glad you don't get motion sickness, Kocho chuckled. What's that? Tanjiro asked. It's when your eyes see that you're moving, but your ears don't recognize it. This can cause nausea, Kocho explained. Hey Tanjiro, Zenitsu said. Tanjiro looked over at Zenitsu, Tanjiro's earrings were blowing in the wind too. You sure about bringing Nezuko along? Wouldn't the safest place for her be back at headquarters? Zenitsu asked. You're not wrong, but I don't want us to be separated, Tanjiro said, never again. Ah, that makes sense, Zenitsu said. I have a feeling that his actions are a part of a trauma response. Kocho thought. Plus, she's a demon so she can't die easily, Rengoku said. Tanjiro took a moment to respond, this is fine. Wherever we go, we will always be together. We're never going to be apart again. It showed a sleeping little Nezuko in the box, and then the screen faded to black. On to the next episode, Shira said. Season 2 Episode 1, Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku. As the screen lit up it showed the Mugen train chugging along the tracks in the darkness. A conductor walked through the train, then the lights began to flicker. He gasped softly and turned around, finding no one. However, as he looked closer, there was a figure on the other side of the door. Oh, it's the Mugen train, Kocho said. I believe that could be where my new mission is, Rengoku said. The lights are flickering, that's so creepy, Kanroji said. Is that a figure on the other side of the door, Zenitsu asked. His eyes widened, and he began to back away. It zoomed out a bit, showing the man running across the train car. However, a flash of blue quickly followed him, his face pressed against the window. His blood splattered his body and the glass. His body fell to the ground, leaving the blood on the glass. Is that a demon? Michika asked, squinting her eyes. A demon that's quick, that's annoying, Kocho sighed. That poor person, Himejima sighed softly, I'll pray for them. It zoomed out, showing the several other doors, connecting to the cars on the train. The lights in the train began to turn off, as the screen faded to black. The screen lit back up, showing the title. The background was white fading into the colors of fire. You said that was a train, right, Zenitsu? Tanjiro asked. That's right, Zenitsu said. Whoa, it looks like fire, Rui said. It then showed a wooden wall covered in missing persons papers. Next it showed a street, there was a man sitting on the ground. The sky was orange, and light was pouring in. Then a man wearing the Demon Slayer uniform and a blue haori began walking into a noodle shop. What are those posters for? Inosuke asked. Those seem to be missing person papers, Senjuro said. That can't be good, Rengoku sighed. Oh. Who is that? Himejima asked. There was a crow perched on the sign. It then showed Rengoku's mouth, he was slurping noodles. Steam was coming off the hot noodles. The Demon Slayer shut the door and looked over. Oh. That's Kamani, Rengoku smiled. Those noodles look so good, Kanroji said, their mouth watering. Tasty, Rengoku said. Rengoku took another bite of his noodles, repeating the word tasty. It showed his back, he wore a flame cape. He then slurped up the rest of his food. Your haori is very nice, Rengoku, Suma smiled. Why thank you Suma-san, Rengoku said, it was passed down through generations. Tasty, Rengoku said loudly. Flame Hashira, forgive me for intruding, the Demon Slayer said, bowing. Please, come and take a seat. MSTR, bring this young man what I'm having, Rengoku said. I hope that Demon Slayer has a good reason to interrupt a Hashira, Iguro sighed. We're good friends, so I assume he's going to inform me of something, Rengoku said. You refer to that man as MSTR, Hinaki asked. It's likely just a respectful thing, Kiriya said. An older man began to make noodles for the Demon Slayer, as he sat across from Rengoku. You sure about that? The Slayer asked. Yes of course, Rengoku said, turning to the old man, make that 2 bowls. You're going to eat another bowl of ramen, Kanroji asked, I mean, it looks amazing. Of course, Rengoku smiled brightly. My. You sure eat with gusto, don't you, he said, picking up the bowl, sit tight. Flame Hashira, your work last night was magnificent, the Demon Slayer said. I'd expect nothing less, Abuyashiki said. Yeah. Rengoku, you're an amazing Hashira, Kanroji smiled. He seems to be loved by the other Hashira. I can tell that he has a strong spirit. Tanjiro thought, smiling. You're too kind. I only wish I could have done more, Rengoku said, as the noodles continued being prepared. How's the injured woman faring? A woman was injured. I'll pray for her quick recovery, Himejima said. It's a shame you have to pray for her. Demons who hurt people shouldn't exist, Kocho sighed. Your words are confusing. Does that mean you didn't kill the demon? Shinazugawa asked. It's possible. I assure you that I will do my best to kill this demon in the future, however, Rengoku said. According to the doctor, the wounds she suffered won't leave her with any scars, the demon slayer said. I'm so glad, she likely got treated early, Aoi said. How disappointing, not even a single scar. They must be a new demon, Enmu said. I see, good thing she got treated early, Rengoku said. Yes, and all thanks to your bravery, the demon slayer said. I agree with that, demon slayer, you are very brave, Rengoku-san, Himejima said. Why thank you, Himejima, Rengoku smiled. The noodles were finished being prepared. The chef was just adding some garnishes. It showed a close-up of the noodles that were given to both demon slayers. Those noodles look amazing, Kanroji smiled. When we have a break, I'll make you some, Iguro said. Thank you, Iguro-san, Kanroji said. My thanks, the demon slayer said, praying. What's this? Rengoku asked, as the old man set a plate on their table. A little treat on the house, the man said, walking away. A treat on the house? How kind of him, Kocho said. Many thanks, Rengoku said. The demon slayer slurped some of the noodles, then spoke, whoa, tasty. Hey MSTR, I bet you'd thrive if you set up a shop in Ueno. A new noodle shop in Ueno? That sounds amazing, Zenitsu said. I wish him luck with a new shop if he decides to set one up, Himejima smiled. Yeah, and what do you know about that? The old man asked. MSTR, how is business? Rengoku asked. How's it look to you? He asked, holding a newspaper. How unfortunate, he seems so kind, Kanroji frowned. Perhaps we could give him more business when we leave, Abuyashiki smiled. That sounds amazing, Kocho smiled, clapping her hands together. I wonder if there's tempura. Inosuke wondered. A man was sleeping on the table. And the steam from the noodles filled the room. I see, Rengoku said. Thanks to all the talk about the slasher being at large here, people just stopped coming out at night, he said. It's at the point where I even had to let my workers go. The slasher? Who is that? Tanjiro asked. They must be the demon we saw beforehand, Kocho sighed. It's gotten to the point that it's terrorizing so many innocent people, what a shame, Himejima said. I wonder how many people they've killed. Doma thought, smiling. A person was reading the news, it talked about the slasher. And how he used trains for transportation. It then showed two conductors who found the man dead on the train. Using a train. That's a rather odd mode of transport, Iguro said. I agree, you'd think a demon would be easily spotted where we'd normally go, Amain added. Those poor conductors, finding their friend dead, Tanjiro frowned. They say that a conductor was murdered just the other day, he said. Also, in case you haven't heard yet, the Mugen train is out of service now. Rumor has it that around 40 of the passengers on board the train disappeared without any explanation. Well, it's a good thing it's out of service, Abuyashiki said. 40 people. That's so many, Zenitsu shouted. That's rather impressive, Doma chuckled. Ah, sounds ominous, Rengoku said. By the way, about that, the reason I'm here is about that train, the demon slayer said. It showed the train, we've received word, it was secretly transported to a certain storage area. A certain storage area? Hopefully it won't be difficult to find, Makio said. I'm sure it won't be. It's probably at a train shed, Tomioka said. Rengoku picked up some food with his chopstick. Is that right? Rengoku asked, taking a bite. Tasty. Rengoku-san, why do you say tasty after each bite? Tanjiro asked. Oh. When I was younger I was taught to treat every meal like it's your last. Meaning, I will appreciate the time and work that went into making the food, Rengoku explained. That makes sense, Tanjiro smiled. It then cut to both the demon slayers walking down an alleyway. It was dark out. Are we headed to the Mugen train? The demon slayer asked. Of course. But first we should inspect the station where the conductor's body was found, Rengoku said. That's a smart idea, Iguro said. I agree, finding where the poor person was killed might give some clues, Himejima said. The two of them walked into the train station. It was well lit, and triumphant music played. It then showed someone holding a bean paste bun. She was sitting on the ground, her purple eyes glowed as she sighed. Oh. Who's that? Aoi asked. I'm not sure, but I hope she enjoys that bean paste bun she's holding, Rengoku smiled. Fuku, enough of that moping about, Fuku's grandmother said, go on and eat now. The older woman was behind the counter. They were selling concessions. Fuku nodded. It changed angles, showing the empty hallway. Another day with hardly any customers coming by, Fuku sighed. Oh. Who's this young lady? Kocho asked. Oh, I believe I've seen her before. She works at a bento store, Kanroji smiled. Well then, it's a shame that there haven't been many customers, Abuyashiki frowned. I know I've been saying this every day, but it's dangerous to be out after dark, Fuku's grandmother said, reading a book. Tomorrow, you can start helping out in the afternoon, my dear, since demons lurk about at night. The old woman is right, going out at night is dangerous, Iguro said. I wonder what book she's reading. Gyako thought. She's an ugly old hag. And old hags are better off dead. Daki thought, sticking her tongue out. Oh. She knows about demons, Rengoku pointed out. The screen suched, showing the two demon slayers meeting back up. It was still dark out. All clear, Rengoku's crow cawed. I went ahead and scanned the area, and nothing seems to be amiss, the demon slayer reported. Well, that's good, Tanjiro said. Not necessarily, because that means that the demon is somewhere else, Urokadaki pointed out. I'm sure it won't be too hard to find, Rengoku smiled. I see, Rengoku nodded. There aren't any demons, Fuku's voice said. Why does she keep saying that? Demons clearly exist, Takedo asked. Remember Takedo-kun, most civilians don't know about demons, they think it's just an old wife's tale, Himejima said. Both the demon slayers quickly turned their heads, trying to figure out who was speaking. The camera shifted, moving back to Fuku and her grandmother. Would you stop bringing that up, Fuku said, please, I've got to sell as many lunch boxes as I can. It's hard enough mother's PRGNNT and father's shop is failing. Well, I've heard it is. What a shame, such burdens shouldn't need to be put on a child, Kanroji frowned. I agree, but it's rather noble that she's helping out, Rengoku said. I'll pray for her and her family, Himejima said. Fuku's grandmother set her book down, it was titled How to Cook Western Food. She sighed. How to Cook Western Food, Tanjiro read. They're probably looking for more things to sell with the bento, Yuzui said. I've never had Western food before, Kanroji said. If there's one thing that I miss from being human, it has to be the food. Kokashibo thought. You should leave that worrying to us boring, old grown-ups, she said, while it's still dark out, I'll take care of things, alright? And what are we supposed to do if you get attacked by the slasher, too? Fuku shouted. I hope it doesn't come to that, Amain sighed. That would be terrible, Shinjiro said. I won't let it come to that, Rengoku said. Stupid demon slayers and their optimism. Mugen thought, scoffing. I'd be more than happy to sacrifice my life for yours, she said. How nice of her, saying she'd risk her life for Fuku-chan, Kocho smiled. Grandma, Fuku shouted. She has a family bond. I am glad for her. Rui thought. That woman is her grandmother, Zenitsu said, surprised. I thought it was rather obvious, Kokoshibo said. It showed a table that had several boxed lunches. Rengoku's shadow covered them as he walked closer. Fuku gasped. And looked back in front of her. It panned up Rengoku. Those boxed lunches look really good, Kanroji said, her stomach growling. Well, good evening, Rengoku said cheerfully, nice weather tonight, isn't it? I'm here searching for a demon. So have you seen any? Ha! Isn't that a bit blunt, Kanroji squealed. I dunno, I think it's rather flashy that he's not beating around the bush, Yuzui said. I agree, Iguro said, there's no point in hiding his intentions. What, he just said that, the demon slayer panicked. Please Lord Kaijuro, the crow cawed, you're being far too blunt, don't you think? I personally agree with those two, there were likely better ways to go about that, Tamayo said. I agree with Lady Tamayo, Yashiro said quickly. The background on them was blue for a moment. Just then Fuku's grandmother gasped, as if she remembered something. Ha! It seems as if she has remembered something, Amain said. Do you recognize these people Kaijuro? Abuyashiki asked. I don't believe so, Oyakata-sama, Rengoku responded. I remember them, Shinjuro sighed, I saved the older woman about 20 years ago. Whoa, you remember that, Inosuke shouted. Of course I do, Shinjuro scoffed. Do you know anything about it, ma'am? Rengoku asked. Fuku stood up, and spread her arms as if to block Rengoku from seeing her grandmother. Her body was shaking slightly. What? Demons? What's wrong with you? Just get out of here. I'm warning you, Fuku demanded. How flashy of her to stand up to a Hashira, Yuzui laughed. I think it's stupid, she's getting in the way of a Hashira's job, Takedo said. She needs to be careful, or she might drop that bean paste bun, Rengoku said. Careful, Rengoku shouted, if you keep shaking like that, you'll end up dropping your bean paste bun. Only Rengoku would be concerned about a bean paste bun in a high-stress situation, Shinazugawa muttered. It's rather funny, that's what you're worried about, Tanjiro chuckled. Get out of here, Fuku yelled. She threw the bun at Rengoku's face. It landed perfectly, yet Rengoku kept smiling. Fuku's grandmother gasped at Fuku's actions, and the demon slayer seemed nervous. Rengoku took the bun off her face, and took a bite. Did you just eat the bun that she threw at you? Zenitsu asked. Well, of course. I couldn't let it go to waste, Rengoku said. Why didn't he just give it back to her? Rui wondered, in confusion. Tasty, Rengoku said loudly. There are no demons here, because demons don't exist, Fuku argued. If only that were the truth, Himejima said, life would be nicer if all demons that hurt people would just perish. Fuku, that's enough, her grandma said, placing her hand on Fuku's shoulder, take it easy. I don't believe he has bad intentions. Hopefully that will calm her down, Kanroji said. I'm glad the woman could tell that I don't have bad intentions, Rengoku smiled. Fuku shook her arms, but relaxed. She looked at the ground. Forgive me. I've been on edge lately, 'cause of the slasher incidents, Fuku apologized. I nearly forgot about that. She has to worry about demons and the slasher, Genya said. Well, the slasher seems to be a demon, so at least we'll be killing two birds with one stone, Rengoku said. But it's still so sad that she has to worry about things when she's just a child, Abuyashiki sighed. If what I just overheard is accurate, that means you two work before dawn, selling off those tasty box lunches of yours. You both have my thanks, Rengoku said. It showed them, people like you should never have to worry about being in life-threatening danger. But rest assured. I will eliminate the slasher. What a shame. Those people are working during the night, and not even one demon has tried to kill them. They're missing out. Doma thought. I believe in you, Rengoku, Kanroji smiled. Thank you, Kanroji, Rengoku nodded. Just who are you? Fuku asked. Farewell, Rengoku said, walking away. You're not going to answer her question, Sanjuro asked. Duty calls, and seeing as there is no demon there is no reason for me to prolong the visit, Rengoku said. Wait, Fuku shouted. HM. What does she want? Iguro asked, she's interrupting a Hashira. I'm sure she has a good reason, Kanroji said. Rengoku paused, and the other slayer looked back. Fuku was holding the tray with box lunches on it. If you don't mind, could you buy a few box lunches? Fuku asked hesitantly. That's what she needed. That seems like a waste of time, Yashiro scoffed. I disagree, after all, it is her job, Tamayo said. Good idea, Rengoku said, turning around, yes. I'll buy them all. Ha! You're buying all of them, Zenitsu shouted. What a lovely idea, not only does it support them, but it can also be a meal for traveling demon slayers, Rengoku smiled. How do you have enough money to buy all of them? Genya asked. Hashiras get paid as much as we'd like, Rengoku responded. Stupid Hashira getting all the money he wants. It must be nice being able to afford all that food. Jotaro thought, scratching his neck. Rengoku smiling brightly, it then showed the demon slayer. He was holding 2 stacks of boxed lunches that were wrapped in a purple cloth. He was also carrying one on his back. He looked a little concerned. I know that you bought all of them, but my goodness, Aoi chuckled. He looks concerned. Are you sure he can carry all of that? Zenitsu asked. He's been a demon slayer longer than you have, he'll be fine, Iguro said. Oh wow, this is a lot, he said. A gift for the other core members. I'll be going on alone now. Thanks for your hard work, Rengoku said loudly, goodbye. That is really generous of you, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro smiled. Wait. You're going alone, Genya asked. It seems so. Although, I'm sure I'll be fine, Rengoku said. Rengoku began to walk away, his crow on his shoulder. Fuku's grandma was locking up, and Fuku was holding her things. I don't know what that was all about, but I'm glad he bought all those box lunches from us, Fuku said. I'm just glad I could support both a business and the other members of the Corps, Rengoku smiled. You buying all of the boxed lunches was probably the biggest order they've had in a while, Abuyashiki said. It was sweet of you, Rengoku, Kanroji smiled. We need to hurry home now, Fuku. Something tells me we shouldn't be here right now. I feel a chill going down my spine, her grandma said. Oh. How interesting, Doma said. Does that mean that she was a demon slayer? Suma asked, it seems like she can sense demons. No, Suma. It probably just means that she thinks something bad is going to happen, Makio interjected. Fuku looked back and said, what's wrong? Just then there was a train whistle. Steam left the wheels and it began to move along the tracks. A conductor was walking through the cars, and gasped. Rengoku was sitting down, looking out the window. The man looked terrified, he quickly opened the door. That poor conductor, he looks scared, Zenitsu said. Why is he scared? It's just bug eyes, Inosuke asked. Are you dumb? The conductor probably thinks that Rengoku-san is the slasher, since he's been at large, Genya scoffed. Shinazugawa-kun, watch your words, Himejima frowned. Sorry Himejima-san, Genya apologized. Hey! Who are you? He yelled. Rengoku removed the cloth that was covering the lunches. His crow was still perched on his shoulder. The lunches were mostly orange and red. There was a cow on the cover. The boxed lunches, Hantengu said. Confused. That is rather surprising, I thought the Slayer took them all, Amain said. Those are the lunches. Those look amazing, Kanroji said. As you can see, I'm a box lunch vendor, which isn't suspicious at all, Rengoku said. Him saying that only makes him sound more suspicious. Zenitsu thought. I hope he will buy my ruse. As much as I despise lying, this is necessary, Rengoku said. The writing read beef bowl bento box. Rengoku's crow cawed too. The man seemed a little more relaxed now. Okay, but this train is headed to a shed, he said. Headed to a shed, Kanroji said, confused. I presume that's where the train is, Iguro said. That makes sense, since earlier they said the train was out of service, Kocho said. Yes, I'm aware. But I heard the Mugen train is there. Is that true, Rengoku asked. The Mugen train? Sorry, but that train is no longer there, he said, his gray eyes were wide. What? Then where the hell is it, Shinazugawa asked. Well, the search is going to take longer then, Doma chuckled. Where is it, Rengoku asked bluntly. It was actually transported to a well-equipped maintenance facility just this morning, he said, right over there. Oh, well at least he knows where it is, Makio said. But how is he supposed to get there, Tanjiro asked. I'll just leave the train, Rengoku answered. Just leave the train. Zenitsu wondered. He pointed out of the window, and Rengoku looked to see where it was. Outside the window they could see a well-lit building. I see, Rengoku said. It transitioned outside, they were standing on the caboose platform. Rengoku's long hair blew in the wind. Then this is where I shall be getting off, Rengoku said. Wait, what? Zenitsu sputtered, that's so dangerous. I agree, what if the conductor tries to grab onto you, Kocho asked. It'll all be alright, don't fret, Rengoku said confidently. Wah. Right now, he asked in disbelief. Rengoku effortlessly jumped off the moving train before the man could stop him. That was close, he nearly grabbed your cape, Hinetsuru said. That was so cool, Inosuke shouted. Wait, he shouted. The man was still on the train, after reaching out for Rengoku. It zoomed out, and Rengoku seemed to be flying for a moment. He was carrying his 2 bags of bento, and then he landed on a different set of tracks. His crow landed on his shoulder as he walked along the tracks into the warehouse. I'm glad he didn't grab your cape, he surely would have died if he grabbed it, Kocho sighed. Wait, you're still carrying the bento, Makio asked. What if it spills, Kanroji asked. Don't worry, I'll make sure to preserve all of it. Although, I'm not sure why I am bringing them with me, Rengoku said. Rengoku nonchalantly walked into the warehouse, still holding the bentos. He looked at the Mugen train, the screen went black for a moment. Opening back up to Rengoku's crow sitting on the rusty beams. I wonder if there are going to be people there this late at night, Kanao said. It's unlikely, right, Tanjiro asked. Hyo hyo hyo. I hope the demon there has an artistic side, Gyako said. The Mugen train, Rengoku said, ah, yes. It's faint, but there are still traces of a demon. That's good, Tanjiro smiled, it means the demon is probably still in the area. You better get that Fenji demon, Shinazugawa said. Watch your language, Shinazugawa-san. But I agree, Himejima said. The train had a gold plate, showing its name. Hey you, a male voice called out. Who's there? Amain asked. Hopefully whoever it is won't get in Rengoku's way, Iguro said. It's probably the people who are working on the train, Abuyashiki said. Rengoku turned around, there was a man, likely in his late 30s. He was covered in dust and oil. He was also wearing a maroon-colored hat. He doesn't look handsome. I hope the demon kills him. Daki thought. Oh my, he's covered in dust and dirt. He must have been working for hours, Zenitsu said. What a pain, Iguro said. What do you mean? Tanjiro asked. Since there's people, the demon could take them hostage, Iguro sighed. That could be troublesome, Rengoku agreed. You know this place is off limits, right? He asked, wiping his hands off. Pardon me, but I was sent here by the Railway Bureau to deliver these box lunches, Rengoku said. Oh, you're keeping up that ruse, Himejima said, that's smart. Only if they buy it, Tomioka said. What's a bureau? Inosuke asked. It showed a little more of the warehouse. Another person was working on the train, and there were several crates. Oh. More people, how delightful, Doma laughed. This could prove to be difficult. If the demon is here they might hold someone hostage. Tamayo thought. What? Hey! This guy brought food, he yelled. There were about 10 men in the warehouse. They all seemed rather excited that there was food. The boxes were put on a few crates and they went up and grabbed one. I count 10 people, Hinetsuru said. I'm sure they appreciate the lunches, but they need to leave, Kocho said. It's so weird to think that they don't know about demons, Tanjiro said, bringing his knees to his chest. Here. Take one up to Tatsu in the office, he said, he might still be there. Tatsu. I don't like that we got his name, Tamayo said. I hope nothing happens to him, Kenroji said. Leave it to me, Chief, the blue-shirt man said. Just curious, why is the Mugen train here? Rengoku asked. He laughed, it's a bit of an odd situation, but the word on the street is that it's somehow become a man-eating train. You don't know how bitter that makes us. But they need her back in service on the railways, so we have to get her up and moving. Just wish they gave us more time, is all. A man-eating train. That has a nice ring to it, Enmu said. To get a reputation for that, this demon must have eaten so many people, Kiriya said. Wait, it's returning, Rengoku said, that's not good. The man put his hands on his hips as he spoke, he looked up at the train. After he talked some more, it showed his face. It's returning, Rengoku asked, quickly looking at the man. Yeah. Starts tomorrow night, he said, that's why all of us are here. Tomorrow night, Zenitsu shouted. You'll have to kill this demon quickly then, Makio said. It showed Rengoku's face, but this time, he wasn't smiling. The background went purple for a moment. Just then there was a scream, they all looked over. However, Rengoku quickly ran towards the noise. It's rather odd seeing Rengoku not smiling. Kenroji thought. A scream, Inosuke said, the demon is probably there. I hope that whoever screamed is going to be alright, Tanjiro said. Demon. There's a demon here, his crow said. So the demon finally decided to show itself, Shinazugawa chuckled. I don't want to see that ugly demon again, Daki scoffed. Good luck, Tomioka said. Thank you Tomioka-san, Rengoku smiled. Rengoku ran over, trying to get a better look. One of the boxed lunches fell to the ground. A man was on the floor, scooting away in fear. Rengoku's hand was on his sword, and the screen shifted showing the back of the demon. That poor boxed lunch, Rengoku said. Isn't that the man who was bringing lunch to Tatsu-san? Kenroji asked. I think it is, Kocho frowned. The demon is still ugly, Daki said. I will do my best to kill it, Rengoku said. Rengoku began to take his sword out, but the demon turned around. He had a human captive, his hand was holding Tatsu's chin, and a nail was digging into Tatsu's face. His other hand was on Tatsu's chest. There was blood. That DMN demon has a hostage, Shinazugawa said, angrily. His hand is right over Tatsu's heart. You'll have to be extra careful Rengoku-san, Kocho said. Poor Tatsu-san. Kenroji thought. For a demon who's supposedly eaten over 40 people, they look weak. Kokashibo thought. Easy there, the demon said. The demon's skin was blue with darker stripes. His eyes were green. The other people ran up to see what was happening. Rengoku seemed rather unfazed. That demon is so ugly, Daki scoffed. Those people need to run away, not towards the danger, Takedo said. You look unfazed, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro said. Well, it's nothing I haven't seen before, Rengoku sighed. Tatsu, the man yelled. Stand back, Rengoku said. What a sick bstrd, using a hostage like that. Genya thought, clutching his shirt. You got this, Rengoku, Suma said. Somebody help, Tatsu said. How sick, Tamayo frowned. Nothing like instilling fear in victims. Chitaro smirked. You bstrd, the man yelled. Let him go at once, Rengoku demanded. A demon slayer, the slasher said, how annoying. What is that stench? It looks like he doesn't have any kanji in his eyes. So he should be easy to kill, Yashiro said. Wait. What stench? Zenitsu asked. He's probably referring to the food, Daki scoffed. He stepped on the lunch box, squishing it. It popped open, some of the food splattered on the floor. Rengoku squinted his eyes slightly. Hinaki gasped softly, how rude. Those vendors spent time making those lunches and he's just disrespecting them. That's so rude of them, Kanroji said angrily. What a poor demon, smelling such a gross meal. Hantenga thought. You know, since I became a demon, just the smell of human food is enough to make me want to vomit, the slasher said. I didn't know that happened, Tanjiro said. I don't think Nezuko's ever had that problem. Daki-chan, do you feel that way? You tend to hang around human food, Doma asked in a sing-song voice. It's not pleasant, but it's tolerable. He must be a weakling, Daki scoffed. She hangs around humans. Senjuro wondered. How dare you insult a box lunch made by the pure of heart? You'll pay for that, Rengoku said calmly. Hell yeah, Inosuke shouted. Rengoku-san always seems to keep a level head. That's an important thing for this job. Tomioka thought. Yeah. Get him Rengoku, Kanroji cheered. It's not my fault it smells revolting, Slasher said, speaking of which, your blood is revolting as well, isn't it? How pathetic, Iguro scowled. This demon is a clear waste of Lord Musen's blood. Kokashibo thought, slightly annoyed. Demons think certain blood smell gross, Tanjiro said, asking for confirmation. That is true. Just like how some blood is favorable to demons, some blood is undesirable, Tamayo explained. How interesting, Kocho smiled. Slasher spoke to Tatsu, he began to dig his fingers into Tatsu's chest more. Tears fell from Tatsu's eyes. Tatsu-san, Kanroji shouted. He's hurting the hostage, Himejima said, how cruel. I'll pray for Tatsu. Poor Tatsu-san. Tanjiro thought. Humans that smell tasty, I devour, while the ones that reek like you are more fun to just play with, Slasher said to Tatsu. What is that logic? If they smell bad, they should just leave them alone, Suma said. Play with? How despicable, Himejima said. This demon is getting on my nerves, Iguro scowled. So that's what you're about, Slasher, Rengoku asked, his hand on his hilt, how despicable. I just realized, you have a really cool hilt, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro complimented. Why thank you, it is passed down along with flame breathing, Rengoku said. If you find me that reprehensible, Slasher said. The markings on his skin began to glow bright blue. He dashed around the warehouse, leaving a trail of bright blue behind him. What's happening to his skin? Shinjuro asked. I see, this demon's kekijutsu involves speed, Abuyashiki said. He's so fast he's leaving an after-image, Zenitsu gasped. Oh please, I could go way faster than that. It's not impressive. Azaka thought. Then do something about it, Slasher said. What's going on? The old man asked, walking backwards. Those people need to get the F out of there, Shinazugawa said. Several people began rushing out of the warehouse. Then, the Slasher dashed by Rengoku, barely missing his body. He was behind Rengoku, still holding Tatsu. Finally, they're leaving, Makio said. Do you think you'll be able to get him, Rengoku-san? Tanjiro asked. He's a Hashira, of course he can get him, Genya scoffed. Can you try to guess who's faster than me? Slasher asked. He ran towards Rengoku. Here's a hint. No one. What a cocky demon, Himejima said. I'm certain that will be his downfall. This demon is annoying. All of the 12 Kazuki are faster than him. Gyako thought. He did a flip over Rengoku, and Rengoku missed several swings. He landed in front of Rengoku, after doing a few dashes. His hand wasn't digging into Tatsu's face anymore, so it was bleeding more. You keep missing, I thought you were a Hashira, Doma teased. For your information, demon, I'm trying to not hit the boy, Rengoku responded. Poor Tatsu-san, he's bleeding more, Aoi said. Luckily, none of his injuries are in his vital spots, so he should recover well, Kocho pointed out. Ah, what's the matter? Slasher asked. You can't slash me with this kid in my arms, can you? If he's too much trouble, I can just kill him off. What an awful demon, Hinetsuru said. He's in the way, so Owl Eyes can't attack, Inosuke shouted. How dare he suggest that? Makio asked loudly. Please, help me, Tatsu begged, blood was dripping down his arm. He needs to stop panicking, Shinjiro said. That's quite a lot of blood, Kuina whispered. Don't you worry, Rengoku said reassuringly, I'm saving you, no matter what. You'll save him. Even if you do, he'll be haunted by this moment, Doma chuckled. We will treat the wounds of his soul, Kocho said. Yeah, Aoi agreed. You wouldn't think that if you saw me last night, Slasher said, it zoomed into his eye. What is he talking about now? Iguro asked. He talks too much, Takedo said. Last night? Did he kill someone? Zenitsu asked. It showed the Slasher, he was on top of a woman. She was crying, and covered in blood. Her green eyes were dull in the shadows. He was dragging his nail across her skin, causing it to bleed. How dare he do that to her? Kanroji said loudly. Wow, you're passionate, Enmu teased. Of course I am, she reminds me of my mother, Kanroji said. All he's doing is torturing her, Senjuro muttered. How dare he harm a woman? Akaza thought. Just then a splatter of blood went over her bloody hands. He was then walking away from the woman, she was bloody. A few people looked away from the bloody scene. He didn't even eat her, he just toyed with her, Genya said. Now that we know about this event, I'll send more demon slayers to this area so it doesn't happen, Abuyashiki said. I cut this woman up until I got tired of doing it, Slasher said. How vile, I'm sure that there will be a special place in hell for him, Iguro said. I hope none of her injuries were fatal, Aoi said. He then ran quickly away. It went back to the present. Rengoku was still holding his blade. I see, Rengoku said, now I know how fast you are. But I wouldn't get too cocky. Last night, we thought you fled because we showed up, but apparently you never even detected us to begin with. You arrived just as he left, Inosuke said. That demon isn't strong at all. It didn't even detect the slayers that were trailing it. Mugen thought. It showed the scene, Rengoku was running through the neighborhood and he saw the bloodied woman laying on the ground. He ran up to her, and the Kikushi followed behind. It went back to the present. What a bloody scene, Zenitsu mumbled. It's the Kikushi. I'm surprised they're so close behind, Tanjiro said. You are quick to run away, at least, Rengoku said. Hell yeah, Genya shouted. How rude, Hantengu managed to say. What was that? Slasher asked, offended. We were able to treat your victim from last night after you fled. She'll recover without a single scar, Rengoku said. That's amazing, Aoi said. How pathetic. Doma thought, sighing. That's odd, Takedo said. What is, Michiro? Abuyashiki asked. If he has killed 40 people then you'd think he knows where the vital spots are, Takedo explained. Maybe he purposely left her alive, Urokadaki suggested. It showed the woman being carried through the hospital on a stretcher. Her face and arms were bandaged, while her kimono was still covered in blood. It cut to the morning, she opened her green eyes and sat up. I'm glad that you were able to get her treated quickly, Hinaki said. The woman didn't even go into a coma, Jutaro said, disappointed. She really reminds me of my mother, Kenroji said. Ha! Even if you are telling the truth, she's doomed to live in constant fear for the rest of her pathetic little life, Slasher said, still holding Tatsu. I disagree. We'll treat the wounds of her soul. No matter how long it may take, she will heal, Rengoku said. I agree, she will eventually be able to be herself again, Kocho said. He dares calling her life pathetic, Genya muttered. You should take this opportunity to kill him quicker, Takedo said, he needs to go to hell. The Slasher laughed, now I know what I'll be doing after I deal with you, and this little brat. I'm going to do everything in my power to kill that woman. His voice is so annoying, Inosuke said. Doesn't he realize that her location is going to be classified, Hinetsuru asked. And maybe he's thinking about torturing Rengoku-san until he tells him, Suma said, tearing up. Get it together, Suma. Rengoku-san is a Hashira, Makio shouted. Her location is classified. You will never be able to locate her, Rengoku said confidently. The Slasher looked down and saw the crushed bento box. He chuckled, then how about those box lunch vendors? What, Zenitsu said. But they don't even have anything to do with this, Tanjiro said. Demons don't care, Iguro scoffed, all they want is to bring terror. Those folks have nothing to do with this, Rengoku said firmly. But you do know them, right? Slasher asked, those are station lunches. I'll find out who made M. How despicable, Rengoku muttered. You'll be able to win, right? Zenitsu asked. Wait, how does he know those are station lunches? Inosuke asked. It probably says that on the box, Genya responded. Rengoku tried to move in closer, but the Slasher gripped the boy more. Don't move, he threatened, pressing his nails deeper in Tatsu's chest. You'll have to act fast to save them all, Tomioka said. He's pushing his nails deeper into Tatsu-san. If he keeps going he could hit a vital organ, Tamayo said. You really are despicable, Rengoku said. But I'm sure having a great time, Slasher said, if you want to play hero, you'll just have to get to the station before me. But before I slaughter them, I have to finish off this one. He calls that a good time. How typical, Shinazugawa said. Getting to the station before him. That won't be hard, right? Sanjuro asked. No, it shouldn't be, Rengoku confirmed. Hurry, Tanjiro shouted, realizing Tatsu would be killed. Tatsu whimpered in fear. Rengoku looked serious, and he quickly ran towards them. A flame went across the screen, and then it opened up, revealing Rengoku's determined face and blood. It changed angles, showing that both of the demon's hands were cut off. You're scary when you're serious, Kanroji chuckled. Ah hell yeah. Your breathing style looks epic with the added effects, Yuzui said. You cut both of his hands. That was close, Takedo said. He cut the demon's hands off effortlessly. Tanjiro thought, impressed. Tatsu was released, and blood splattered everywhere. The demon groaned in pain, before dashing away. The trail of blue went behind him. Rengoku caught Tatsu before he hit the floor. Tatsu whimpered in fear, the demon came back, near Rengoku. How disappointing, Gyako sighed. Now finish him off, Inosuke said, damn it, he moved. Poor Tatsu-san, Tamayo sighed. He then went to the tracks, grinning evilly. He held his arm up and quickly regenerated his hand. Why is he on the tracks? Takedo asked. Huh, his regeneration isn't bad, Enmu chuckled. Heh, keep up, Slasher laughed before dashing away. He bolted down the train tracks, leaving a trail of blue behind for a bit. His markings were neon blue, and he was laughing. It went back to the warehouse. Rengoku was wrapping Tatsu's wounds. The men were surrounding them. He's headed to the station, Suma said. Well, they shouldn't be there this early, right? Sanjuro asked. His markings changed colors. Daki noticed. Are the Kikuchi going to show up? You didn't call for them, Tanjiro asked. I'm sure that Kaname, my crow, went to get them, Rengoku said. Oh, right, Tanjiro said. Oh no. Can you save him? One of the men asked. He'll be alright. Just leave it to me, Rengoku smiled, also my comrades will be here soon to help out. It's good to know that backup is on the way, Urokadaki said. Yeah. Now Rengoku-san can chase the demon, Kenroji said. It's impressive that he can still smile in such a stressful situation. Akaza thought. It showed the outside of the warehouse. Rengoku's crow was guiding several slayers to his location. This way. This way. This way, the crow cawed. The demon slayers surrounded Rengoku and the boy. If only they arrived a little sooner, Kocho sighed. Well, now that we know about this, we can change it, Rengoku smiled. Lord Rengoku, one of the female demon slayers said. Where's medical? Rengoku asked. They're on their way, she informed him. I've given him first aid. He's yours now, Rengoku said. The woman nodded. She had a tight ponytail. Rengoku then went to the entrance of the warehouse, stepping on the tracks. Rengoku paused and began to take deep breaths. He continued to run, picking up speed quickly. Now that they're taking care of him, you can go chase the demon, Suma smiled. I hope we get to see more of flame breathing so we can see his pitiful attacks. Nakine thought. Are you going to be able to catch up to him? Ruin asked. I will, Rengoku nodded. Total concentration breathing. Rengoku thought. Rengoku began to pick up speed, the air around him was more visible. And his body began to glow. Finally, a trail of spurling flames went behind him. It then showed the box lunches. That's so cool. I want to do that, Inosuke said. There's a trail of flames, Tanjiro said, amazed. I do love these special effects, Kocho smiled. You really didn't need to come. I have it under control, Fuku's grandma said. No. They are there, Nichika said. This is bad, Yashiro said, he could take them hostage. If I say I'm going to help, Fuku said, pushing the cart. What a shame, such a helpful girl is being targeted, Himejima sighed. Why do they remind me of me and Genya? Shinazugawa wondered. The two of them moved the cart to the train station. Only a few lights were on. A man was peering out of the window of the second floor. There are at least 3 people there, Ubuyashiki noted. How lovely. 3 people to devour. Doma thought, smiling. Good morning, sir, Fuku smiled. Hey there. You're here early as ever, he said. It went and showed the slasher running on the train tracks. The corners of his vision were neon blue as he continued to run. He went to the train station, landing on the platform. He smelled the air and smiled. He is rather fast, but not faster than Rengoku, Kenroji said. He's going to be able to smell the food, Shinjiro said. I smell you, he said. Ew, that's so gross, Daki said, I can't stand his voice. Fuku opened a closet door, and put up a sign. It read, Bento Store. Fuku's hair was still in a tight braid, as she looked at her store. She crossed her arms. She doesn't even know that she's about to be attacked, Iguro said. She looks so proud of her work, Tamayo said. Alright, Fuku said. Just then, the slasher walked through the hallways. It was rather dark. He stared at Fuku. Fuku noticed that someone was there and she looked over. He's walking through so casually. How dare he, Genya scoffed. Station MSTR, Fuku asked. It smells. It smells, he said, it's you, isn't it, carrying around the stench of these vile box lunches? I can't believe that he's calling their hard work vile, Kanroji frowned. Watching him calling food gross is so annoying. Nakime thought. He walked into the light, revealing himself. Fuku began to walk backwards, trying to get away. It's nothing personal, kid. I just have a score to settle with a demon slayer, he said, walking closer to Fuku. I still can't believe that he's attacking a person who's not even involved, Tanjiro said. Just then a box lunch was thrown at his head, opening on impact. It then showed who threw it. It was Fuku's grandma. She was holding 4 more lunches and one ready to throw. Who threw that? Senjuro asked. Her grandmother. How brave, Makio said. I dunno, it was pretty reckless, Iguro said. That's a family bond. A real one. Rue thought, smiling softly. Make a run for it. Quick, she shouted. The slasher hunched over and coughed at the smell. He was between Fuku and her grandma. I still can't believe that demons are that affected by smell, Aoi said. We might as well put food out to push demons away, Tomioka said. Was that a joke? Kocho asked. Tomioka didn't respond. What's the big idea, Hag? He asked. Fuku quickly ran, opening a door to the outside. She hopped over the railing, losing her hat in the process. She ran on the platform, landing on the train tracks. She looked back, trying to see if she was followed. Her reaction time isn't bad for a kid, Rengoku said. Her hat. Takedo thought. I hope she wasn't followed, Hinetsuru said. However, at that moment, Slasher dashed in front of Fuku. Her eyes widened, and before she could react he pinned her down in the track. Slasher was choking Fuku, she put her hands around his arm. He's in front of her, Suma shouted. Calm down, Rengoku is going to save her, Makio said. He's choking her, if you don't hurry she's going to die, Takedo said. Her mouth was open, trying to get air in. Her eyes were still wide too. It showed his face for a moment, he was smiling. He raised his hand, ready to strike Fuku. However, a bolt of flames headed their way. I'm surprised he hasn't just crushed her windpipes yet, Shinazugawa said. He likely wants to make her death brutal, Himejima frowned. How could he smile? Aoi asked. Rengoku, several voices shouted happily. The slasher looked over, and his eyes widened at the sight. After a moment, he was now on the tracks, his Achilles heel was cut. Rengoku continued, and grabbed Fuku, the trail of flames was disappearing. He set Fuku down on the tracks. You got him, Zenitsu said. You didn't cut his neck, Takedo pointed out. Your breathing style is so pretty, Kocho smiled. Thank you Kocho-san, Rengoku said. It's you again, Fuku said. Are you hurt? Rengoku asked calmly. Oh no. My grandma, Fuku panicked. There's no way he killed her grandma already, right? Zenitsu asked. I doubt it, Iguro said. Rengoku looked serious again, and it showed the slasher limping around. The blood from his ankle was dragging on the tiles. He was approaching Fuku's grandmother. How odd, I wonder why he's limping and not regenerating. We've seen him regenerate quickly before, Doma said. He's approaching her grandma, Makio shouted. I hope I hurry, Rengoku whispered. DMNU, he said. She backed away slowly, falling to the ground. There were a few boxed lunches scattered on the ground. Slasher continued to approach her, dragging his foot behind him. There's no way she's going to be able to get away, Yashiro said. He still hasn't regenerated. It's weird, Hinetsuru said. You're gonna regret throwing that filth at me, he said. It changed angles, showing Rengoku casually walking behind the slasher. The slasher turned around, looking at Rengoku who was about 20 feet away. He tapped his foot on the ground, and it was completely healed now. He's walking very casually, it's reassuring. Kanao thought. You're only about 20 feet away, you can get him, Kanroji said. Damn it, his foot is healed, Inosuke said. BSTRD. How the hell did you catch up to me, he asked angrily. How foolish of him to underestimate a Hashira, Shinazugawa said. It showed Fuku's grandma's face. She was incredibly worried. However, Rengoku was rather nonchalant, he moved his cape off his shoulder. Her poor grandmother, she's probably frozen in fear, Tamayo said. You look amazing, Rengoku-san, Makio said. I told you not to get too cocky, Rengoku said. Slasher wiped his mouth and growled, how about we play a little game? I win if I can slash this old hag's throat open. You win if you sever my head before I do. That's not a game, Tanjiro said. How unflashy, underestimating the core, Yuzui scoffed. I accept your challenge, Rengoku said, smiling, good luck. Do your best, my child, Abuyashiki said. I will, MSTR, Rengoku nodded. We believe in you, Kanroji smiled. Make his death flashy, Yuzui said. Rengoku immediately charged towards the demon, a trail of flames followed. At such angles, a string of flames went through the demon's neck. Cutting his head off effortlessly, trickles of flames were left behind. Rengoku brought down his sword. Flames engulfed it. He didn't stand a chance, Genya muttered. You did it, several voices praised. I win, Rengoku said, flame breathing. First form. Unknowing fire. That was amazing, Inosuke shouted. Good job Rengoku. We all believed in you, Kanroji smiled. Flame breathing is so cool, Tanjiro exclaimed. Your support is one of the main reasons I'm able to fight so well, Rengoku said. Fuku's grandma looked shocked, it then zoomed into her, showing a memory. It was in black and white. She was a lot younger, blood was on her face. The camera shifted, showing a person using flame breathing to kill a demon. Is this the hag's memory? Akaza asked. I think so, Kokashibo said. It's someone using flame breathing, Gyako said. Oh, that's me. Shinjiro thought. They had the same cape as Rengoku. He brought his sword up, it then showed the front of him. Flames were leaving his sword, and rain was drizzling on his face. As he moved his sword, it transitioned to Rengoku. Is that you? Rengoku-san, Kiriya asked. The eldest Rengoku. Yeah, that's me, he said, I remember that mission, it was raining. That was a flashy transition. Yuzui thought. It went back to Rengoku's father, he pulled his sheath forward. Rengoku did the same in present day. And they both put their swords back, exhaling when they were done. They brushed their hands over the sword's grip. It showed Rengoku's father one last time. Father, he never did tell us much about his missions right after mother died. Rengoku thought. The air feels full of uncomfortableness. Tanjiro thought. I remember now. This isn't the first time you've saved us. I'm sure of it, Fuku's grandmother cried. I'm glad they were saved by you Shinjiro, Abuyashiki smiled. Thanks, he muttered. Fuku walked up behind her grandmother, and put her hands on her shoulder. What do you mean? Fuku asked. How could I have forgotten your face and that bright Haori? It's you, isn't it? Please forgive me, she cried, turning to Fuku for a moment, you saved my life before this. If it weren't for you, her mother and I would have been killed 20 years ago. I'm so glad I was able to save them, as you did, father, Rengoku smiled. Why is she asking for forgiveness? Inosuke asked. She's probably just overcome with emotions, and she feels bad for forgetting Rengoku-san's father, Tanjiro reasoned. Rengoku's eyes widened for a moment. Grandma, what are you talking about? Fuku asked. Ah yes. You speak of my father, Rengoku said, after he turned around. They both looked surprised, and Fuku's grandmother still had a tear in her eye. I followed in his footsteps by becoming a demon slayer. It is an honor that I have protected you as he did, Rengoku said. Was your father a Hashira too? Zenitsu asked. I was, Shinjiro responded. I wonder if he retired or if something else happened. Kanao thought. Didn't you work with my sister, Kane Kocho? Kocho asked. Maybe. I think so, Shinjiro said. Fuku fell to her knees and sighed, I still can't believe it. To think demons actually exist. I'm sorry for doubting you, Grandma. Poor Fuku-chan, she went through so much in such a short amount of time, Tanjiro said. How pathetic, that demon didn't even manage to strike the Hashira once. All these demons are worthless. Mugen thought. Rengoku laughed, please, don't feel badly. Living your life without being afraid, at least not being afraid of demons, that's as it should be. I agree with my future self statement, Rengoku nodded. I'm surprised it took that long for her to encounter a demon, Shinazugawa said, seeing as how they work during the night. Fuku smiled softly and demon slayer members and the Kikuchi ran up. Flame Hashira, are you alright? The blue Haori demon slayer asked. Oh, he's back, Aoi said. I don't think I saw him at the warehouse. So where was he? Akaza asked. It doesn't matter because he's here now, Yuzui said. Yes, and I have prevailed, Rengoku said. Then the demon is gone, he asked. Well, that's a relief, Zenitsu said. I'm not too sure, Amain frowned. What do you mean? Tanjiro asked. Are you stupid? Genya asked. A demon who's killed over 40 people is going to be way more powerful than that. So you mean that wasn't the demon who killed the people on the train? Zenitsu shouted. The maintenance work will be done tonight, which means it will return tomorrow, Rengoku said. I almost forgot it was going to return, Senjuro said. Well, it seems I'll have to actually board the train to kill the demon, Rengoku said. But what if the demon isn't going to be there this time? Zenitsu asked. I doubt it would move. Especially since it thinks it's found such a good place to get a meal, Iguro said. It's a little too soon to be saying that, Rengoku said. A demon who's devoured more than 40 people is surely on a different level, Rengoku continued. He looked to the side as he spoke and an image of the Mugen train appeared. Everything near it turned purple for a moment, and then it went back to them. Whoa, it's already morning, Suma said. Yes, tomorrow, Rengoku said, or more accurately, today. Well, we will be praying for your safe return, Rengoku-san, Himejima smiled. Thank you Himejima-san, Rengoku said, smiling back. It showed an alleyway later that day. There were several people walking around. It showed the noodle shop. Oh, it's the noodle shop from the beginning, Makio said. They say the Mugen train's back in service, he said, holding a newspaper. The newspaper talked about how the Mugen train was returning. It showed the train warehouse, it seemed less scary now that it was day. The train looks way less scary, Zenitsu said. I'm shocked that the news can gather information so quickly, Kokashibo mumbled. Let's just hope nothing happens to the passengers again, the older man said. I truly hope that is the case, Rengoku said. The time shifted to late evening, the the sky was now shades of orange. People were walking to the train station, and then it showed Rengoku's back. He entered the building, and saw Fuku. "The sky is so lovely at dusk," Rue said. "There you are, Rengoku," Kenroji said. "Fuku-chan's there too," Kocho said. "I'm surprised that she's still working after such an event." "She is rather resilient," Himejima praised. "Excuse me," Fuku said, holding several box lunches. "Hello, box lunch vendor," Rengoku said. "You don't know her name?" Tanjiro asked. "I guess not, but I'll make sure to remember it in this future," Rengoku smiled. "We do have these, so please take some as a symbol of our gratitude," her grandma said. "Ah, nothing like a hot meal as a reward," Kenroji said. "Why are they giving Bug Eyes food?" Inosuke asked. "It's the polite thing to do, it's how they're showing gratitude," Aoi explained. "It's free. But just for you," Fuku said. "Fine then. I'll accept this one for free. But as for the rest, I'm buying them," Rengoku smiled. "You're buying all the food, again," Zenitsu shouted. "I suppose I am," Rengoku said. "But what if someone else wanted one?" Suma asked. "Then I shall give it to them," Rengoku answered. Rengoku grabbed 2 large totes of boxed lunches. Fuku's grandmother bowed slightly at Rengoku's kind gesture. "Stop by again if you're in the area," Fuku said. "I will make sure to do that," Rengoku said. "If someone kills them he'll be heartbroken." Daki thought, chuckling quietly. "I still can't believe you saved someone that Dad did," Sanjuro said in awe. "I promised to tell my father that I came across you too." "I'm sure he'll be thrilled," Rengoku said. "It showed him again. Take care now, and farewell." "I must admit, you did an alright job, Kyojuro," Shinjuro mumbled. Rengoku's eyes lit up before he said, "Thank you, father." Rengoku headed towards the train, still carrying all the lunches. It showed the train, moving along the tracks, stopping at the station. People began to get on it. "It's fascinating how developed the cities are getting," Nichika smiled. "I agree," Kanata said. "What? No way," Inosuke's voice said. "My voice," Inosuke said. "I guess that it's merging the timeline," Kocho said. "What does that mean?" Genya asked. Rengoku's mission took place before Tanjiro-kun and his friends boarded the train. "Now it's in the present future," Shiro explained. "Here. 1 first-class box lunch as requested. Anything else?" "Tea or sake, perhaps," Fuku said, handing a man a lunch. "I'm surprised she still has more lunches, considering that Rengoku-san bought so many," Tamayo chuckled. "I suppose so." Rengoku chuckled. "They serve sake on trains?" Rue thought, confused. Fuku and the man looked over, watching Inosuke headbutt the train. Zenitsu was behind him panicking. "Great! Now we know for sure that someone was watching us," Zenitsu shouted at Inosuke. "Ha! It's not my fault," Inosuke said back. "Guys, calm down please," Tanjiro pleaded. "What's going on?" Fuku asked. It showed the inside of the train. Several people were already seated. A boy in a yellowish kimono was walking down the aisle, and he bumped into a girl wearing a green kimono. They both had pale skin and eye bags. "Huh? Who are those children?" Sanjuro asked. "I don't know those two," Shinjuro said. "They seem rather sickly, they look pale," Kocho said. "I'll pray that they get better, if they are sick," Himejima said. On a seat near them a girl in a yellow flowery kimono was sitting. Her eyes were shut, and she had a red bow in her hair. In the back of the train car was a boy who had a white dress shirt under a red yukata. "I wonder why these children are being highlighted," Akaza said. "It doesn't make sense." Now, Akazadano. "Be patient, I'm sure these moving pictures will show us," Doma said. "Shut up," Akaza scowled. The train's whistle went off, and he coughed into a rag. It then showed Rengoku still smiling, his yellow and red hair stood out. The train began chugging along the tracks, stars lit up the sky. I hope he gets better, Tanjiro sighed. Whoa, trains are so cool, Inosuke said. He broke the chopsticks apart, and began to eat the food. He closed his eyes as he took a bite. The moment he opened his eyes he shouted. The train continued along the tracks, the crescent moon was in the sky, and the screen turned black for a moment before showing a picture. Rengoku was large and he had a big smile. While Inosuke and the others were odd-looking. Huh? What's this? Kokashibo asked. Why do I look weird? Inosuke shouted. It's a little extra bit that shows how the Hashira feel about Rengoku-san, Shiro said through the intercom. Of course those fuckers can do that. Shinazugawa thought angrily. I hope we get to meet the Flame Hashira, and isn't there something you want to ask him, Zenitsu said. Hashira, huh? Bring it on, coward, Inosuke shouted. Oh please. You can't beat us, especially if Tomioka can take you down, Shinazugawa scoffed. Lord Inosuke, will get stronger, Inosuke laughed. Stupid smooth-brained boar, Zenitsu said, then he turned to Tanjiro, anyway, I wonder what kind of person the Flame Hashira is. Smooth-brained? What does that mean? Inosuke asked. Let's not tell him, Tanjiro whispered to Zenitsu. It's the Kasugai Crow, Tanjiro smiled, seems like the Kasugai Crow has looked into Mr. Rengoku for us. Oh right. You can find out through the crows, Rengoku said, how smart. No way. Really, Zenitsu said excitedly. He said he was only able to find out how the other Hashira feel about Rengoku, Tanjiro smiled. How did the crow manage that? Tamayo asked. I presume they just asked, Kanroji said. Bring it on, Hashiras. I'll take on all of you, Inosuke shouted, pumping his arms up. No you can't, Shinazugawa grumbled. If you want to be able to defeat the Hashiras you're going to need a lot more training, Abuyashiki said gently. Got it, Inosuke shouted. Please just ignore him and tell me what the crow said, Zenitsu sighed. Hey! Don't just ignore me, Inosuke shouted. Why wouldn't I? You're disrupting the crow, Zenitsu shouted back. Please cease this arguing, Hijimajima said. Right. Ms. Shinobu said, Tanjiro started. Oh, it seems that I'm up first, Kocho smiled. It then showed Kocho, she was above a purple background with butterflies. A white box appeared next to her. I'd say he's a good person. Though there are some times when we're not on the same wavelength, Kocho said. I agree with what I said. There are times when we don't see eye to eye, Kocho nodded. Ah, I see. I'll try to be more open-minded then, Rengoku said. Ms. Shinobu, you're going to make me remember that sweet smell, Zenitsu smiled, and what about the others? Ah, you're talking about my perfume, Kocho said. Perfume? That's nice, Zenitsu said. He really should watch what he says. Shinobu-san might poison him. Aoi thought. Here's what the rest of them said, Tanjiro smiled. Flashy. He sticks out more than me, Yuzui said, a great guy when you get to know him. You think I stick out more than you? Rengoku asked. Yeah. It's that flashy hair color of yours, Yuzui said. I agree with Lord Tengen, your hair is such a unique color, Suma said. He's similar to an owl, Takedo said, that cheery voice of his is comforting to hear. Similar to an owl, Rengoku asked, puzzled. You have big eyes like an owl, Takedo said. Thanks. Rengoku chuckled. He's practically a big brother. I had so much fun training with him. He's given me so much love, Kanroji smiled brightly. A big brother, Tanjiro asked. Of course. I mean, like I said Rengoku trained me. We're really close, Kanroji smiled, he even gave me my Haori. I did, when she passed final selection, Rengoku confirmed. He talks a lot. He has a good personality, Iguro said. Thank you Iguro, Rengoku smiled. You don't have to thank me, all I'm doing is telling the truth, Iguro said. Kia. Iguro-san is so cool. Kanroji thought, smiling. He's a pretty good guy, Shinazugawa said. How kind of you Shinazugawa-san, Rengoku said. Whatever, Shinazugawa muttered. He likes people. Tanjiro thought. Always positive. Never whines about anything. Simply honest, Himejima said. Well, you'll have to thank my parents for that. They raised me well, Rengoku said. They did, Himejima nodded. All the Hashira's images were lined up. Tanjiro and Zenitsu stood in front of them. Something along the lines of that, Tanjiro said. Wait, what about Mr. Tomioka, Zenitsu asked. Oh, they remembered me. Tomioka thought. I doubt he has anything interesting to add. After all, he thinks he's better than everyone, Shinazugawa said. This Hashira thinks he's better than everyone. How dare he? Jutaro thought. He's right, Kasugai Crow. What about him? Tanjiro asked the crow. The crow cawed. Okay, right. I see what you're saying, Tanjiro said. He said this about Mr. Rengoku. Wow, I'm impressed that you found something that Tomioka-san said, Kocho said, clapping her hands together. I quite like when he talks with me, Tomioka said, his image appearing. Do you really think that? Rengoku asked. That's awfully kind. I do, Tomioka muttered. Wow, I'm surprised, he really answered. Kocho thought. That's it, Tanjiro said. Flame Hashira, fight me, Inosuke laughed. I will not, Rengoku said, it is against code. It was too late, Inosuke had run into Rengoku's back. Mr. Rengoku, Tanjiro said. The screen then faded to black. Alright, you all may have a 5-minute bathroom break, Shira said, then we will continue. Season 2 Episode 2. Once everyone was back from the bathroom break, the lights began to dim again, and the screen lit up. The screen opened up, showing the train going along the tracks. The train seemed far away, but it still was visible. It then went inside the train. There were numerous people on the train doing various things. A trumpet played triumphant music. It's still so fascinating that human technology has come so far, Doma said. It showed the back of the car, and Tanjiro opened the door. Inosuke and Zenitsu were behind him. They all walked into the train, and Inosuke immediately began looking around. Giggling. I'm glad that we're finally on the train, Zenitsu chuckled. Now we can meet up with Rengoku-san, Tanjiro said. I can't believe I'm inside this beast. Inosuke thought. Inosuke walked up to a window, giggling, and began pounding on it. He frightened the people who were sitting on the seats. Zenitsu slid into frame. Inosuke, Zenitsu shouted. What? Inosuke shouted back. You really should act less out of place, Nichika said, your mission needs it. He's disturbing the peace. Nakime thought. This is why men SCK. Sorry, gentlemen, he apologized, before grabbing Inosuke. What are you doing? Get over here. You're in the gentleman's way, Zenitsu said. So, Inosuke asked. Just please don't do that again, Tanjiro said. Let me go, Inosuke whined, as Zenitsu pulled him away from the window. You three sure are a handful, Rengoku said, laughing a little. You all better not ruin the mission for Rengoku-san, Iguro scowled. I'm not worried about that. We've all seen them fight, Rengoku said. The camera went back outside, showing the Mugen train. Steam exited the pipe, and it was driving near a forest. On the front was a bright light, it then showed all the train cars. The three of them continued walking through the train trying to find Rengoku. The train looks so appealing at night, Kanroji smiled. Because you have to walk further up, you can eliminate where the demon might be, Kocho said. That's true, Tanjiro said. Wait, what? Zenitsu thought. This Rengoku, he's a Hashira, right? Zenitsu asked, still dragging Inosuke, you sure you'll recognize him? I'd say Rengoku is one of the most recognizable Hashira. Especially with his flashy hair color, Yuzui said. Why thank you Yuzui, Rengoku smiled. Yeah. Along with his fiery hair, Tanjiro confirmed, I remember his scent too. You remember his scent? That's weird, Shinazugawa said. I'm surprised you remember his scent after so long, Aoi said. As they walked they passed a girl who was with her mom. She was giggling at something outside. Zenitsu then quickly pulled Inosuke forward, startling the people around. A girl with her mother? How tasty, Doma said. Shut up, Akaza said sternly. I wonder what she's giggling about, Kanao said softly. You really are scaring everyone Inosuke, Zenitsu pouted. Hey, Inosuke shouted. I'll tell you when I sense him, Tanjiro said, looking back at them. The second that Tanjiro opened the train car door, Rengoku could be heard. The wind pushed the trio back a few steps. Oh my, Tamayo said, shocked. Tasty, Rengoku shouted. A bead of sweat dripped down Tanjiro's face, while Zenitsu hid behind him. Tanjiro's mouth was agape. It then showed Rengoku, his eyes were hidden but it was clear he was eating something. He used his chopsticks to eat a small ball of rice. Why are you hiding behind me, Zenitsu? Tanjiro asked. He's being scary, Zenitsu muttered. What are you eating? Tamayo asked. I assume the bento box, the kind girl gave me, Rengoku smiled. The people around looked rather concerned. It showed Tanjiro opening the door as Rengoku repeated the word tasty. The camera moved closer to him as he continued the word. He opened a box of food, revealing the beef, and a hard-boiled egg. Tanjiro and the others continued to walk closer to him. Do you really need to keep repeating, tasty? Shinazugawa asked. I do, Rengoku said loudly. That food looks so good, Kanroji squealed. Nothing is better than food made with love, Abuyashiki said. Tasty, Rengoku said loudly. It panned up Tanjiro's face as Rengoku repeated the word. It then showed Rengoku's full face. The trio was behind him as he said tasty again, making the empty boxes around him go into the air. His cape fluttered, and their hair gushed in the wind Rengoku made. Zenitsu was hiding behind a shocked Tanjiro. I regret teaching him to show his appreciation towards food, slightly. Shinjiro thought, sighing. How flashy, you ate all that, Yuzui said. How is he making the boxes go into the air? Kokashibo wondered. The screen then filled with ink, revealing a blue pattern resembling mist. On it, was white text that said the title. It went back, showing the empty bento boxes that Rengoku had already eaten. He continued repeating one word. That pattern looks like mist, I wonder if that has anything to do with this moving picture, Hinatsuru said. Wait. Deep slumber? That doesn't make sense, Iguro said. Is that implying that I'm going to sleep on this train? I would never do something to compromise my mission, Rengoku frowned. I can't believe he's eaten all that food. Aoi thought. He really is odd. Zenitsu thought. It went to the other passengers, who were spell-shocked at Rengoku's attitude. Tanjiro was lost for words. Rengoku continued eating and praised the meal. After a few moments, Zenitsu turned to Tanjiro. You surely are making yourself known, Kocho said. I suppose I am being a bit loud, Rengoku chuckled. That's the flame Hashira, Zenitsu asked, whispering. Do I not come off as a Hashira, Rengoku asked. It's not that, Zenitsu said. Rengoku repeated the word, tasty. All Tanjiro could do was nod at Zenitsu's question while watching Rengoku's odd behavior. Not just some random glutton, Zenitsu added. Zenitsu, Tanjiro shouted. Sorry, Zenitsu said. Tanjiro nodded again, as Rengoku repeated, tasty. The duo moved closer to Rengoku, but Zenitsu was still behind Tanjiro. Excuse me, sir, Tanjiro said. Tasty, Rengoku responded, ignoring him. Are you ignoring us? Inosuke asked. I am, Rengoku nodded. Rengoku, Tanjiro said. Rengoku turned around, and the screen went yellow behind him as he repeated, tasty. Rengoku was smiling, but Tanjiro was confused. Yeah, we heard you, the first 50 times, Tanjiro said. You sure are passionate about food, Aoi said. Two maids were trying to fit all of Rengoku's trash in a bag. However, the stack of boxes was moving, acting like it was going to fall. It then showed the ceiling light, it flickered a few times. Those poor maids. A main thought. I hope the boxes don't fall, Tanjiro said. Did the light just flicker? Tamayo asked. I believe so, Lady Tamayo, Yashiro nodded. It's you, Rengoku said, crossing his arms, you were at the mansion. I'm glad you remember me, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro smiled. I still can't believe a couple of Mizunotos are going on a mission with a Hashira. You three better not get in Rengoku-san's way, Shinazugawa said. Alright, Zenitsu said. He's so scary. Yes. I'm Tanjiro Kamadu, Tanjiro said, and then pointed to his friends, this is Zenitsu Agatsuma, and this here is Inosuke Hashibara. Is that your first time introducing yourself to him? Yashiro asked. I believe so, Tanjiro nodded, I never got the chance to formally introduce myself during Nezuko's trial. He's so happy, it's infuriating. Whoever is on this train better kill him. Mugen thought. Tanjiro lowered his hand, and Zenitsu lowered his head a bit when Tanjiro introduced him. Meanwhile, Inosuke looked up proudly and had his hands on his hips. Why is Hashibara-kun not bowing? Rengoku-san is a higher rank, Himejima said. Why the hell would I need to bow? Inosuke asked. It's a respect thing, Inosuke, Zenitsu sighed. I see. Also. Isn't there one in that box? He asked. Tanjiro, are you sure that you should bring Nezuko? I know my future self already asked, but still, Zenitsu whispered. I'm sure. If there's one thing I've learned from these moving pictures is that Nezuko can protect herself, Tanjiro whispered back. Right, Tanjiro said, looking at the box, my sister Nezuko. Yes. I remember that demon. Since the MSTR accepted her, I will keep my peace, Rengoku said. Thank you, Kyojuro, Ubuyashiki smiled. Of course, Oyakata-sama, Rengoku said. Tanjiro gasped softly and looked shocked. Rengoku then patted the seat next to him. He's letting me sit next to him. Tanjiro thought. Sit down, won't you, he offered. It went outside again, showing the farmland, and the appealing train. Inosuke was laughing loudly, as he banged on the window. The farmland is so appealing at night, Suma smiled. I agree, Hinetsuru said. Inosuke. Please don't bang on the window, you're disturbing the other people, Ubuyashiki said. He's being so annoying. Neikime thought, scoffing. Incredible. I'm actually inside of this titan, Inosuke shouted. How is it possible for me to be inside this titan? Inosuke asked loudly. It's not a titan. It's a train, Zenitsu sighed. If you keep hitting the glass, you could break the glass, Kocho said. Zenitsu grabbed his mask, and scolded Inosuke, would you calm down? You're gonna break the glass like that. And what brings the three of you here? A mission, Rengoku asked, looking forward. I can't believe Ubuyashiki-sama trusts us enough to send us on a mission with a Hashira. Tanjiro thought, smiling. Why aren't you looking at us? Zenitsu asked. I'm not sure, Rengoku said. Yes. We were ordered to join you, Tanjiro answered. We received a message from a crow which let us know that casualties on this train were on the rise. I'm glad that you were quick to head to your mission, Obuyashiki said. Those poor people, Himejima frowned, I'll pray for them. Ah. That's why you're here. Understood, Rengoku said, looking ahead. Sir, there was one more thing, something I wanted to ask you, Tanjiro said. Are you going to ask about Hinakami Kagura? Zenitsu asked. I think so, Tanjiro said. It's a shame Rengoku-san doesn't know anything. Tanjiro lowered his head slightly. Meanwhile, Zenitsu was holding on to Inosuke. Inosuke had set his swords down and tried to free himself from Zenitsu's grasp. Let me go, Manitsu, Inosuke yelled. No, you idiot, Zenitsu said. Was it really a good idea to set your swords down? Hinaki asked. I agree. What if someone grabbed them? Or worse, a demon appeared, Nichika said. Oh. What is it? Rengoku asked. It's about my father, Tanjiro said. Are we going to learn more about his father? Makio asked. I know this is about Hinakami Kagura, but it's still odd having everyone learn about my family. Tanjiro thought. What about your father? Rengoku asked. The screen moved from Inosuke and Zenitsu, back to Rengoku and Tanjiro. The two of them were still facing forward, and Rengoku was smiling. He was a frail man, Tanjiro said. I'm sorry that your father was a frail man, Obuyashiki said. Thank you, Tanjiro said. How long had he been frail? Yashiro asked. For as long as I can remember, Tanjiro said, sadly. Was he now? Rengoku said, still smiling. And yet, Tanjiro began saying, as he lifted his head, he could perform a Kagura dance in freezing weather. Really? Himejima said, shocked. That's so cool, Kamado-kun, Kanroji smiled. Did your father really do that? Zenitsu asked, even though he was frail. He did, Tanjiro nodded. Well, good for him, Rengoku responded. Tanjiro took a breath, and then, Rengoku repeated. Hinakami Kagura, the dance, Tanjiro started. His reflection was clear in the window next to him. Tanjiro then began to reminisce about the fight with Rui. Tanjiro did a barrel roll, then struck the blood-red webs. It's still so impressive that you fought a lower moon, Kanroji said. Why are we rewatching Rui's failure? Mugen wondered, angrily. His movements are exactly like his. How did this child learn sun breathing? Not even the Hashiras could. Kokashibo thought. I found myself doing it, just like my father used to, Tanjiro added. It went even further back in time. Showing Tanjiro doing the Kagura dance, snow was all around the torchlit circle. However, he seemed unbothered. Tanjiro and his mother watched. It went to baby Tanjiro's face, he was astonished, and his cheeks were red from the snow. The Kagura dance your father did is so appealing, Aoi said. It was. I looked forward to it every year, Tanjiro said. Aw, you were so cute as a child, Tanjiro-kun, Kanroji squealed. Thank you, Kanroji-san, Tanjiro said. I was hoping if you knew anything about that dance, you'd be willing to tell me, Tanjiro finished. It went to the present. Inosuke and Zenitsu were sitting a row behind Rengoku and Tanjiro. However, after Tanjiro spoke, the train went dead silent. It went closer to Tanjiro's face. Certainly, Rengoku said, breaking the silence. Wait, does your future self know something? Tanjiro asked, Rengoku. I'm not sure, Rengoku said bluntly. Tanjiro quickly looked at Rengoku, hoping for an answer. But I don't, Rengoku said bluntly. Oh, Tanjiro sighed. Did you have to be that blunt? Kocho asked. I apologize, Tanjiro-kun, Rengoku said. I'm surprised Rengoku-san still doesn't know anything. Tanjiro-kun's breathing style looked most similar to flame breathing. Tomioka thought. Ha, Tanjiro said, shocked. I have never even heard of that dance, not once. Your father taking this Kagura and adapting it for battle is commendable, Rengoku said, still smiling. There's nothing more to say about it. I agree, being able to adapt a dance into combat is commendable, Hinetsuru said. Hang on. Are you sure you can't think of, Tanjiro panicked. Tanjiro waved his hands around, trying to digest what Rengoku had said. But before he could finish his statement, Rengoku interrupted. The background looked like a flame, and Rengoku seemed very happy. Wind seemed to move his hair and cape. Kaijuro, you didn't even let him finish his sentence, Amain said. Ah, I do apologize, I guess I got ahead of myself, Rengoku said. How is there wind, even though the windows are closed? Zenitsu wondered. You should become my Tsuguko, Rengoku shouted, I'll look after you. Your Tsuguko? Are you sure that's a good idea, Shinjiro asked. Yeah, Rengoku. Didn't you say that all your Tsugukos left because the training was too intense? I mean, I couldn't even MSTR flame breathing, Kenroji said. Zenitsu shouted, did I hear that right? He's offering Mizunoto's to become his Tsuguko. He barely knows these kids. Iguro thought. Not so fast, Tanjiro interjected. Tanjiro appeared small, while Rengoku still looked proud. Little bubbles were around his head, showing his confusion. When did you get so big? Zenitsu asked. I think the twins are exaggerating a bit, Rengoku laughed. Is this how the Hashira act regularly? Genya wondered. And wait. When'd you get so gigantic? Tanjiro asked. He's a strange one, huh? Zenitsu thought, looking over at them. Hey, don't say that about my flamboyant friend, Yuzui said. Why thank you, Tengen, Rengoku smiled. I'm still right. Zenitsu thought. Inosuke was still pressed against the window, and Zenitsu sat next to him clearly confused. Then, Rengoku began talking again. It went back over to him, and he was still looking forward. His smile hadn't left his face. Flame breathing has a long history. A Hashira of flame and of water have always existed, Rengoku said. Really, Tanjiro said. It's true. There's always been a water and flame. Hashira, Abuyashiki said. Before I was the flame Hashira, my father was. Our family has always been the flame Hashiras, Rengoku said. The screen went black quickly, and then the kanji for flame appeared. There was a light yellow behind it, and what looked like a flame. Whoa, Kanroji said softly. What a lovely way to demonstrate the different breathing forms, Kocho said, clasping her hands together. Flame, water, wind, stone, and thunder are the breathing fundamentals, Rengoku said. The only fundamental they're missing is thunder. Kokashibo thought. Those are the only fundamentals, Genya asked. That's right. Every other breathing style, no matter how rare, diverges from one of those, Shinjiro said. Each kanji appeared as Rengoku said it, and matching sound effects were there too. It zoomed out of the image, revealing the other breathing techniques branching off the main five. There are so many breathing techniques, Suma said, I didn't realize there were that many. Look Iguro-san, there's love breathing, Kanroji squealed. I see it, Iguro smiled. All other techniques branched off from those five, like how mist is a branch of wind, Rengoku explained. Wait. Mist is a branch of wind? I thought mist would be a branch of water, Tamayo said. It went back to reality. Tanjiro was looking at Rengoku, while Rengoku was still looking forward. Mizuguchi. What color is your sword? Rengoku asked. Why are you asking that? Tanjiro asked. Well, usually sword colors match the breathing technique that the user uses. Not to mention, I've never heard of a slayer who's become a Hashira with a black sword, Rengoku responded. Huh. My name is Kamadu and my sword is black, Tanjiro said, confused. Is it now, Rengoku said, how unfortunate. I can't believe having a black sword is so unfortunate, Genya said. Well, my only goal is to turn Nezuko back into a human. So I don't need to become a Hashira, Tanjiro smiled. Rengoku began laughing. The camera then showed the back of Rengoku and Tanjiro. Rengoku had a small ponytail, and the rest of his hair was down. Tanjiro had small eyes, and Nezuko's box was on the seat in front of them. Why do you say that? Tanjiro asked. I've yet to see someone with a black sword become a Hashira. Also, I hear they have no idea what style to MSTR, Rengoku said. Really, Tanjiro said, not one person. I can back that up. I've never seen a Hashira with a black sword, Yuzui said. Rengoku-san isn't wrong. You don't know what style to MSTR. You went from water breathing to Hinakami Kagura, Urokadaki said. It showed Tanjiro's face. After Rengoku spoke he looked down slightly. A frown was worn on his face. Just then, it showed Rengoku. The angle made him look huge. There was what appeared to be an explosion behind him. His hair and cape were flowing. His arms were crossed, yet he was smiling brightly. Why is Rengoku so big again? Kanroji chuckled. What is with the wind in his hair and cape? Shinazugawa asked. I think it's rather flashy, Yuzui said. There is no need for you to worry, Rengoku shouted, I can train you. I don't want him to train me. Zenitsu thought, fearfully. A Hashira with 3 Tsugukos. Would you have time to train them all? Kocho asked. Of course. I would train them into fine swordsmen, exclaimed Rengoku. Maybe later, a small Tanjiro responded, and just how did you get so big again? Tanjiro sighed, yet still looked at Rengoku. For the first time it seemed, Rengoku had his eyes closed. He was sitting peacefully. He's odd, but he's got a good heart. Tanjiro thought, before smiling softly. And I can smell he has a strong sense of justice. How can he tell that he has a strong sense of justice just by smell? Gyako asked. Who knows, Akaza scoffed. It showed the outside of the train once again. And Inosuke's laugh was able to be heard. As the different train cars passed, Inosuke was visible. He was halfway out the window. What are you doing, Inosuke? Tanjiro asked. Inosuke, be careful. If you keep leaning out of the window, you might fall out, Abuyashiki said. I'll be fine. I'm Lord Inosuke, Inosuke said. This is great. It's going so fast, Inosuke said happily. Get back in here. That's dangerous, Zenitsu shouted, trying to pull Inosuke back into the train fully. Let me at, Inosuke said, flailing his arms, I want a race to see who's faster on foot. Are you stupid? A train is way faster than you, Iguro scoffed. Iguro-san, be nice, Kanroji said. You can't be that stupid, can you? Zenitsu shouted, holding Inosuke's waist. Hey! I'm not stupid, Inosuke yelled. Then don't act like it, Zenitsu huffed. I wouldn't, Rengoku interjected, who knows when a demon might appear. Rengoku has a point, you should all be on guard, Kuina said. Especially since the demon is on the train, Yuzui said. What? Zenitsu muttered. Zenitsu looked back in fear, what? Why are you surprised? Kiira asked. I didn't think we were going to be stuck with the demons, Zenitsu said. What are you talking about? Obviously, you were going to be where they are, Kocho said. It was said that the demon had killed over 40 people on the train, did it not? Iguro asked. Well, yeah. But still, Zenitsu said. It was quiet for a moment, then going to the outside of the train. The comforting sounds of the tracks were heard as Zenitsu started speaking again. Wait. Demons show up on this train, Zenitsu asked. They do, Rengoku confirmed, still smiling. Why is he still smiling? It's kinda creepy. Zenitsu thought. Hell yeah. We get to kill demons, Inosuke said. Zenitsu went up to Rengoku, who was still facing forward. Zenitsu's face went to one of terror. His hair stood up, his mouth agape. We have seen you fight before. I'm sure you'll be able to defend yourself, Tamayo said. Thank you, Zenitsu stumbled. He better leave Lady Tamayo alone. Yashiro thought, glaring at Zenitsu. Seriously? No, Zenitsu shouted, I thought we were meeting up with them, not trapped with them. Those poor people, being trapped with a demon, Heimjime said. I am rather impressed that the demon hasn't started a massacre, Tanjiro said. They probably want to cause as much chaos as possible. So they're waiting, Kocho said. Zenitsu continued panicking as Tanjiro looked at him. It showed Inosuke, who was halfway out the window. His hand held up the window. I'm getting off this train, Zenitsu said. Hey! Weren't you just stopping me from getting off? Why do you get to leave? Inosuke asked. Agastamakuen, you cannot abandon your mission, Hinaki said. I know, Zenitsu sighed. Over 40 people have gone missing from this train in a short PRD of time, Rengoku said, we sent in several swordsmen. However, they have all vanished, and that is the reason I am here. I still can't believe a demon could kill 40 people in such a short amount of time, Tanjiro said. Believe it or not, but it's not uncommon. Mainly if they're a lower moon or an upper moon, Kocho said. Several swordmen went missing, Aoi whispered. Clearly they weren't trained, Shinazugawa scoffed, the quality of slayers really has gone down. I hope they aren't dead, Kenroji said. Zenitsu screamed, breaking the short-lived silence. Tears fell from his eyes. Just then footsteps could be heard, as it showed the floor. Are you really crying? Genya asked, get it together. Footsteps. Are they the demon? Roe asked. Sadly, I doubt it, Kocho sighed. Oh, I see now. Excuse me, this is my stop. I'm getting off, Zenitsu shouted, but now it was muffled. As Zenitsu was shouting, a person began walking towards the door of their car. Zenitsu was freaking out, tears streaming from his eyes as he gripped his head. The man from before, dressed in a uniform, shut the open door. He had very defined cheekbones. It's a person. I wonder who they are, Suma said. It's probably the conductor, Yuzui said. He has really defined cheekbones. I wonder if he's sick, Tomioka said. I'm not sure, Kocho said. However, what was odd was all the people he passed were sound asleep. Even a man who was dressed in the same uniform. That man. He's wearing the same uniform, does he work in the train too? Gyako asked. If he does, why is he sleeping? I wonder, Doma said, perhaps he's just neglecting his duties. May I see your tickets please, he said slowly, as he approached them. What is he doing? Genya asked. He is making your ticket is valid, Hinetsuru explained. What's happening? Tanjiro asked Rengoku. That man there, he is going to check that your ticket is valid, Rengoku explained. Zenitsu was still freaking out as Rengoku handed the pale man the ticket. He then punched a hole in it and handed it back. Zenitsu was now on the floor. Inosuke laughed as he handed the man his ticket. He's so pale. I hope he's okay, Kenroji frowned. There's something suspicious about him. Mugen thought. I wonder what it is. Here, Zenitsu mumbled, still crying. Once Zenitsu's ticket was punched, Tanjiro stood up and walked over. He held out his ticket and the man's face was shown better. His eyes were not visible at all, and he was as pale as snow. He grabbed the ticket and punched a hole into it, the same as the others. His face is so creepy, Zenitsu said. The lights on the train began flickering, making the train completely dark for a moment. Rengoku opened his eyes, and Tanjiro gasped, taking a step back. Those DMN lights, they keep flickering, Shinazugawa said. I thought those mechanics fixed the train. It went dark, it's the demon doing it, Iguro said. That scent. Tanjiro thought, looking around. It's horrible. Do you smell a demon? Inosuke asked. If I do, why isn't Rengoku-san up and ready? Tanjiro asked. That conductor is suspicious as hell, Shinazugawa said. The conductor's eyes were finally visible. He had light purple eyes, yet they had no light. It was as if he was dead inside. He looks so unflashy, Yuzui said. His eyes have no light, I feel so bad for him, Kanroji said. Thank you, very much, he said dryly. Rengoku quickly stood up, his right hand was on his sword. The trio looked at Rengoku with utter confusion. What? Why are you grabbing your sword? Zenitsu asked. Do you sense a demon? Tanjiro asked. I'm sure I do. There's no other reason I would get my sword, Rengoku said. Conductor, apologies for the sword, Rengoku said, but there is a reason, so please keep at a safe distance. The lights continued to flicker. It went to the front of the car, but this time, the passengers were awake. The lights then went completely out, and when they turned back on there was a demon. It didn't have a shirt on, only what looked like a tiny Haori. It had horns on its head and arms. All the passengers are awake now, Makio said, that's strange. The demon seemingly came out of nowhere. That's shocking for such a large demon, Hinaki said. It went closer to its face. It had 2 faces, 4 eyes, 2 mouths, and 2 noses. Not to mention, it had a receding hairline. An older man screamed at the sight. Zenitsu's eyes began to twitch in fear as the demon stood up. Numerous other passengers began to freak out, worrying for their safety. Tanjiro then reached for the sword he had tucked away behind him. I don't see any kanji in its eyes, Jutaro said, he's clearly not a part of the 12 Kazuki. It has 2 faces. These demons are a waste of blood, Daki said. This is your enemy. I wish you all the best of luck, Amain said. What a giant. Did you use a blood demon art? Rengoku asked, as it went up close to his sword, it was difficult to detect you. Know this, if you bare your fangs at the innocent, I will see your bone turn to ash, with my bright red blade of fire. His sword is so pretty. Kanao thought. This should be easy for you, Rengoku-san. Kill it, Shinazugawa said. As Rengoku pulled his sword out of his sheath, flames trickled out. It then zoomed into his face, wind seemingly blowing his hand and cape. Little sparks went near him. The demon in front of him screeched, startling the trio. However, the conductor behind them seemingly didn't care. Flame breathing is so breathtaking, Kanroji said. That demon is so loud, Yuzui said, it's so unflashy. The conductor is acting weird again, Hinetsuru said. Why isn't he running away? Takedo asked. Flame breathing. First form. Rengoku went into his stance. It showed in front and behind him. The demon leapt at him, ready to attack. Several flames lit up in a line, stretching out. As it zoomed out, it revealed the path Rengoku was running. His attack effortlessly hit the demon, with a ring of fire. The demon seemed to be decapitated. Rengoku looked determined. Which form of flame breathing is this? Tomioka asked. It's the first form, Rengoku said. We get to see the Hashira fight again. Doma thought. How wonderful. Whoa, Genya muttered, Hashira really are cool. Unknowing fire. He swung his blade again, showing the demon's head being severed. The flames covered the screen. Rengoku then busted through the door and looked back. The demon's body crashed against the ceiling, turning to ash instantly. "Fight me, Bug Eyes," Inosuke shouted. "I will not," Rengoku smiled. "That's odd," Hinetsuru said. The demon turned to ash oddly quick. "Something is weird about this train," Iguro said. "Amazing," Tanjiro said softly, and with a single slice. "Hashira really are amazing," Genya said. "I'm going to become stronger than all of them," Inosuke said. "I knew you could do it," Kaijuro, Ubuyashiki said, smiling. Zenitsu was clutching onto Inosuke. The passengers looked at Rengoku in awe at what he had done. While Rengoku turned around, facing the door that was in front of him. "There's still one more," Rengoku said, "come with me." "There's more demons?" Zenitsu asked. "Of course, there's no way that demon killed 40 people alone," Yuzui said. "I wonder if it's lower one who's on the train. After all, he's the only other lower moon here." Kokashibo thought. He ran off quickly, and Tanjiro began to follow. Zenitsu, who was still on the ground, was baffled. His mouth nearly touched the ground. "I can't believe this. We're trapped in a train with more than one demon. And now I know I can only defend myself when I'm asleep. Just great." Zenitsu thought. "You better hurry up, Zenitsu," Ubuyashiki said, "they might need you." "All right," Inosuke cheered. "Hey, don't leave me here," Zenitsu shouted, running after them. "I'm going to get to the demon first, take that Zenko," Inosuke laughed. "I don't care," Zenitsu said. The conductor was left all alone, still in the same spot. The lights began flickering again. It showed the conductor's face, then zoomed out, showing him with numerous people. The lights went out, and when they went back on, everyone was gone without a trace. "Why isn't the conductor running?" Suma asked. "The lights are flickering again, is the demon going to show up behind them?" Hinetsuru asked. "When did those people get there?" Tomioka asked. "What? Where did they go?" Kocho asked. The screen went black for a second, then showed the outside of the train once again. The horn was loud, and the chugging was too. Back inside, the people on the trains were running away while Rengoku stood still. He wasn't smiling, and a slithering sound was heard off-screen. "Those people are running away. So why wasn't the conductor?" Genya asked. "And they all disappeared. There's something wrong with this train," Amain said. "It's odd seeing Kaijuro without a smile." Senjuro thought. "What's that awful slithering sound?" Yuzui asked. This demon was nearly as creepy as the former. Its legs were spread out, attached to each side of the train. It began to sit up, but it made a creaking sound each time. A man whimpered in fear and barely dodged an attack by the demon. The demon bent down and went close to the man's face. "Not another ugly demon," Daki whined. "Why is that demon creaking?" Doma asked. "Did that man just dodge an attack from a demon?" "How impressive," Yuzui said. "It had greenish skin and yellow scara, while his irises were orange. He had little white hair, and 2 horns on his head. He had magenta markings on his shoulders. Drool crept out of his mouth." "Ew, he's drooling," Makio said. "I'm going to kill him easily," Inosuke said. Now. You don't want to get arrogant, otherwise, you might let your guard down," Kocho said. "You'll not lay a finger on that man," Rengoku said firmly. The demon propped itself up to look at Rengoku. Inosuke and Tanjiro had finally arrived at Rengoku's side. Zenitsu was there too, peeking from behind a seat. "Agatsuma-kun, get out of your hiding spot. This is your battle too," Rengoku said. "Why do they get to go with a Hashira? What do they have that I don't?" Genya wondered. "Let me make this clear," Rengoku said, "your opponent stands before you now." "What is that thing?" Zenitsu asked, shaking from fear, its arms look so freaking long. "All right. First come, first served," Inosuke said, charging at the demon. Inosuke, there's still a bystander, Tanjiro said. He'll be fine, Inosuke said, it won't matter when I kill him. Hang on, Tanjiro shouted, there's still a bystander there. The man was covering his head and shaking in fear. It won't matter once I kill this, Inosuke argued. Arrogance like that is the reason I had to save you from the spider demon, Tomioka said. I agree. You never want to underestimate your opponent. And bystanders always come first, Kanroji smiled. Inosuke leaped at the demon, and unexpectedly the demon grew 2 arms from its chest, ready to attack Inosuke. However, Inosuke quickly blocked it with his swords. He blocked the second arm and a third. He went in front of the demon, and Rengoku quickly swooped in to save Inosuke from getting squished. As soon as they were gone, the demon slammed down its hand. Did it just grow 2 more arms? Inosuke shouted. It appears that it did, but don't fear. I'll protect you, Rengoku said. You blocked the attacks, that's good, Tanjiro smiled. Anyone with any skill could block that attack. Shinazugawa thought. You almost got squished, Zenitsu gasped. Rengoku dropped Inosuke, who landed on the seat and immediately rushed back. He dodged an arm, and got the bystander, carrying him bridal style. He put him by Tanjiro and Zenitsu. So quick, Genya muttered. Good job, Rengoku-san. You saved the bystander, Himejima said. He just saved me. Inosuke thought. Little bubbles of happiness went around his head. You'll be safe in the back. Now go, Rengoku instructed. The man quickly ran towards the back of the train, and Rengoku turned back to face the demon. He stood next to Tanjiro. The camera went to the back of them, and the demon was still moving around. Now that he's gone, we don't have to hold back, Rengoku said. That's amazing, Zenitsu said. What a shame. Neither of these demons killed anyone. They clearly aren't the main demon. Doma thought. We don't have to hold back now. Let's finish this, Rengoku said. The demon screeched and leaped at the slayers. Tanjiro stood ready with his sword already out. Meanwhile, Rengoku was more nonchalant. His sword was still in the holder. But in the blink of an eye, Rengoku had run forward towards the demon. I didn't think that demon was ever going to move, Yuzui sighed. You look so nonchalant, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro said. Of course, I'm not worried in the slightest, Rengoku said. The camera went to the outside of the train. Rengoku was seen still running to the demon as the train was chugging. It went back into the train, and the demon was less than a few feet from Rengoku. His hands were on his sword, ready to take it out. The arm of the demon lifted, ready to strike. Flame breathing. Second form. Rengoku thought. We get to see flame breathing again, Suma smiled. Flame breathing is so flashy, Yuzui said. Rengoku's hand was ready to take his sword out. His hand clicked against the hilt, pushing it out. It showed the top of the demon, who was above Rengoku. His spine was very noticeable. A thread of fire went around going into a curve. His spine reminds me of Oni-chan's. Daki thought. I love your hilt, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro said. Why thank you, Rengoku said. Which form of flame breathing is this, Urokadaki asked. Rising scorching sun, Rengoku said. Rising scorching sun. Rengoku thought. His sword moved in the arch, creating a ring of fire effortlessly, cutting the demon's head off. The angle was shown 3 different ways, the final, the demon's arms were up still in the preparing phase. The flames disappeared, and the body dramatically dropped to the ground after destroying a few seats. A cloud of smoke covered the car before clearing to reveal the disintegrating demon. Now that we've seen Rengoku-san use flame breathing a bit more, Hinakami Kagura is incredibly similar, Kocho said. That's true, but there's still noticeable differences, Shinjiro said. You killed him before he could even put his hand down, that's amazing, Inosuke said. He's amazing. Tanjiro thought. Rengoku only stood a few feet in front of Tanjiro. There were broken pieces of wood scattered on the floor. Tanjiro was flabbergasted, while Rengoku casually put his sword back. The chairs are broken, how sad. Doma sighed. That, Tanjiro stumbled. It showed Tanjiro's face. He was crying, and the background went to fiery colors. Was totally cool, bro, Tanjiro praised, talk about genius swordplay. Rengoku laughed, why thank you Kamado-kun. I agree with Tanjiro-kun. Your swordplay is amazing, Kanroji smiled. Rengoku joined the frame, he was happily looking at Tanjiro who continued to praise him. Please let me tutor under you, Tanjiro begged while waving his arms. Huh? You want him to tutor him now, Zenitsu asked, did you not hear about how terrifying it sounds? But think about how cool it would be, Tanjiro said, stars in his eyes. Very well then. I'll make you into a fine swordsman, Rengoku agreed. Zenitsu then joined in. He had odd-looking teeth and an overall odd look. Can I join? Zenitsu asked. Huh? What is my future self doing? Zenitsu whined. I wanna join too. I will become the strongest, Inosuke laughed. Yeah. Me too, Inosuke said, butting in. The three of them seemingly floated around Rengoku, who just laughed. What are the three of you doing? Shinazugawa asked. Calm down Shinazugawa-san. Just let them be kids, Kocho smiled, speaking softly. I would be willing to take you all in, Rengoku said. You're so awesome, Tanjiro said. Is he really going to take them all in as Tsugukos? Shinjiro wondered. How fun, Rengoku laughed. You're awesome, big bro, the trio said in unison. Brother, Tanjiro said, raising his arms. Brother, Zenitsu said, crossing his arms. Bro, Inosuke said. Why are you calling him, brother? Suma asked. I dunno, Zenitsu said. He reminds me of my siblings. Tanjiro thought. I don't have a family, Inosuke said. The three of them jumped up, joining Rengoku in a fiery backdrop. Tanjiro and Inosuke were on the left, while Zenitsu was on the right. They all seemed to be low quality. Rengoku just laughed. It feels nice to see people being able to still act childish, Kanroji said. As long as they are still being focused on their mission, I suppose, Iguro said. I didn't know that there were such lovely times in the Corps. Senjuro thought. Thanks so much, big bro, they said in sync. They floated around the screen before it showed each one of them. They were smiling happily. Everything seemed to go in slow motion, just then the lights began to flicker again. A loud snapping sound was made when they went out completely. Why is it going in slow motion? Kocho asked. Maybe to show how happy they are, Aoi suggested. Oh no. Nothing good happens when the lights are flickering, Zenitsu sighed loudly. It sounded like a snap, Makio said. When they turned back on it was odd. Light snoring could be heard. It seemed like Tanjiro was leaning on Rengoku. It went over to the other two. Inosuke was sprawled out on Zenitsu. As it zoomed out, all four were sound asleep. Wait, is that snoring? Yuzui asked. Did we fall asleep after killing the demons? Tanjiro asked. We're all asleep. That can't be right. I'm sure I'm just resting my eyes, Rengoku said. Inosuke, get off me, Zenitsu said. A loud running sound was heard. The conductor from before was running through the train car. The people he passed before were asleep once again. He threw open the door, causing him to fall. It then showed him, he was sobbing. Why is he running? Neikaim asked. He didn't seem to be in a hurry when there were actual demons, Iguro said. Those people that were awake, are asleep again, Amain said, this is so odd. Why is he crying? Kanroji asked, sadly. As ordered, I put them all to sleep, sir, he said, now please, do the same to me as well, won't you? Let me be reunited with my dead wife and daughter. He was the one who put us to sleep. I'm going to pound him, Inosuke said. How did he put you all to sleep? He looks really frail, so there's no way he could have knocked you all out, Shinazugawa said. The better question is when did he put you all to sleep? I'm wondering if those demon encounters were merely dreams, Kocho said. Dreams? Tanjiro thought. Wait, he has a dead wife and daughter. That's so sad, Kanroji said. I'll pray for them, Himejima said. As he spoke he lowered his head closer to the ground until it was completely touching it. Who is he bowing to? Doma asked. I assume someone who he has respect for. Look how deep his bow is, Kokashibo said. Please, I'm begging you, he begged. Certainly, an unknown voice said. Oh my. That's my voice. Enmu thought. I can't believe it, with MSTR's blood I killed over 40 more people. Lower Moon One's voice. He better kill these slayers or I'll demote him. Mugen thought. He raised his head slightly, tears still streaming down his cheeks. Just then, a hand fell from above. It was bluish and veiny. Worst of all, there seemed to be an eye on it. The fingers began to move, propping the hand up. Closer up, the skin was no paper white. There was a blue eye on the side and a mouth on top. There was also kanji on it that said dream. Ew, was that a hand? Zenitsu asked. I think it is, Kanao said. There's an eye on it, Makio said. Dream, Hinetsuru read. You did a fine job, Enmu praised. Isn't that your voice? Roe asked, not to mention, your hand. Why yes, it is, Enmu said, isn't it amazing I finally get to appear? It did a close-up of the veiny hand. Now sleep forever, Enmu commanded. Sleep forever, Hinaki repeated. That sounds awful, Suma said. Does his blood demon art have something to do with making people sleep? Kocho wondered. The camera inverted a flash of purple. The man gasped loudly and fell unconscious on the hardwood floor. Dream that you are with your family again, he said. You're making him dream that he's with his family. That's so cruel, Makio said. Really? I thought it was rather sweet, Enmu said, smiling. Even though he's a lower moon, his blood demon art doesn't seem half bad. Doma thought. Pardon me, a girl said. Who's speaking? Hinetsuru asked. Was someone able to break the sleep? Zenitsu asked. I doubt it. It seems that not even Rengoku-san can, Kocho frowned. The camera flipped around showing 4 young people. 2 girls, and 2 boys. The girl in front had 2 braids and a green kimono. The boy in front had a white dress shirt under a red haori. His black hair was short. The other boy had the tannest skin out of them all. The other girl's eyes were shut. However, one thing they all had in common was they looked sickly. 4 people. What are they doing there? Tanjiro asked. They all look sick, Aoi said. I wonder if I'm using them. Enmu thought, smirking. What would you like, from us? The braid girl asked. What are you going to do with those poor souls? Himejima asked. Who knows, Enmu said. He's clearly manipulating them. Gyako thought. How creative. Those who are sleeping now will sink even deeper. Wait here until then. A few demon hunters will sometimes wake unexpectedly from sensing a demon. So be very careful when you are tying them up that you do not directly touch their bodies. I must remain in the first car for the time being. Till everything's ready to go, good luck, Enmu said. That's actually interesting. The demon slayers can break your blood demon art, Roe said. How disappointing. Doma thought. Why are you going to tie them up? Yashiro asked. Why would I tell you? Enmu asked. What is this BSTRD planning? Shinazugawa wondered. The man behind him was crying in his sleep, but it was a happy cry. You all want peaceful dreams as well, don't you? Enmu asked. So you're manipulating them with the promise of peaceful dreams? Kocho asked, angrily. I suppose so, Enmu smirked. I'll pray that they get out of this peacefully, Himejima sighed. Yes, the four of them nodded. It went back to the four of them. They were still sleeping. Rengoku was the only one who was still sitting normally. It showed Zenitsu and Inosuke closer, then Rengoku and Tanjiro. It went even closer to Tanjiro's face, and then the screen went black. The sound of wind blowing was heard, and there was white snow on the black screen. Eyes seemed to flutter open, as a person was walking in the snow. They were breathing rather heavily. As they looked up, a forest of trees was shown. It finally revealed who was walking. It was Tanjiro. Is that wind? Abuyashiki asked. What is that doing there? Now there's snow, Shinazugawa said. Wait. It zoomed into Tanjiro-kun. Does that mean this is going to be about his dreams? Kanroji pointed out. It is me, Tanjiro said. Each time he exhaled, the air around him was visible. There was snow on his shoes, as if he'd been walking for a while. It showed the back of him. His footprints in the snow followed him as he walked rather slowly through the snow. The scenery reminds me of my home, Tanjiro whispered. Why are we watching him walk through snow? Akaza asked, loudly. When the front of him was shown, it was like there was no light in his eyes. He looked up and gasped sharply. Within a second he had his hands on his sword ready to fight. He looked around. Where did the light in your eyes go? Tanjiro, Zenitsu asked. Do you hear a demon? Suma asked. I'm not sure, Tanjiro said. I'm surprised you're still alert in your dream, Shinjiro said. What's going on? What happened? Tanjiro wondered. He took his sword out of his sheath and went in a circle trying to figure out what happened. He breathed heavily, and there was a bead of sweat on his cheek. Calm down. Just, calm down. Tanjiro thought, trying to reason with himself. Slow your breathing. Good job. Calming your breathing will help you stay alert, Urokadaki said. Let the fun begin. Enmu thought, smirking. He dug his foot deeper in the snow for a moment as he tried to control his breathing. It showed him from his back as if someone was watching from the trees. He continued moving around, and just then a small foot planted into the ground. They had a tan and pink show and a yellow kimono. Even though none of the dream is reality, it looks so real, Amain said. It looks like someone is watching him. How creepy, Kanroji said. A footprint, Makio said, confused. That kimono reminds me of Hanako's. Tanjiro thought. Tanjiro gasped loudly, and as he turned around, two kids were shown. A young girl and a boy who were both carrying something. It was Hanako and Shigeru. The boy turned his head to look at Tanjiro. Hanako. Shigeru, Tanjiro mumbled, as he began to tear up. How is this possible? They're dead, Genya shouted. It makes sense actually. It's all a dream. They aren't really there, Kocho frowned. Look, Shigeru exclaimed. Brothers back home, Hanako smiled. It's like a demon never came to your house, Kanao said. Nezuko smiled as she looked at her family on the screen. Welcome home Tanjiro, Shigeru said. You sell the charcoal, Hanako asked him. What a wonderful piece you created, Gyako complimented. Why thank you, Enmu said. I can't believe this. Tanjiro thought. Tanjiro slowly lowered his sword. He was stuck in disbelief. He exhaled, clearly about to cry. He dropped his sword in the snow and ran towards his siblings like his life depended on it. He tackled them onto the snow, causing them to drop the basket. The two kids were confused by Tanjiro's actions. This is so sad. Zenitsu thought, looking at Tanjiro. At least you get these moments with them, Kanroji said. You can touch them. This dream state is more advanced than I thought, Hinaki said. Hey, what's wrong? Hanako asked. As Tanjiro lifted his head, tears fell out of his eyes violently. However now, he had the same basket he wore the day his family died on his back. His hair was longer, and his scar was back to how it was before. He grabbed both of his siblings' heads and sobbed. The two looked at him, still confused by Tanjiro's outburst of emotions. Zenitsu looked at Tanjiro and hugged him, while Tanjiro began sobbing again. What happened to his scar? It looks like how it was before final selection, Makio said. Your hair is longer too, Inosuke said. What did you do? Sorry. I'm sorry, Tanjiro apologized. Tanjiro, you know it's not your fault. Right, Zenitsu said. I know, Tanjiro sniffled. He clearly has survivor's guilt. How sad. Doma thought. The camera zoomed out, showing the vast snowy forest as Tanjiro screamed. Everything turned white, before showing the train again. It whistled loudly, and Enmu was standing on it. To die while in the rapture of a dream, a blessing indeed. It doesn't matter how powerful a demon hunter you are. The spark that drives these beings comes from the heart, the human spirit, Enmu said. How would you kill them in a dream? You're all the way in the front, Akaza asked. You'd be surprised. Just because I'm a lower moon doesn't mean I can't be strong, Enmu said. Perhaps he will actually kill some of the slayers. Mugen thought. His missing hand crawled towards him and jumped back on his arm. Enmu began moving his arms in a rather theatrical way. His hand went back onto his arm. Genya thought. All you have to do is stamp out their spiritual core, Enmu said, you can kill them just like that. All human hearts work in the same fashion. Like a delicate glasswork, they're so pitifully fragile and weak. It's that easy to kill a person, Hinetsuru gasped. What is a spiritual core? Zenitsu asked. It's a human heart, Enmu answered. Someone then began tying a rope around Zenitsu's wrist. It panned out, showing the 4 people from before tying a rope around each person's wrist. Those poor people, being manipulated by a demon, Ubuyashiki sighed. Why are they tying up out wrists? Zenitsu asked. I assume that's how they can stamp out their hearts, Iguro said. We have to tie up their wrists, is that right? The close-eyed girl asked. Yeah, Pigtail Girl confirmed, and don't forget what he warned us about. I hope they mess up, and Rengoku can wake up. Kanroji thought. Pigtail Girl finished tying the rope to Rengoku's wrist and made sure it was secure. It went to each rope that was tied. Take in a deep slow breath, the red-haired boy said, then start counting upwards. He closed his eyes and began thinking. Do that, and you'll fall asleep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As he began counting it showed Tanjiro. He was crying, and tears rolled down his cheeks. It faded to what looked like water. There was a large air bubble too. The scenery changed to Tanjiro's house, there was snow on the small house's roof. If only there was a way I could have saved his family. Tomioka thought. Why does it look like water? Suma asked. I'm not sure, Hinetsuru said. And then he suddenly burst into tears, Hanako said, we were pretty surprised. Oh Hanako. If only I could have saved you. Tanjiro thought. Your siblings were so sweet, Kanroji said. They were, Tanjiro nodded. 4 of Tanjiro's siblings were indoors. All but Takeo were sitting down. What an odd duck, Takeo laughed. What does he mean? Kentaro isn't a duck, Inosuke said. It's just an expression, Inosuke, Zenitsu sighed. Well, maybe you're just exhausted is all, Ki suggested. That's your mom, right? Kocho asked. That is, Tanjiro said. She is so pretty. Kanao thought. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine, Tanjiro said, looking at his mother. Ki got up and placed her pale hands on Tanjiro's cheeks. Tanjiro gasped softly. It panned out, Nezuko was the only one who wasn't in the room. What is she doing? Genya asked. I think she's trying to see if he has a fever, Aoi said. Nezuko-chan isn't there. I wonder why, Kanroji said. Maybe because she's a demon now, Hinaki suggested. You don't have a fever, do you dear? She asked, don't push yourself. Just rest for today. His mom seems nice. Iguro thought. It showed Ki closer. She had appealing purple eyes, and her hair was covered by a cloth. She had a small beauty mark on her chin. She looked kind. It's a shame none of your siblings got your mother's eyes. They're so appealing, Kanroji said. I agree, they remind me of Kocho-san's, Rengoku said. She has a beauty mark. Daki thought. Really, I'm alright, Tanjiro said. Are you sure? She asked. Shigeru grabbed a blanket and ran towards Tanjiro. Huh? What is he doing? Inosuke asked. Hey! Come back with that, Hanako yelled. Is Hanako-chan, or Shiguro-kun older? Urokadaki asked. Hanako is older, Tanjiro said. Ki moved her hands away, and Shigeru put the blanket onto Tanjiro, giggling all the while. All the kids laughed as Shigeru began rubbing Tanjiro's head with it. That looks like fun, Inosuke said. Shigeru was always a fan of playing games, Tanjiro said. If only bad demons didn't exist, Shinazuwa said. Just what do you think you're doing? Hanako asked. It went closer to Tanjiro. Come on. You stop that right now, Hanako demanded, are you listening? A few of the slayers began to laugh at the Kamadu house fun. This is stupid. Enmu better have they killed soon. Mugen thought. Tanjiro looked at his mother, who was smiling. It went back to him and he looked down slightly. I guess. I was having a bad dream or something earlier, Tanjiro said. It's like it's erasing all your memories. Making you think reality is the dream, Kocho said. That sounds awful, Kanroji frowned, I wouldn't want to forget any of you. The camera exited the house as Tanjiro spoke and then went back to the real world. Enmu was still standing on the train. Something better knock him and his pathetic smile off that train, Shinazuwa said between gritted teeth. Hush my child. Sleep well, my child. Sleep soundly. Forget to breathe. Should a demon appear, sleep. Even inside its stomach, sleep. Oh, that's delightful, you must be having such wonderful dreams, Enmu said. Don't call him your child, Urokadaki said, you're nothing like a parent. Would it really be possible to forget to breathe in my dream? That's so scary. Zenitsu thought. Rengoku-san, I hope you're able to wake up, Himejima said. I hope so too, Rengoku said. Inside its stomach. What does that mean? Kocho wondered. It went back to Tanjiro's dream. He was carrying a basket full of charcoal. Fall deeper, and deeper still, into your dream, Enmu said. That's such a scary thing to think about, Tanjiro said. Wait. Nezuko-chan is still awake. Maybe she'll be able to do something, Zenitsu said. You're going to rely on the demon girl, Genya asked. Do you have a better idea, Zenitsu asked, because right now we all might die. Tanjiro's siblings went to him and hugged him tightly. The whole family began laughing, but Nezuko was nowhere in sight. It went back to the water and the bubbles seemingly went to the surface. Back with Enmu, he was smiling. Your family was so cute, Kanao said softly. Thank you, Kanao-san, Tanjiro said, smiling softly. The water is back. I wonder if it represents something, Kocho said. I'm going to wipe that smile off his face. Inosuke thought. Continue to slumber and you shall never be roused again, Enmu said, as it did a close-up of his eye. It said lower one. The train whistled loudly and continued moving along the tracks, showing each window until it disappeared into the mist ahead. It then went to black. Lower moon 1. That's the highest rank I've ever fought, Tanjiro said. Don't worry, Kamado-kun. I'll keep all of you safe, Rengoku said. The train is going into the mist, Takedo said. All right everyone. Let's continue, Shira said through the intercom. Season 2 Episode 3, should have been. How are you guys going to be able to escape the dreams, Kanroji asked. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll be able to, Rengoku said, smiling. As the screen opened up, it gave a recap of the last video they watched. As usual, the screen filled with ink before showing Tanjiro's Haori pattern and the title on the screen. The train was still moving along the tracks and the headlight lit up the night. Isn't that your Haori pattern? Abuyashiki asked. It is, so are we going to keep focusing on my dream? Tanjiro asked. Inside the train, everyone was still asleep. It went closer to Zenitsu and Inosuke, showing the two people tied to their wrists. Zooming into the green Haori boy, Zenitsu, it faded into darkness. When the screen opened back up, it was Zenitsu, who looked like he was in water. Everyone is still asleep, Kanroji frowned. You really need to get off me, Zenitsu grumbled. Are those the two people going into our dreams? Inosuke asked. It seems so, Himejima said. It looks like Zenitsu is in water. Does that mean we're going to his dream? Hinaki asked. Air bubbles rose to the surface, revealing peaches. There were sounds of people running and heavy breathing. Here, let me show you, Zenitsu's voice said, these peaches are delicious. Who are you talking to? Genya asked. I don't know, Zenitsu said. Based on Kamado-kun's dream, I assume you're talking to someone who is important to you, Kocho suggested. Someone who's important to me, Zenitsu muttered to himself. Zenitsu was holding someone's hand. It showed a wide shot. It was Zenitsu and Nezuko running through a peach orchard. Nezuko, Tanjiro shouted. Nezuko turned to look at Tanjiro, and she mumbled happily. Is that a peach orchid? How yummy, Kanroji said. Nezuko is with me. Zenitsu thought. And with all the white flowers in bloom, I can make you a ring of flowers, Zenitsu said, I'm pretty good at it you'll see. Lord Tengen, will you make us a ring of flowers? Suma asked. Hey! If Suma gets one, I want one, Lord Tengen, Makio said. Calm down, there's enough rings of flowers for all three of you, Yuzui laughed. I'm glad Nezuko has more friends. Even if it's just in a dream. Tanjiro thought. It showed the ground and their feet as they both ran. Zenitsu then looked back at Nezuko. Come on, Nezuko, Zenitsu said. Yeah. Make a lot, okay, Nezuko said, in a childish voice. Ha. Nezuko's voice, Tanjiro said, but, something's off. She's speaking, Urokadaki gasped. Calm down everyone. It's probably just what Zenitsu's conscious thinks Nezuko sounds like because he's never heard her voice before, Kocho reasoned. I guess that makes sense, Tanjiro said. Nezuko looked human, her fangs were gone, and she was running in the sun. However, her eyes were still as they were when she turned. It went closer to her face as the background turned pink. She's lost all her demonic features except her eyes, Tanjiro said. I wonder if her running in the sun means something. Tamayo wondered. This is useless. Muzan thought. I don't care what some lowlife demon slayer dreams about. I'd love that, Nezuko smiled. It feels nice to hear Nezuko speak, even if it's not her real voice. Tanjiro thought. Zenitsu was blushing, and a blue bubbly background was behind him. Zenitsu cheered and then jumped into the air. His smile was bright. Are you blushing, Zenitsu? Tanjiro asked. Well, Zenitsu muttered. We have to cross a river, but don't worry, it's shallow, Zenitsu warned. River, Nezuko repeated. She stopped in her tracks. It showed the back of her. But I can't swim at all, Nezuko said. Zenitsu, what do I do? What? Nezuko can swim, Tanjiro said, confused. I suppose it's just another difference between reality and his dream, Tamayo said. His dream is making her seem pathetic. How annoying. Neikime thought. She looked up at Zenitsu sweetly, causing Zenitsu to break out in a blush. He waved his hand back and forth. Why does your face look like a tomato? Inosuke asked. It's fine. I'll just carry you on my back and jump over it, Zenitsu suggested, as he turned around. Not even your toes will get wet. Well, that's rather kind of you, Agatsuma-kun, Kocho smiled. He's enveloped in his dream, how wonderful. Enmu thought. Nezuko had eyes as Zenitsu bent down. Nezuko wrapped her arms around Zenitsu's neck, and Zenitsu jumped up. A flash of blue lightning appeared, causing him to run faster. Then normal. I can't believe I get to hold Nezuko. Zenitsu thought. Ah, young love. Amain thought. What the hell? What was that blue flash? Shinazugawa asked. I guess it's just another part of the dream world, Rengoku said. Just leave it all to me, Zenitsu smiled, as they jumped from rock to rock. As they hopped across the river, Zenitsu got hearts in his eyes. Nezuko giggled, and pink flowers went across the screen. It went closer to their faces, and they both giggled. He really does like her, doesn't he? How cute. Kanroji thought. Does he have hearts in his eyes? Kanata asked, confused. It seems so, Ubuyashiki nodded. It quickly went back to the water. Zenitsu was sinking further as air bubbles went up. Across from Zenitsu was Inosuke. He was also seemingly sinking. It went closer to his face, and numerous air bubbles covered his face, before going to his dream. I don't like that visual. It looks like I'm drowning, Zenitsu said, shuddering. Hey! There I am, Inosuke said, why do I look like that? The bubbles, are we going to see Inosuke's dream? Tanjiro asked. They were in a cave, and Inosuke started shouting. He was marching forward, and someone seemed to be behind him. A cave, Neikime said, confused. We're in your dream, Inosuke, Tanjiro said. Finally, you all will see my greatness. For I am the great Lord Inosuke, Inosuke laughed. Survey team. Survey team, Inosuke yelled, we are the cave survey team. He really is odd. Genya thought. Caves are not pretty. Daki thought. It approached Inosuke's face as he repeated, survey team. Behind him was Nezuko. She didn't have her haori on, but she did have bunny ears. Just then Zenitsu and Tanjiro appeared. Zenitsu had mouse ears and buck teeth. Looks like Nezuko-chan is in your dream too, Hashibara-kun, Kocho said. Why does she have bunny ears? Aoi asked, she's not a bunny. Hey! Why do I look like a mouse, Inosuke? Zenitsu shouted, now Nezuko-chan will never want to marry me. Calm down, Zenitsu. It's probably just part of Inosuke's dream, Tanjiro sighed. Wait boss, Tanjiro said, a tail stuck out from him. Boss, Tanjiro repeated. Do you think you're in charge of us? Zenitsu asked. Did Tanjiro not notice that he has a tail too? Kanao wondered. Wait boss, Zenitsu said. What is it? Inosuke asked, looking back, Underling 1 and Underling 2. Now we're underlings. Why I outa, Zenitsu muttered. It's not that bad, Tanjiro said. He's acting exactly how Tomioka-san thinks. How annoying. Iguro thought. Over there. I smell the MSTR of this cave, clear as trash, Tanjiro said. Clear as trash, Tamayo said, that doesn't sound pleasant. And its snoring doesn't squeak by me, Chuitsu said. At least you kept the things we're good at, Tanjiro said. If you ignore how he made you two stupider, Shinazugawa scoffed quietly. Tanjiro and Zenitsu's names were altered in Inosuke's dream. Deeper in the cave was the monster. The train, but with spider-like legs. It was breathing. The trio slid into frame. The monster is the train, Shinjiro asked. It makes sense if you ask me, Hashibara-kun kept referring to the train as a beast, Rengoku said. Does it have spider legs, Roy asked. It seems so, Tanjiro said, maybe a callback to our fight. Aha. There he is, all right, Inosuke said, underlings, go get him. Zenitsu and Tanjiro jumped up and began running in the air, as Inosuke pointed at the train. You got it, bossman, they said. Inosuke turned around as the other two ran off. Nezuko was sitting on the ground looking the other way. Hey, why is she not following behind, Inosuke asked. You can't tell Nezuko what she has to do, Zenitsu argued. Hey! Don't fall behind, underling 3, Inosuke shouted. He went to her and showed her acorns, come on. Look! I'll give you these sparkly acorns. Sparkly acorns, Takedo said, are those real? I've never heard of sparkling acorns, Kocho frowned. Nezuko looked at Inosuke, who was holding a few sparkling acorns in his hand. Nezuko perked up, and the four of them jumped up excitedly to attack. Kia, Nezuko-chan looks so cute, Kanroji smiled. Let's go, Inosuke said. Yeah, they said in unison. The four of them pounced towards the train. It had steam leaving it, and all but Inosuke were altered in some way. It went back to the real world. Inosuke was lying on Zenitsu, snoring. Zenitsu giggled and moved his head. It went closer to Rengoku who was sleeping intensely. All but Inosuke look like animals, Genya said. Oh, we're back in the real world now, Kuniya said. Ah, me giggling in my sleep is so awkward. Zenitsu thought. You look so intense, Rengoku-san, Iguro said. Perhaps I know that something is off, Rengoku suggested. It went inside his dream. The sun shone brightly through the leaves, and birds were chirping in the distance. It then went to what appeared to be a Japanese home, the doors were open. It went out, revealing Rengoku sitting near his father. We're inside your dream now, Rengoku, Kanroji smiled. So it seems so, Rengoku said. Whoa, it seems so peaceful there, Aoi said. Is that your father, Tanjiro asked. It is, Rengoku said. Shinjiro was facing the other way, not looking at his son. Rengoku then opened his eyes gently. He then looked around the room. I wonder what's going to happen in my dream, Rengoku said. His father isn't looking at him. I wonder why. Tanjiro thought. Why am I here? Rengoku wondered. He moved his hand, bumping it into his sword. His father was reading a book, the blanket half off him. Wait, you still have your sword. Inosuke, Tanjiro, and I don't. That's so weird, Zenitsu said. That is rather weird, Rengoku said, maybe I can use it to slay the demon. Good luck. There's only one way out of the dream. Enmu thought, smiling creepily. Right. To report to my father, about becoming a Hashira. Rengoku thought. What? That's interesting, my dream is a memory, rather than a wish, Rengoku said. I remember when you became a Hashira, Yuzui laughed, Shinazugawa hated you. Ha, yes. I do remember that well, Rengoku laughed. It zoomed out on the house, showing the appealing mansion. It then panned up to Rengoku as he continued to speak, but the words weren't able to be heard. He smiled brightly, while his father wasn't even paying attention. It went to Rengoku's side profile, he was still talking to his father. "What a appealing mansion," Kocho said. "It's been passed down through generations," Shinjiro said. "Your father doesn't seem to be paying attention," Rengoku, Kanroji frowned. "So what if you've become a Hashira?" Shinjiro asked coldly. "What?" Kanroji gasped, "becoming a Hashira is something that should be exciting." "So what? It doesn't matter. Becoming a Hashira doesn't mean anything," Shinjiro scoffed. "Is this why he stopped attending the Hashira meetings?" Tomioka wondered. It showed the whole room, before showing the back of his head. However, Shinjiro had put his book down now. "Worthless. It means nothing," he scoffed, "you'll still never amount to anything." "Don't say that about Rengoku," Kanroji said, "he's amazing, he trained me and is one of the kindest people I know." "Yeah. He wouldn't have become a Hashira if he couldn't amount to anything," Tanjiro said. "Whatever," Shinjiro sighed. Rengoku wasn't smiling anymore, rather, he was shocked to hear his father speak so brutally about his position. It went outside, showing the sun shining through the leaves. "I hope Rengoku didn't let him get to him," Kanroji thought, frowning. "Slightly. Neither you nor I," Shinjiro continued. "It sounds like he's pushing his insecurities onto Rengoku-kun." Kocho thought. "He's nothing like how he was when he saved me. He's so rude." Iguro thought. Rengoku left his father's room and began walking on the porch. When he was halfway across it, Rengoku's younger brother, Senjuro, peeked his head from beyond the door. "Oh, it's me," Senjuro said. "Indeed it is, little brother," Rengoku smiled. "You two look identical," Tamayo said. "Brother," Senjuro said, exiting the room, "did your news make father happy? I hope when I become a Hashira, that father will acknowledge me as well. He reminds me of my younger self." Genya thought. "Oh Senjuro," Rengoku muttered. Senjuro was standing in front of his brother, smiling hopefully. He fidgeted with his hands as he spoke, showing he was nervous. Meanwhile, Rengoku looked at the ground, and he wasn't smiling. It went back to Shinjiro who was still on his futon. "He's fidgeting with his hands again. He'll never become an accomplished swordsman with that much worry," Shinjiro thought. "You're not smiling," Senjuro frowned. "It's like Rengoku was never there in Shinjiro's eyes." Ubuyashiki thought. "How sad. He wasn't always like that. In fact, he was once a Hashira himself. He was full of passion. And then one day, he quit being a swordsman, just like that." Rengoku thought, sadly. "He was a Hashira," Genya gasped, "then why wasn't he proud?" "Did he really just quit?" Kanroji asked. "He did, that's why I was able to become a Hashira," Rengoku said. "It wasn't for no reason." Shijuro thought, scoffing slightly. "How pathetic." Akaza thought. Rengoku recalled a memory of when his father would train him and Senjuro when they were younger. The two boys were holding wooden swords and Shinjuro corrected Rengoku's form. "You were so cute when you were younger," Kanroji squealed. "I agree," Iguro nodded. "Why thank you," Rengoku said, putting his hands on his hips. "The man who raised us both with such enthusiasm." Rengoku thought. Baby Rengoku looked at Shinjuro, who had a bright smile. Shinjuro was also cleanly shaven. "Ah, Senjuro-kun, you look so adorable too," Kanroji said. "Ah. Thank you," Senjuro said. "There are no pretty women. What a shame." Doma thought, frowning. "Why?" Rengoku wondered. It went back to the present. Rengoku was still in front of his brother. It was like time was going in slow motion. There's no use in dwelling on this now. Senjuro has been through even worse. Our mother died when he was too young to even remember her, and the anguish father's in. Rengoku thought. Your mother died. I'm so sorry for your loss, Aoi said. No need to apologize, it happened years ago. Plus, I'm living in my mother's memory, Rengoku smiled. Yeah, Kaijuro has told me many stories about our mother. So even though I never knew her personally, I still know her, Senjuro said. It showed Senjuro's face, his smile faded softly as Rengoku thought. Rengoku took a step forward, gently touching Senjuro's arms before he knelt down. Senjuro, to be honest, he was not happy. He said that it meant nothing, Rengoku said. I can't see how you can be so blunt, Rue said. I still can't believe that father thinks becoming a Hashira means nothing. Senjuro thought. It went from Senjuro's face to Rengoku. He was still smiling. Even so, that will not extinguish my passion. This flame in my heart burns strong. I'll never lose faith, Rengoku continued. That's the spirit, Abuyashiki smiled. You're so inspirational, Rengoku-san, Tanjiro said. Thank you Kamado-kun, I will try my best, Rengoku said. Fight me, Inosuke shouted. It went back to Senjuro, he was tearing up. His hair was identical to his brother's, down to the ponytail. Rengoku moved his hand down to hold his brother's hand. Listen Senjuro, keep this firmly in mind. You have an older brother, a brother who believes in you. Whatever path you take, you're going to become a fine man, Rengoku continued, just keep that burning passion inside your heart. I really do have the best older brother. Senjuro thought. I agree with Kaijuro. No matter what you choose to do, Senjuro, you'll become a fine man, Abuyashiki said. You're an amazing older brother, Rengoku. I hope my little siblings look up to me in the same light, Kanroji smiled. Oh please, Oni-san is a much better brother. Daki thought. Senjuro was crying harder, tears fell down his skin. Senjuro moved and hugged his brother tightly. Rengoku scooted closer to his brother on the couch, hugging him tightly. Senjuro hugged his brother back, as he teared up slightly. Let's keep doing our best, no matter how lonely it gets, Rengoku finished. Don't worry Rengoku. I'll make sure you never get lonely, Kanroji said. I agree. As a fellow Hashira you deserve to know that you have us, Kocho smiled. You two are too kind, Rengoku said, but, likewise for you, all of you. Any demon slayer can come to me for comfort. It went back to reality, Rengoku's face looked stern and serious despite his kind dream. It panned out slightly, showing the girl Enmu hired. It then went to Enmu, who was still on top of the train. He looked backward. I'm surprised your face is so serious despite your sweet dream, Amain said. There's the girl who's tied to you, Iguro said. Oh look, it's me, Enmu smirked. Shut up, demon, Shinazugawa said. Everything's set. The ropes which I created allow one to invade the dreams of whoever it is you're tethered to. I always use the utmost caution when I engage in battle. Hashira or not, once asleep you are no different from that of a newborn. I will enjoy this savory feast after I have disposed of the demon hunters, Enmu said. So, the ropes are how they can enter our dreams, Rengoku said. This is a rather thorough plan. Surely it can't be this simple. Kokashibo thought. I will not allow you to have your feast, Tanjiro said. The mouth on Enmu's hand liked its lips before turning into a terrifying grin. After Enmu's theatrics, it returned to the train, showing the girl with braids. It zoomed into her and went back into Rengoku's dream. That mouth on his hand is so creepy. Kanroji thought. Senjuro was training with a sword as Rengoku watched. Rengoku wasn't wearing his Haori anymore. That girl is going to try to destroy your spiritual core. You must wake up before it happens, Urokadaki said. Relax, Rengoku is flashy. He wouldn't let some girl kill him in his sleep, Yuzui sighed. But what if he can't? Rengoku-san is the most experienced swordsman on the train. There's no way we three can take down a lower moon alone. Zenitsu thought. There's no need to tense up quite so much, Rengoku advised, relax your shoulders. Rengoku walked up to Senjuro who was now looking at him. Rengoku put his arms on Senjuro, correcting his position. However, the angle moved showing halfway behind a wall. As the braided girl was hiding behind it, undetected. Do you two often train together? Tanjiro asked. We do, Senjuro smiled. There's the girl, Shinazugawa shouted. I didn't see her, that's not good, Rengoku said. Like this? Senjuro asked, swinging the sword again. That's right, Rengoku confirmed. The girl moved, hiding herself better. He's here. Gotta be careful, she whispered to herself. It really is a shame she got manipulated by a demon. I'll pray for her, Himejima said. She better not fail me. Enmu thought. She ran out of the alleyway, into the backstreet. She looked both ways, making sure no one was near. I wonder how she'll find the spiritual core, Doma said. I'm surprised. There's no one walking on the backstreets, Kocho said. I don't want his true self to see me. She thought, before running. I have to get to the corner of his dream, and quickly. That's interesting, I wonder what would happen if Rengoku's true self saw her, Yuzui said. Perhaps it would snap him out of the dream, Kanroji suggested. She ran around a corner, racing to find what she needed. It then went back in time. The four people were sitting on the train car floor, and Enmu's hand was in front of them. They each had an object in their hand. He's got those people wrapped around his fingers. How wonderful, maybe he will be useful. Mugen thought. He must be a good manipulator. What a shame for those people, Hinaki murmured. What do they have in their hands? Inosuke asked. The dream world I show them isn't infinite, Enmu said, it's circular, with the dreamer presiding at the center. It's not infinite, Kanroji said, confused. I suppose that makes sense. It would be rather difficult to make an infinite dream, Kocho said. I don't like how this is showing how my blood demon art works. Enmu thought. A visual appeared, showing a person in the center. It moved in a circle, showing more of the visual effect. Ah, that's a helpful visual, Abuyashiki said. I agree, Father, Nichika said. The realm of the subconscious exists just outside the dream, where you'll find the spiritual core, Enmu explained. I wonder if the people will be able to fulfill the roles, Akaza said. Me too, isn't it rather thrilling, Doma asked. Shut up, Akaza said. As the visual approached the edge, it showed the realm of the subconscious. Just then a red sphere appeared. The people looked at what Enmu had given them. That is what you must destroy, Enmu said, once you do that, the owner of the dream will cease to be. I still can't believe it's that easy to kill a person, Tomioka said. I just hope destroying the core isn't easy, Tamayo said, frowning. It went back to Enmu's hand, the eyeball on it moved to the front as the teeth made an eerie smile. After the memory, it went back to the braided girl who was in Rengoku's dream. She was feeling the air, trying to find the edge of the dream. Just then, she touched the edge. It rippled slightly, as she gasped. An eyeball should never move like that, Aoi shuddered. What is she feeling for? Hantengu asked. The edge of the dream, Enmu answered. That's not flashy, she found the edge, Yuzui said. I found it, she said, even though I can see further, I can't move beyond this. She continued to feel the invisible wall for a moment. Then she grabbed the tool Enmu gave her from her kimono. It went back to Rengoku and his brother. The two of them were sitting on the porch of their house. I'm surprised she found the wall so quickly, Urokadaki said. I don't see anything that looks like a core, Zenitsu said. Good job. She's on her way to destroying his spiritual core. She better not mess something up. Enmu thought. I'll destroy his spiritual core as soon as possible, she said, determined. She really is brainwashed, Hinaki sighed. It zoomed into their faces and went back to her. She stabbed the wall with the tool, and it appeared to bend. So that's what the weapon was for, Kanao said. And then I'll get to experience a happy dream myself. She thought. So that's why she's doing this, Nichika said, that's so sad. It makes sense though. She and the others appear sick, perhaps terminally. A happy dream is something they could only hope for, Tamayo frowned. That's so sad, Kanroji said. The camera went behind her, showing her rip a hole into the dream. Beyond the hole was a flaming realm. The floor was made of brick tiles and smoke emanated from the multiple fires. She stepped through the hole, entering Rengoku's heart. Whoa, Makio gasped. That reminds me of your breathing style, Suma said, it's so pretty. Fire, Inosuke said. She got in effortlessly. Rengoku-san's a Hashira, if it's that easy for someone that strong to be overtaken I'm worried about the others. Kocho thought. She looked around and gasped slightly at the sight. She brought her arm to her mouth, trying to minimize the amount of smoke she inhaled. That's a lot of smoke, Takedo said, I wonder if she can get carbon monoxide poisoning in a dream. I doubt it, it wouldn't be in Lower Moon One's best interest if she died in his dream, Amame said. This is his realm of the subconscious. She thought. All this fire, so hot. I've gotta hurry. So she can feel the heat from the flames. That's interesting, Kocho said. She began running through his subconscious, trying to find his spiritual core. It went back to reality. She was still sitting across from Rengoku as he slept. Tense music played, and then, Rengoku grunted in his sleep. As if he knew something bad was happening. That realm is not artistic at all, Gyako said. Wait. Nezuko doesn't have someone attached to her, Kanata said. Maybe she can help us, Tanjiro smiled. I can't believe they need to rely on a demon. Shinazugawa thought. She breathed heavily as she continued running through the fire. She looked around angrily, searching for the spiritual core. Just then, as she turned around, she spotted it. His spiritual core was red, and it looked like flames too. She ran up to it quickly. So that's what a spiritual core looks like, Kanroji said. My spiritual core looks like flames. I love that, Rengoku said. There it is, the spiritual core. She thought. I've never seen a red one before. She's never seen a red core. Does that mean he is rare? Yashiro asked. Rengoku's spiritual core glowed in different shades of red and fiery colors. Sweat dripped down her cheek as she continued to breathe heavily. All I have to do now is, she said, pausing to grab her weapon, destroy this. As soon as she lifted her weapon, time seemed to be moving in slow motion. The screen went black, and a line of flames erupted across it. A fire appeared and it went back to reality. Rengoku put his hand around the girl's neck and lifted her into the air. Why does it look like slow motion? Tamayo asked. Maybe something cool is going to happen, Yashiro suggested. A flame, Azaka said, confused. What the? Enmu gasped. Did you just lift her into the air? Sanjuro gasped. That's not possible, that's not possible. No one should be able to move when asleep. Enmu thought. In the dream world, her eyes were wide open. She dropped her weapon as she gasped for air. Her body trembled as she bent over trying to grab her neck. She was lifted into the air, and a handprint was on her neck. Saliva exited her mouth as she attempted to breathe. You're choking her, Tomioka said. She dropped her weapon, Kanroji cheered. That's so creepy. There's a handprint on her neck, but no hands, Zenitsu said. Meanwhile, in reality, Rengoku had lifted the girl. His grip on her was firm, causing her to drop her weapon. It rolled onto the floor, going away from them. Her body twitched as she gasped for air. That girl isn't going anywhere, Shinazugawa chuckled. The weapon is out of her hand in reality too, Takedo said. Rengoku looked furious, despite him still being asleep. The veins in his forehead looked like they were about to burst. And across his face was an angry expression, not his common cheerful smile. Rengoku's eyelids twitched. You look so scary, right now, Sanjuro murmured. He's not bad. I wanna fight him. Akaza thought. I thought that humans weren't able to move while they were under a spell like this. She thought. That must mean that you're really strong, Rengoku, Kanroji smiled. I agree, Tanjiro smiled. Thank you, you two are also strong, Rengoku said. In the dream world, she was dropped. Her weapon was by her head, however she couldn't reach for it. She rolled over, still trying to grip at her neck to get air. What kind of survival instinct is this? She wondered. In reality, Rengoku was still holding the girl. It then panned over to Tanjiro. Tanjiro's eyelids were fluttering, as it went close up to his eye. He groaned softly, and it went into his dream. Ki turned around, with a soft smile on her face. It's going back over to you Tanjiro, I think we're going back to your dream, Zenitsu said. Why does Tanjiro's dream get shown more than ours? Inosuke asked loudly. Mom. Tanjiro thought. Tanjiro, I'm going to make your favorite rice crackers today, alright, Ki said. Ooh, rice crackers. That sounds really good right now, Kanroji said. My mother always made crackers when we had extra money for ingredients, Tanjiro said. Your mother sounds like a great person, Tamayo said. Really, Tanjiro gasped. He was holding Rokuta's hands as he turned around smiling brightly. The angle shifted, showing more of the kitchen. There was a window that Ki was standing in front of. Below it was a small stove. Tanjiro and Rokuta were sitting on a ledge by the door. Your little brother is adorable, Aoi said. What a small house. Sanjuro thought. I bet the smell of fresh crackers made that house smell amazing, Kanroji said. It did, Tanjiro nodded. Yes. Let me break up some old rice crackers, Ki said. Hear that, Rokuta? Rice crackers, Tanjiro said. No fair, Takeo said, butting in as he threw open the door, brother's not the only one who likes rice crackers. Your house is so small, it's cozy, Suma said. Which one of your siblings is that, Tanjiro? Rengoku asked. That's Takeo, Tanjiro smiled. I want some too, Hanako said, appearing at the door. Me three, Shigeru smiled. Well, let's eat them together then, Ki said, holding the plate. Can you all get the grill ready? Your family was so cute, Suma said. It's a shame they were killed by a demon. They would have turned into wonderful people, Himejima said. They would have, Tanjiro mumbled. Yeah, said the younger kids. The three of them went into the kitchen, as the camera went outside. There was snow on the roof and everything that was outside. There's so much snow, Takedo said. That makes sense I suppose. This dream is just a continuation of that day, Hinetsura said. I'll crush them up in the grinding bowl, Takeo said. Okay. I'll be in charge of flipping them over, Hanako said. I'll help, Shigeru said. They're so helpful, Kocho said. They've always been that way, Tanjiro said. What a cute family. Zenitsu thought. Then I'll be in charge of eating them, Tanjiro butted in. A few people chuckled at Tanjiro's remark. You better give me some of those, Inosuke said. No fair, the siblings shouted. As the siblings delegated roles, it panned over to someone leaning against the winter-covered trees. He looked down, as he listened to the laughter that came from the family. The screen went completely black for a moment, before opening back up. A tree being chopped down. "Is that who is in my dream?" Tanjiro asked. "I'm surprised he hasn't done anything yet." "You're in your house now, it would be the perfect time to attack," Iguro said. "That is weird, the girl in Rengoku-san's dream acted quickly," Kocho said. "He better not hesitate." Enmu thought. Tanjiro swung his hatchet against the thin tree. Across from him was a basket full of logs. He grunted as he hit the tree, he then looked up before continuing to swing his hatchet. It focused on the basket for a moment before time passed. Now, it was full of logs. Tanjiro picked it up, putting it on his back. "You're back to collecting wood," Zenitsu said. "This would have been my life if it wasn't for Kibutsuji." Tanjiro thought. "Your basket is full again," Kanao said. "Nezuko, ready?" Tanjiro asked impulsively. "What?" Tanjiro said. "Your memory," Zenitsu said, "is it coming back? He better hurry up and destroy the spiritual core." Enmu thought. He took a few steps forward before stopping to look at his back. However, it wasn't Nezuko's box, rather, the wood he had just chopped. He gasped softly before it showed the top of the trees and the rest of the scenery. "What am I saying?" Tanjiro sighed. "Damn it," Aoi said. Tanjiro opened the door to his home. "I'm back," Tanjiro called out, as he entered. "I have to wake up," Tanjiro said. He's so deep in his dream. This is perfect. Enmu thought. "Welcome home, Tanjiro," Ki smiled, as Tanjiro shut the door. "It's good to be home," Tanjiro said, setting the basket down. "Home." Shinazugawa thought. Rokuta and Takeo were in the main area, sitting. Tanjiro then opened the door and entered the room. The boys turned their heads to look at Tanjiro. "Rokuta-kun is so cute," Hinetsuru said. "Your home is rather small. Do you not have individual rooms?" Hinaki asked. "No, we never had the money to afford a bigger house. All of us would sleep next to each other," Tanjiro said. "Welcome home, brother," Takeo said. Tanjiro smiled back and looked at the room. All of his siblings, except for Nezuko, were in the main living area. Shigeru and Hanako were messing with the leaves they had, while Takeo was mixing something. "Nezuko-chan isn't there. Where is she?" Kanroji asked. "Maybe it has something to do with the fact that she's a demon," Kocho suggested. "Ooh, I wonder what Takeo-kun is mixing," Rengoku said. "Did you get what you needed?" Hanako asked. "Yeah, how'd it go?" Shigeru asked. Tanjiro looked around, before asking, "Where's Nezuko?" "She went up the mountain to go pick vegetables," Takeo responded. "So the traitor is in the dream," Daki said, "who cares? Whoever lower one hired needs to hurry up and kill this copycat." Mugen thought. In broad daylight, Tanjiro gasped, his voice full of worry. "There it is again," Nichika said, "you said something that goes against the dream." "Maybe that's how you can get out," Tamayo said. Takeo made a noise of confusion, it then moved over including Hanako in the shot. "Is that wrong?" Hanako asked innocently. Tanjiro gasped softly before looking down, "Well, I guess not." Ki walked towards Tanjiro, talking, "Tanjiro, could you get the bath ready for me? I still have more to do here." "It seems like they're trying to distract you, Kamado-kun," Kocho said. "You better not fall for it," Kentaro, Inosuke said. It showed the entry that Ki was in. Tanjiro's basket was by the door but the rest of the room looked like a mess. Tanjiro walked with 2 water pails through the forest. He followed the snowy path towards the water. "Oh my, what a mess," Tamayo said. "Those water pails look familiar." Takedo thought. I wonder if the river will be frozen over, Hantengu said. I've been saying lots of strange things, Tanjiro told himself, maybe I'm tired. Tanjiro continued, now walking in silence. However, just beyond some trees, was Nezuko's box. It zoomed into it, and Tanjiro gasped, looking in that direction quickly. Nezuko's box, Tanjiro gasped. Why are there pieces of reality in your dream, but not ours? Zenitsu asked. I'm not sure, Tanjiro frowned. It's gone, he said. Tanjiro approached a river. It was only slightly frozen, luckily. He left footprints behind him as he went to the dock. I wonder what that was just. Now, Tanjiro mumbled to himself, maybe a toolbox. Tanjiro leaned over the blue water, his reflection was crystal clear. What a appealing river, Kanroji murmured. I've never seen a river that clear, Suma said, it's appealing. I must be tired, Tanjiro reasoned. He grabbed the wooden pail and put it into the water to collect. Just then hundreds of air bubbles appeared. Now, the reflection was different, and talking. What's with all the bubbles? Yuzui asked. Are we going to SWCH dreams? Doma asked. Did his reflection change? Himejima said. I think so, it looks like his present self, Amain said. Wake up, the voice shouted. What's going on? Enmu thought. Tanjiro's eyes widened, and it now showed both Tanjiros, the dream one, and the real one. The real Tanjiro was against the water as if he was trapped. Why are there two Tanjiros now? Zenitsu asked. One must be my conscience. And the other is my dream self, Tanjiro suggested. It's like his consciousness is trapped in the river, Kiriya said. Wake up, he shouted once more. I hate this child. Mugen thought. I wonder if he'll be able to help Kamado-kun wake up, Yuzui said. That's kinda creepy. Suma thought. There was a massive splash, as Dream Tanjiro was pulled into the water. Did he just pull him into the river? Inosuke yelled. Is it possible to drown in a dream? Kanroji asked, worriedly. We're in danger. You've gotta wake up, Tanjiro said, all of this, it's a dream. Open your eyes. It seems that he's going to break free from your blood demon art, Neikime told Enmu. No, Enmu said, he won't. I'm sure of it. The camera moved away, then in a circular motion, getting closer to the duo. So that must mean I'm still. Dream Tanjiro thought. A splash was heard and a watery image of Tanjiro sleeping appeared. He was no longer sitting up, and Rengoku wasn't on the seat. It continued moving closer to the two boys' faces. You're lying on the train bench now, Kocho said. Oh, that's right. Rengoku-san is still fighting the girl, Tanjiro said. On board the train. Dream Tanjiro thought. You're remembering. How wonderful, Amain said. Now, all they need is to find out how to leave, Kocho said. Wake up and fight, Tanjiro shouted, you have to. What a heinous scream. Daki thought. You have such a strong resolve, Kamado-kun, Himejima said. Thank you, Himejima-san, Tanjiro smiled. Dream Tanjiro gritted his teeth, causing air bubbles to leave his mouth. He then tightly closed his eyes. You have to fight, Tanjiro screamed. As Tanjiro's consciousness screamed, it caused a massive rift to separate the two. The screen then went dark, before opening up and showing a fresh meal that was cooked. It went to Takeo and Shigeru, who were also eating dinner in the house. This dream world is very interesting, Kokashibo said. Did it just bring you back to the house? We never saw you walk back, Makio asked. That is weird, Iguro said. Hey, give me your pickled radishes, Takeo said. They're just going back to normal, Tomioka said. I hope I didn't forget the truth, Tanjiro mumbled. Hold it right there, Takeo, Hanako interjected, that's so not fair. It panned out, showing that Hanako was across from Takeo. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was sitting across from them both. "Why are you always taking food away from Tanjiro, huh?" Hanako asked. "Ah, she's trying to defend you," Hinetsuru said. It went to Tanjiro, his eyes wide in shock, and sweat dripped down his cheek. Meanwhile, his siblings continued to argue. Tanjiro looked at each of his siblings as they spoke. "Mind your own business," Takeo said. "And you just had seconds," Hanako rebutted. It showed the whole room now. Hanako was sitting next to Rokuta, and Takeo was sitting next to Shigeru. The two arguing siblings stood up as if they were going to fight. Hanako puffed her cheeks in anger. Takeo raised his fists and smiled as Tanjiro thought. "Nezuko still isn't there," Kuina said. "Oh my, are they going to fight?" Abuyashiki asked. "I doubt it, Takeo and Hanako rarely fought seriously. They'd always work it out," Tanjiro said. "DMN. I'm still trapped inside this dream. How do I get out? Even knowing that it's a dream, what am I supposed to do?" Tanjiro wondered fearfully, as he lowered his head. "You still remember, this is great," Aoi said. "It doesn't matter, if he doesn't figure out how to exit the dream," Shinazugawa said. "Surely there has to be a way to leave." Tanjiro thought. It returned to reality on the train and showed Nezuko's box. The door creaked open, causing Nezuko to fall out. She mumbled as she peered past the seat. Rengoku was still choking the girl. Nezuko then turned, seeing Zenitsu asleep. "Looks like we're back with Nezuko-chan," Michika said. "I hope she can do something," Kenroji said. "Brother is still choking the girl. I've never seen him so serious." Senjuro thought. When she looked over she saw Tanjiro. He was sweating, mumbling, and shaking in his sleep. The rope on his wrist was connected to the boy sitting behind him. "My goodness, you look ill," Tamayo said. "I guess that's the boy who's attached to my dream," Tanjiro said. "I've gotta wake up," Tanjiro mumbled in his sleep. Nezuko mumbled at the screen, and Tanjiro patted her head gently. "How fascinating. I do wonder if they'll escape." Doma thought. Nezuko began to shake Tanjiro, hoping it would wake him. She mumbled in sadness when it didn't work. She then grabbed Tanjiro's hand and placed it on her forehead. She closed her eyes as she moved it back and forth. "You got this, Nezuko-chan," Zenitsu said. "Wait, why isn't she sleeping too?" Inosuke shouted. "That's not fair." "It's because she never had a train card punched by the conductor. Remember," Tanjiro sighed. However, once she let go of his hand it fell. She mumbled in frustration and raised her head slightly. Before bringing it down, hitting Tanjiro's forehead. She lifted her head up, and Tanjiro still didn't wake up. She turned her head, revealing a mark on it. Poor Nezuko-chan. "She probably doesn't realize what's going on," Kenroji said, frowning at the sight. "Did she just headbutt you?" Takedo asked. "I guess so," Tanjiro said, worried in his voice. "That was foolish, did she not see what happened when Tanjiro headbutt Inosuke?" Zenitsu panicked. "No, she didn't. The sun was out, remember," Aoi said. It went closer to her, and the wound burst into blood. The streams of blood went on either side of her nose. She began to tear up, her tears went everywhere. She turned back to Tanjiro, angrily grumbling. She raised her arms in the air, before lowering her head down and turning her blood into flames. "Oh no, Nezuko. I'm so sorry," Tanjiro said, hugging his sister close. "Is she really crying?" "How pathetic," Kokashibo said. "Her blood demon art," Hinetsuru gasped. "Fire." Daki thought, and a shiver ran up her spine. The flames erupted on the train, illuminating the car. It then returned to Tanjiro's dream. Hanako and Takeo were still arguing. Just then, Tanjiro's wrist, where the rope was, started catching on fire. The flames were the same color as Nezuko's blood demon art. The flames then enveloped Tanjiro. "Your sister just set you on fire," Zenitsu screamed. "I knew we couldn't trust her," Iguro said. "It'll be fine, don't you remember? In our fight, Kamado-kun was unaffected by her flames," Rue said. "Wait, she's burning the rope," Kanao said softly. "That has to be a good thing, right?" Zenitsu said. "Maybe it'll sever the tie, allowing Tanjiro to wake," Abuyashiki said. "Brother," Hanako shouted. "What do we do?" "Tanjiro," Takeo shouted. His siblings stared at him as the flames continued. Tanjiro held his hands up, looking at them. He closed his eyes briskly. "I wonder what all Nezuko-chan's blood demon art can do," Amain said. "Yes, I agree. I've never seen a blood demon art that doesn't hurt humans," Kocho said. "This scent of blood. I know it." Tanjiro thought. It went back to reality, Nezuko was still bleeding and crying. It went back to the dream, the flames were gone now. "I'm surprised she's taking so long to heal," Genya said, "we've seen her heal quickly before." "Poor Nezuko," Tanjiro said. "At least you remember her scent," Inosuke said. "Nezuko." Tanjiro thought as he stood up. "It's Nezuko," Tanjiro said. Before Tanjiro could do anything, a tornado of flames surrounded him, the same pink color. Once the flames began to fade, it was clear that Tanjiro was back to looking like his present self. "More flames," Amain said softly. "That looks like a tornado," Shinjiro said. "Your uniform, and sword." "They're back," Zenitsu said. "I'm waking up," Tanjiro said, smiling. "My uniform, my sword. I'm waking up. I can feel it, little by little." Tanjiro thought. "I hope that Kamado-chan uses her flames on the rest of us," Rengoku said. "Now, I'm sure you four will be able to wake up," Hinatsuru smiled. "What happened?" Takeo asked. "We were really scared there," Hanako said, clutching her hand. "I'm going to have to leave them." Tanjiro thought. "No, it's for the best. They're not real. How unflashy. She's trying to manipulate you into staying," Yuzui scoffed. "You alright?" Shigeru asked. Tanjiro looked down, saying, "Sorry everyone." "Why are you apologizing?" Rue asked. "I have to leave them again." "I can't stay there," Tanjiro said, "it's only right if I apologize, even if they're just in my dreams. His kindness is going to be his downfall." Azaka thought, crossing his arms. Tanjiro began walking away from his siblings. All of them followed him with their eyes. The four were confused, but Tanjiro kept looking at the ground. "No. Stop him." Enmu thought angrily. "Oh my, it seems that he's going to be able to leave your blood demon art," Doma teased. "I wouldn't be so sure," Enmu said, trying to hide his worry. "There's no other choice." Tanjiro thought. Poor Tanjiro. Zenitsu thought, looking at Tanjiro. "I couldn't imagine having to leave my family twice." "I have to go," Tanjiro said quietly. "You have such a strong resolve," Kocho said. "I don't get why you'd announce you're leaving," Shinazugawa said, "just leave." "Don't be rude, Sanemi," Abuyashiki said. "Brother," Takeo shouted. "Wait," Hanako said. "Where are you going?" Shigeru asked. It went from Rokuta's confused face to Tanjiro, who shoved the door open. Tanjiro ran out of the house, trekking through the snow. He went through the path that was made through the woods. Falling slightly, he quickly picked himself up and kept running. If the demon who's showing me this dream is nearby, I have to defeat it quickly. Tanjiro thought. If you keep running through the woods, isn't there a chance you're going to find the edge of the dream? Makio asked. Now that you point it out, I guess you're right, Tanjiro said. It doesn't even matter, because lower one isn't in your dream, Shinazugawa said. Tanjiro looked up at the sky, it was bright blue and filled with clouds. The angle shifted, showing him stopping in the woods, and looking around quickly. With each breath the cold air revealed it. Time's running out. Tanjiro thought. Where is it? Tanjiro backed up for a moment, looking around frantically before continuing to run. Just then, human Nezuko appeared. Nezuko? Tanjiro thought. Is that Nezuko? Kanao asked softly. Where are you running off to? Nezuko asked. Nezuko's voice, Zenitsu said. She's sure to make him stay. Enmu thought. So the demon girl is in your dream. I was wondering if she was going to show up, Iguro said. Tanjiro began to tear up at the sight of his sister on the screen. He quickly wiped them away as Nezuko looked at him happily. Time seemed to move in slow motion. Nezuko was holding a basket of vegetables. Her hair was tied the same way it was before that fateful night. Tanjiro began to fall, but he caught himself before he hit the ground. Hey! Why are you moving so slowly? Inosuke asked. It's just slow motion, Aoi answered. She really was picking veggies, Takedo said. Her appearance, her hair is just how it was in the beginning, Suma said. I picked lots of vegetables from the mountain, Nezuko said, smiling brightly. I've missed that smile. Tanjiro thought. She looks so tasty. What a shame that she's a demon now. Doma thought. Tanjiro gasped, his eyes widening slightly. Tears began to fill his eyes. The rest of the family was running towards the two. Takeo was carrying Rokuta on his back. He went this way, Mom. Hurry. Come on, Shigeru said, leading his mother. So they can also leave the center of the dream, Kanao said. I assume they have to follow him, Genya said. Brother just suddenly burst into flames, Hanako exclaimed, as Nezuko turned. This is the perfect chance for the boy. Enmu thought, smirking. I wonder why the boy hasn't acted, Hinaki said. What happened? Nezuko asked. Hearing Nezuko's voice is so odd, Tanjiro said, chuckling uncomfortably. When are we going back to my dream? Inosuke asked. Tanjiro, are you alright? Ki asked. Your mother was a kind soul, I'll pray that she's doing better in heaven, Himejima said. His mom reminds me of mine. Genya thought. Tanjiro, Hanako said softly. Tanjiro was silent, and facing away from his family. Takeo lowered himself, allowing Rokuta to get off his back. I'm surprised your brother was able to keep up, even while carrying the youngest, Genya said. I'd say that's rather flashy, coming from a kid, Yuzui said. What's the matter, dear? Ki asked, her voice full of worry, and why are you dressed like that? A calming piano was heard as snow began to fall from the sky gracefully. Tanjiro stayed silent for only a moment more. Is that a piano? Amain asked. It sounds like it, Kocho said. But the music is so sad, Kanroji said. What appealing snow. Daki thought. I wish, Tanjiro started, his voice wobbly, I wish I could stay. I do. I'd live with you all forever. Just like how it should have been, from the very beginning, right here. This is so sad, Suma said, as she began to tear up. I wish I could have saved them. Tomioka thought. He's such a crybaby. Mugen thought. A woman's voice began gently singing, as the screen showed the whole family. Tanjiro clasped his calloused hand. What calming singing, Nichika said, calmly. If things had been as they should have, you'd all be alive. And Nezuko would be able to be in the sunlight, under the blue sky, Tanjiro continued. Tanjiro, it's not your fault, Aoi said. I know, Aoi, Tanjiro said, smiling weakly. I can't imagine losing such close family members. Kanroji thought, sadly. It went to Tanjiro's family as he spoke. Zooming in on Nezuko, too. Nezuko exhaled, the air around her cold enough to show her breath. That's how it'd be. That's how it should have been, Tanjiro said. The image of the firehouse, where the charcoal was made appeared. Tanjiro was in front of it, surrounded by logs. So that's how charcoal is made, Roy said. I would still be here making charcoal, Tanjiro said, would have never laid a hand on a sword. It's crazy to think how one event changed your entire life, Aoi said. All of our lives would be so different if demons didn't exist, Abuyashiki said. Past Tanjiro turned around before it went to the next memory. Takeo had a basket full of charcoal on his back, and the rest of the family surrounded him. Then, it went to the family making food together. Nezuko was using chopsticks to cook the food, and everyone around her was happy. What calming memories, Suma said. Bonding over making food, how flashy, Yuzui said. These memories feel familiar. I wonder why. Takedo thought. If only. If only it could have stayed that way, Tanjiro continued. The next memory appeared. Tanjiro, Shigeru, Nezuko, and Takeo were all going through the forest. It was springtime, and a calm river was in front of them. I remember that, Tanjiro chuckled sadly. We all went on a walk to see where the vegetables were sprouting out. These memories are making me miss my siblings. Kanroge thought. Nature truly is appealing, Himejima said. Rokuta walked forward, looking up at his brother. Tanjiro began to walk forward, as the rest of his family watched. But now, they're all gone. I can never go back. Tanjiro thought. Zenitsu turned to Tanjiro, and asked, Are you okay? Why yeah. I just never imagined I'd have a dream this realistic with them, Tanjiro said. Demons are cruel, but this is a different level of cruelty, Tamayo frowned. He began to cry again, before picking up the pace. Running through the snowy field. Rokuta began running towards his brother, sobbing. Tanjiro. Please don't leave us behind, Rokuta shouted. Tanjiro's eyes widened slightly, and tears ran down his cheeks once again. He wasn't the only one tearing up though. Suma and Kanroji were also crying. Why does this remind me of Genya? I don't like it. Shinazugawa thought. As he extended his hand, trying to reach for Tanjiro, he fell. Planting his face in the soft snow. Tanjiro was now sobbing, but he couldn't go back. Tanjiro's siblings began to go around Rokuta, making sure he was okay. Rokuta, I'm so sorry. But I have to go. Tanjiro thought. This is so sad, Kanroji said, wiping her tears. His spiritual core better be destroyed soon. Enmu thought. Rokuta, I'm so sorry. Tanjiro thought, even the voice in his head was wobbly. Tanjiro kept running, going further from his family. Ki had Rokuta sitting on her lap as Nezuko comforted him. The rest of the siblings just watched. But we can't be together anymore. Tanjiro thought. I promise I'll always be thinking of you. I'll be thinking of you all. There are so many things I have to thank you for and things to apologize for. But I'll never forget you. Tanjiro, I'm sure your family forgives you. Nor do they blame you, I'm sure they're very proud of you, Abuyashiki said, smiling. I agree, your parents raised a fine boy, Urokadaki nodded. Thank you, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro's family was now all standing, watching as he ran away. The wind began to pick up, causing snow to block the view between them. Where did all that wind come from? Kocho asked. It's causing the snow to pick up, Aoi said. That is rather odd, Urokadaki said. No matter what, you will always be in my heart. So please, forgive me. I beg you. Tanjiro thought. You don't have to apologize to them, Tanjiro, you didn't do anything wrong, Abuyashiki said. I know, It's just hard to convince myself that sometimes, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro was no longer near his house, the snow fell even harder now. He continued running until he was in the middle of the snowy forest. Tears left his eyes still. Just then, as the massive snow cloud cleared, it revealed the boy who was in Tanjiro's dream. He was holding the weapon in his hand. I think the heavy snow is to obstruct his view, Kocho said. Wait, there's the boy, Iguro said. What is he doing just standing there? Enmu thought angrily. He has the same weapon as the girl, Takedo said. I guess. I still need to destroy his spiritual core, he muttered to himself. Well, he seems very unenthusiastic, Yuzui chuckled. He stabbed the weapon into the air, and a ripple appeared. He firmly dragged it down, making the tear appear. From the tear, it appeared to be a clear blue. A flash of white appeared, then his spirit. He already found the edge of the dream. How does that work if Kamado-kun kept running, Rengoku said. I'm not sure, Yuzui said. His spirit is blue, Kiriya said. It was like a cloudy day for as far as the eye could see. Not a hint of hatred anywhere. As he walked, the sound sounded like water that reflected the appealing sky. His eyes were wide, and a gentle wind blew through. Whoa, your spirit is so appealing, Aoi said. It's like a appealing day, Kenroji said. How could a heart be so pure? Not a drop of hatred. Kokashibo thought. I never knew a soul could be this pure, Jyomi said. There's wind in your soul, Roe said confused. Your soul is so much calmer than Rengoku-san's, Zenitsu said. This is what's inside his soul. How is it this appealing? It's like it stretches forever and feels so warm. He thought as he stood in awe. How does he not have any hatred? Demons killed his family. Kocho wondered. It like the floor is made of glass, reflecting the sky, Iguro said. I wonder if this is going to alter his mind, so that he doesn't kill you, Genya joked. It went back to Tanjiro, who was still running with tears in his eyes. It then went to the outside of the train. It was still passing through forests, the trees slightly obstructed the view of it. Enmu was standing on the top of the train, he looked back slightly angry. You don't even know that the boy is in your spirit. You have to wake up before he gets to your core, Kocho said. I wonder what happens if he's in the core when Tanjiro-kun wakes up, Kenroji said. I hope nothing bad, Tanjiro said. The train, I guess we're back in reality for a bit, Iguro sighed. Lower one, Rengoku said angrily. No results yet. It seems that they're struggling to destroy the spiritual cores. I wonder why. Well, they're buying me some time, so I guess it doesn't matter, Enmu said. That's what you get for relying on humans, Daki said. I only use humans for artwork, Gyako chimed in. Stupid demons. Genya thought. Meanwhile, back with Tanjiro, the snow had picked up even more, making it hard to see anything. Not here. But I can smell him just barely. What's happening, though? It's like there's a film over everything. The faint, demonic scent is all around, so I can't pinpoint the location. Tanjiro thought. How you're describing it, makes sense. Since you're in a dream that was created by him, Tamayo said. He continued to look around, trying to figure out a way out. He grasped his fist shut. I've got to hurry. I could smell that Nezuko's hurt. If everyone else is asleep, then we're in big trouble. What should I do? Why are you worried about Nezuko? She's a demon, she can't die, Yuzui asked. Well, I don't know that she's safe. So for all I know, she could be fighting the demon alone, Tanjiro said. I'm going to wake up before you, Manjiro, Inosuke shouted. Please do, Tanjiro smiled, then wake the rest of us too. Tanjiro began running again. If I'm asleep right now then, does that mean I'm not able to use total concentration breathing? Tanjiro wondered. If you can't, that wouldn't be good, Tomioka said. If you can't use total concentration breathing, then how the hell are you going to escape, Genya shouted. I'm not sure, Tanjiro admitted. Tanjiro, a voice roared. What the hell? Who the hell is talking, Shinazugawa shouted. That voice, it sounds so familiar. Tanjiro thought. Tanjiro gasped, and just then a mountain of snow was carried to him by the wind. He put his hand in front of his face, trying to cover himself. Once the snow cleared, a man appeared. He was floating and wore a similar haori to Tanjiro. It went closer to him, he wore the same earrings and had long hair. Not another sweep of snow, Zenitsu sighed. A man, Kanroji said, confused. That's my father, he has the same haori and everything, Tanjiro gasped. How is your father talking to you? Yashiro asked, you're dreaming. I'm not sure, Tanjiro said, the rest of my family does that sometimes too. Especially when I'm in danger. So he has the earrings as well. Kokashibo thought. That BSTRD looks even more like him, than this brat. Mugen thought. Take up your sword, he commanded, what you must cut is within your reach. How cryptic, Zenitsu said. What the hell does that old man mean by that? Azaka asked. I have to cut something. Tanjiro thought. The wave of snow appeared again, and as soon as Tanjiro turned around to see who spoke, the figure was gone. Tanjiro's eyes were wide, yet he looked back in front of him. It went close to his sword, which was in its sheath. Why did it just go close to your sword? Aoi asked, her voice filled with worry. What I must cut, is within my reach. Tanjiro thought, repeating what his father said. Even you repeating it doesn't make any more sense, Yashiro said. I'm sure he'll figure it out, Kocho said. I doubt it. And even if he does, there's no way he'll do it. Enmu thought. He grasped his sword handle, yet left it in as he thought. So to wake up, does that mean? Tanjiro wondered as he lifted his sword. I think I understand. But, what if I'm wrong? If what happens here has an effect out there, it'll be over. Tanjiro thought. Tanjiro, what are you thinking? Zenitsu asked. I think I know what my father meant, Tanjiro said, pushing the lump back down his throat. Has an effect? What are you planning on doing? Suma asked. Tanjiro held the sword in front of him, bringing it somewhat close to his neck, before moving it back. His hand shook as he held it in front of himself. Manjiro, what are you doing? Inosuke shouted. You're not thinking of cutting your neck, right? Kanroji shouted. Are you crazy? Genya shouted. I suppose it makes sense, Tamayo said. Whatever do you mean, Lady Tamayo? Yashiro asked. In order to kill a demon they must be decapitated. So in order to end the dream he must slash his neck, Tamayo said. Don't hesitate. Do it. You have to. My death will put an end to this dream. In other words, what I have to slash is my very own neck. Even so. Are you insane? Iguro shouted. He won't do it, right? Enmu thought. There's no way he's going to do it. Humans are pathetic, Daki scoffed. Tanjiro's hands shook as he brought his sword to the side of his neck. He took a step back, then knelt. Sweat dripped from his forehead, as his left hand was on the other side of the sword. He began to breathe heavily, his eyes wide. What the F? I hope it doesn't transfer over, Makio said. Tanjiro-kun. Please. I can't lose you too. Tomioka thought. Few slayers gripped at their necks as they watched Tanjiro prepare his execution. Tanjiro screamed as he pushed his sword into his neck. Beside him, a splatter of blood appeared, ruining the perfect blanket of snow. The screen began to fade to black. Holy shit, you actually did it, Nakime said. No. It's not over. Enmu thought. I think I'm going to puke, Zenitsu said, running over to the trash can. Alright everyone. You may have a 15-minute break to clear your minds, Shiro said through the intercom. Chapter 31, Insult. After Tanjiro witnessed himself slash his own throat, he felt like he could hurl. Many of the weak-stomached people went to the trash, hoping not to vomit. Inosuke sat staring at the screen, he couldn't believe what he saw. Meanwhile, the demons couldn't care less. Although a few were impressed that Tanjiro went to that length. No. 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 This can't be happening. No, calm down. I can still kill him even if he escapes my blood demon art. Enmu thought. Tanjiro rested his hand on Inosuke, trying to provide comfort. Once Inosuke looked at Tanjiro, his breathing became more normal again. Meanwhile, with the twins, they were still in the recording studio. Sister, their 15 minutes are almost up. Should I warn them? Shira asked. Yes, Shiro said. Shira nodded and pressed the button to turn on the intercom. Everyone, your 15 minutes are almost up. Please head back to your seats. About time, Shinazugawa sighed, I thought we were going to wait forever. Once everyone sat back down and got as comfortable as they could, the screen turned on. The screen opened up with a recap of what they all just saw, ending with Tanjiro's blade by his neck as he screamed. The screen turned a blinding white, before revealing the boy who was in Tanjiro's soul. One of the creatures was guiding the boy by hand. As they walked, it sounded like water. The surface reflected the few clouds above. I still can't believe you killed yourself. Even if it is in a dream, Aoi said. Let's just hope it doesn't transfer over, Rengoku said. Look, it's the boy who was in your soul, Zenitsu said, looking at Tanjiro. What are those creatures? Inosuke asked. His soul really is so appealing. Rui thought. It went closer to the boy. His dark eyes went along with his short black hair. His pale face and eye bags highlighted his illness. Kocho-san, can you tell what illness he has? Iguro asked. No. But if I had to guess, I'd say tuberculosis or something similar, Kocho said. You must be incarnations of this boy's soul, he said softly. The creature that was guiding him was a glowing yellow, with flame-like hair. It had no facial features, yet it showed clear emotion. The boy's hand was wrapped around the creature's arm, as it zoomed out there were other creatures. 2 were on the ground with him, while 2 were flying above. I wonder where they're taking him, Urokadaki said. Beats me, Shinazugawa sighed. Whoa, they can fly, Senjuro said. I wonder why Rengoku didn't have any of these creatures, Kenroji said. The sky is so clear and relaxing, he said. He looked off into the distance at the beauty as one of the creatures playfully flew past him. It went closer to his foot, which wore a sandal, with a blue strap. As he took another step, it showed everything from behind. Your soul really is so pretty, Aoi said. Is that what heaven looks like? Takedo wondered. The 6 creatures stood by his side, 3 on each. The boy stood in the middle in front of Tanjiro's spiritual core. It was the same glowing yellow as the creatures and floated several feet in the air. His reflection was clear as day before it touched angles again. Wait, Hinetsuru said, did the creatures lead him to your spiritual core? Are they stupid? The whole reason he's there is to destroy it, Iguro said. Maybe this won't go all to waste. All he needs to do is destroy the core. Enmu thought. Is that his spiritual core? He asked, even though he knew the answer. Why bring me here? Wait, what? Why is he surprised? Shouldn't he just get on with destroying it? Makio asked. Maybe he's feeling remorse, Suma suggested. Why would he be feeling remorse for someone he doesn't know? Makio asked. It went close to the creature, pointing to Tanjiro's spiritual core. The boy gasped softly. You're saying because I was searching for it, he asked as he turned to face the core. Your soul's incarnation's kindness is going to get taken advantage of, Himejima sighed. He quickly fell to his knees, his hands by his side, before sitting. The sky had more clouds now, making the spiritual core look like the sun. Why did he fall to his knees? Shinjiro asked. Perhaps he had a change of heart, Kocho said. Whoa, his spiritual core looks like the sun in his soul. Suma thought. His voice began to break, even though I was trying to destroy it. I don't understand. Why would you do that? How intriguing, they brought him there even though he had bad intentions. Kokashibo thought. DMN it. Enmu thought. I better have a plan B. The boy went on his hands and knees, tears falling from his eyes. It then went back to Tanjiro who was slashing his neck. The blood stained the white blanket of snow next to him. Back with the boy, he continued crying. Until a loud crashing sound was heard, his eyes widened, trying to make out what the sound was. He's crying. Just a moment ago he was going to kill him, Takedo said. Don't tell me we're going to watch Tanjiro slice his throat again, Zenitsu muttered. I hate seeing myself doing this. Even if it's just to escape the blood demon art. Tanjiro thought. Huh? What was that noise? Kanroji asked. It probably has to do with Kamado-kun ending his life in the dream, Rengoku suggested. It zoomed out quickly, making everything look tiny. The noise continued as if there was an earthquake. Just then, Tanjiro's soul opened. A large chasm opened up, causing everyone to fall. It was like a waterfall crashing down. The boy began falling quickly, he threw his hand up, hoping something would grab it. Why did it zoom out so far? I can barely see anything, Daki whined. What the hell, where did that chasm come from? Shinazugawa shouted. Someone has to catch him, Tanjiro shouted. You should let him fall, after all, he did try to kill you, Genya scoffed. Everything began turning from blue to black as the boy continued to fall. He gasped slightly, not knowing what was going to happen. Luckily, one creature grabbed his arm, making him fall slower. After a moment, it began to turn into a blinding light. However, it then turned into the title card that appeared each time. A creature grabbed his arm, thank goodness, Kanroji sighed in relief. What's happening to it? Hinaki asked. I'm not sure, Nichika said. The white screen filled with the ink revealing a black to red gradient. The title said, Insult, on it, in white lettering. Once it returned to normal, it was no longer Tanjiro's soul, rather, a dark cave. Bats screeched as they flew through it. Insult? What does that mean? Takedo asked. Maybe the demon is going to be mean, Rengoku suggested. Wait, a cave? Daki said, that's so gross. There was heavy breathing, as the girl in the yellow kimono lifted herself over some rocks. Where the heck is this spiritual core thing? She asked. Her voice echoed slightly, this subconscious, I don't like being here at all. I believe she's in Hashibara-kun's dream. No, Kocho said. I think you're right, Kocho. I remember seeing a cave in his dream, Himejima agreed. At least she can't find your spiritual core, Inosuke, Tanjiro smiled. Of course she can't, after all, I am Lord Inosuke, Inosuke laughed. She sat up and took a breath. That topless boar man I saw was also creepy. This is all so overwhelming. As she spoke, the darkness around her opened up, revealing Inosuke. He was standing behind her, drooling. Barely a second went by before Inosuke pounced, his mask opening up, revealing a large mouth with sharp teeth. She turned around slowly, screaming at the sight of Inosuke. Inosuke, why are you standing so ominously? Zenitsu asked. How flashy, sneaking up on an opponent, Yuzui said. Did your mask just open up? Hinetsuru asked. Never mind, I don't want the truth. She ran away, on all fours as Inosuke chased her. It showed Inosuke, who looked like a rabid dog. What are you even doing here, you weird creature? She asked loudly. I don't want you anywhere near me. I agree with that girl, I wouldn't want someone like that near me. Daki thought. I suppose it's a good thing you saw her, now you can keep her distracted, Shinjiro said. She continued running, gaining a speed boost when she saw how close he was. She leaped over a cliff, flying through the air. Appearing tiny when Inosuke jumped up and prepared to attack her. The screen then went to black once more, only leaving her scream. After a moment, it showed the final child. He wore a green kimono and didn't appear as sick as the others. He walked around in the pitch black, feeling for something. Hey! Why are we leaving my dream so soon? Inosuke asked loudly. If we're leaving Inosuke's dream, does that mean we're going to mine? Zenitsu asked. The last boy. He looks less sick than the others, Doma said. Why is his dream pitch black? It wasn't before. Enmu wondered. It's pitch dark, he said before touching the floor. I can't see a DMN thing in here. This SCKS. What is with this blonde brat's subconscious realm anyway? Do I really have to grope around like this to find his spiritual core? You've gotta be kidding me. Wait, where are the peach trees? And Nezuko? Zenitsu asked. Well, if he can't see, at least he can't find your spiritual core, Hinatsuru said. The boy got on his hands and knees, searching around in the darkness. When that proved to be pointless, he stood again. Before he could do anything, Zenitsu whooshed across the screen, holding something. A large hedge trimmer clinked together, and the boy turned around quickly. Did Zenitsu just run across the screen? Kanata asked. I think I did, but what am I holding? Zenitsu asked. Are those hedge trimmers? Rengoku asked. What was that? He asked softly. More clinking sounds were heard as the boy turned in all directions to find the source of the sound. He let out a sigh of relief when he didn't see anything, however, behind him, Zenitsu phased closer. Zenitsu wore a black long-sleeved shirt and brown briefs. Zenitsu went right next to the boy, his cheeks sunken in. A loud clunk echoed in the boy's ear, as he turned around slightly, his eyes bulging. Where did you go, Zenitsu? Tanjiro asked. I'm not sure, Zenitsu said. So, this kid can be fast when he's dreaming too. How intriguing. Ubuyashiki thought. Those clothes seem very Western, Tamayo said. You look more sick than that boy, Manitsu, Inosuke said. What the hell is a guy doing in this area? Zenitsu asked, as he moved to the opposite side. You parasite. The only person who's allowed here is Nezuko. Talk about possessiveness, Shinazugawa muttered. I suppose this is why the girl in Kaijuro's dream didn't want to be seen, Ubuyashiki said. Lovely, now none of their spiritual cores are going to get destroyed. Enmu thought angrily. Zenitsu moved from side to side, clasping the hedge trimmer for the added fear. The boy had sweat dripping down his face. Zenitsu moved so he was up in the boy's face before speaking again. So I'm gonna kill you, Zenitsu said. Is that even possible? Kokashibo asked. The boy ran forward, still in the pitch black. Fear was worn on his face. However, Zenitsu was able to keep up with ease. He went right behind the boy. If only you could act like that to demons without being asleep, Yuzui said. If you could, I'm sure you'd be even stronger, Tanjiro smiled. Where is Nezuko? Zenitsu asked in a deep voice. How would he know? He doesn't even know her, Kokashibo said. What a shame, the pretty girl isn't here anymore. Doma thought. How would I know? The boy asked as he continued to run. Well, then, Zenitsu said. He sped up, his eyes bulging. Sparks of electricity surrounded Zenitsu as he charged up an attack with the hedge trimmers. Well, that look is terrifying, Aoi sighed. Electricity, Senjuro said, how is that there? I suppose anything is possible in a dream, Kocho said. Just die, Zenitsu shouted. Within the blink of an eye, Zenitsu sped forward, charging at the boy. He attacked in a star-shaped motion, cutting up the other boy's outfit. Wow, that's rather impressive. I assume that's based on Thunder Breathing's first form, Kiriya asked. I think so, Zenitsu said. You just cut up his outfit, how crude, Himejima said. No, the boy shrieked. His torso now half exposed. Against the black screen, a streak of yellow lightning went across it. Then it returned to reality. The boy who was attached to Zenitsu winced in his sleep as sweat dripped from his face. The girl who was attached to Inosuke had a similar reaction on her sleeping face. Inosuke was twitching in his sleep as he lay mostly on Zenitsu. I guess we're back to reality again, Hinaki said. Looks like the people aren't having a good time, Shinazugawa smirked. I hope they get the help they need. Tanjiro thought. Meanwhile, Nezuko was hovering above her brother. She groaned in sadness. Tanjiro was lying down on the train seat by himself. "Aw, mini Nezuko-chan is so cute," Kanroji squealed. Wait, if Tanjiro is still alone on the seat, does that mean Rengoku-san is still choking the girl? Urokadaki asked. I'm sure that I'm doing it in a way to allow her to still breathe. After all, I don't want to be the reason an innocent life gets taken, Rengoku said. Wake up. I have to wake up, he muttered in his sleep, hurry. Wait, you're not awake. Does that mean slicing your throat didn't work? Genya asked. I do apologize, but you all are going to have to see Kamado-kun take his own life several more times, Shira said through the intercom. What? Kanroji said, why? I mean, it makes sense. If the demon uses its blood demon art again, Kamado-kun is going to need to take his life again to escape, Iguro said. It went back to Tanjiro's dream. Heavy music played as he held his katana to his throat. The air around him was visible as he breathed heavily. His footsteps were behind him, but he was crouched on the snow. His right hand was pressed against the blade, pushing it to his neck. Tanjiro screamed as it went closer to his eye. Zenitsu rested his hand on Tanjiro's shoulder and glanced worriedly at him. Tanjiro, are you going to be okay? I'm sure watching yourself die repeatedly isn't fun, Zenitsu whispered. I'll be fine, Zenitsu. Thank you for worrying about me, Tanjiro said. The amount of willpower he must have. Enmu thought. A few of the Hashiras looked away from the screen out of respect for Tanjiro. Nezuko, he shouted. He slid the blade down his neck, cutting it. Blood spurted from the new gash, as Tanjiro fell over onto the snow. The screen colors inverted before going black. A spiral of light came across the screen before going once again, back to reality. Nezuko whined as the blood exited Tanjiro's neck. I have to admit, you are rather brave for doing what you need to escape, Yuzui said. Thanks, Tanjiro said softly. Tanjiro's hand twitched, before he erupted awake, screaming loudly. He inhaled sharply before grasping at his neck. He faced the wall, breathing heavily, his hands shook. You're waking up. Slashing your throat was the right thing to do, Kanroji sighed happily. It didn't transfer over, thank Buddha, Himejima said. Now that you're awake, you can kill the demon, Amain said. You should at least wake up Rengoku-san. There's no way you can kill lower one by yourself, Shinazugawa said. It's all right. I'm alive, Tanjiro said, as he held up his wrist. I'm glad that you're okay, Kamado-kun, Rengoku said. The rope, it's cinched, Kanata said. Probably because of Nezuko's blood demon art, Abuyashiki said. Nezuko pulled herself up slightly on the arm of the seat. Tanjiro gasped softly before getting into her face. Nezuko. You okay? Tanjiro loudly asked. Ow, my ears, Kiriya said softly. Why are you being so loud? Inosuke asked. I'm not sure, Tanjiro said. Nezuko held her forehead before making a noise again. Tanjiro smiled and tears began welling up in his eyes. Oh, right. Her poor forehead, Kanroji said. She's a demon, she's alright, Iguro sighed. I'm really glad Nezuko is okay. Tanjiro thought. I'm so glad, he said. Tanjiro gasped before looking up. Zenitsu. Inosuke. Mr. Rengoku. You better wake me up next, Manjiro, Inosuke said. I'm sure I will, Tanjiro chuckled. Hey, if you think about it, once Zenitsu wakes from the dream, he'll be super powerful. Because he's extra strong when asleep, Nichika said. That's true, Abuyashiki agreed. It quickly went to each person Tanjiro named. Rengoku was still holding the girl up by the throat, his veins so large they looked like they could burst. The girl was twitching under Rengoku's grasp. Tanjiro gasped, looking around. That poor girl. Tanjiro thought. My goodness, the veins on your forehead look like they're going to burst, Genya said. I'm always impressed by these Hashira. Tanjiro thought. Who are these people? They're tied to the others with rope. The rope. Tanjiro thought, looking at each person. How does the rope allow them to invade their dreams? Aoi asked. He's probably infused the rope with his blood, Roe answered. Tanjiro lifted up his arm, looking at the rope that was attached to him. The rope was no longer complete, thanks to Nezuko. It looks like it's been singed off, but how? Tanjiro wondered. Her flaming blood maybe? There's a faint scent of demon on it too. It really is so intriguing that Kamado-chan's blood demon art doesn't hurt humans, Suma said. Tanjiro smelt the rope before sitting up completely. This smell, that's it. If only I was able to smell the demon earlier, we might not have fallen asleep, Tanjiro mumbled. Don't blame yourself, Tanjiro, Zenitsu said. Tanjiro reached into his Haori and pulled out the train ticket, smelling it too. It's subtle, but I can tell it's the same one. So we were put to sleep when these were punched. A demon must be behind it. Tanjiro thought. It showed a close-up of the ticket, which had the train's name on it. Then it went to the outside of the train. All of the lights were on and smoke billowed from the top. As it went back inside, Tanjiro held his sword. You need to wake everyone up and get to the front of the train quickly, Iguro said. While you are wasting time, the demon could be killing people, Shinazugawa scoffed. For some reason. I have this feeling that I shouldn't sever this rope with my sword. Tanjiro thought as he looked at Rengoku. I wonder what would happen if you did, Aoi said. I'd rather not find out, Tanjiro chuckled. In that case, you should probably use Nezuko to burn the ropes then, Abuyashiki said. Nezuko, listen, Tanjiro said looking back at her, can you burn the other ropes? That's a smart idea, hopefully they'll be able to find out how to exit the dreams too, Urokadaki said. Nezuko nodded and went over to Zenitsu. She positioned her hands above the rope and set it on fire with her pink flames. Once that was done, she moved to Inosuke, burning his ropes too. Tanjiro grabbed Zenitsu's shoulders and began to shake him. She can create the fire without bleeding, Roe asked. That's interesting, Yashiro said. I really hope they wake up, Makio said. Zenitsu, wake up. Can you hear me? You've gotta wake up, Zenitsu, Tanjiro pleaded. He moved to Inosuke. Inosuke, wake up, please. Inosuke. I better wake up before Manitsu. Inosuke thought. Genya sighed, it looks like they're not going to wake up that easily. Nezuko ran up to Tanjiro, worried about him. Tanjiro turned around and patted Nezuko's head. Why do they remind me of myself and Daki? Jutaro wondered. Your sibling relationship reminds me of me and my younger siblings, Kanroji smiled. There. It's fine, Tanjiro said, sorry for worrying you. You did a great job. Tanjiro glanced back at his friends, his face filled with worry. It's no good. They won't wake up. What do I do? Tanjiro wondered. If we won't wake up, then I suppose you should just head towards the demon, Rengoku said. Are you sure? Do you really think I can defeat a lower moon? Tanjiro asked. Well, best case scenario, Rengoku will wake up and take over the fight, Iguro said. He stood up, calling out for Rengoku. However, just then the girl who was attached to Rengoku swung her weapon at Tanjiro. Her face filled with rage. Tanjiro held Nezuko and easily dodged the attack. Wait, the girl is awake now, Kocho said. Huh? She's attacking you, Genya shouted. I feel so bad for her, Tanjiro whispered. You feel bad for her? Why, Takedo asked, she did just try to kill a Hashira. I know, but, she's being manipulated, Tanjiro responded. What are you? Tanjiro asked, turning to look at her. I can't believe she's trying to attack you, Zenitsu said. You should be able to disarm her effortlessly, Urokadaki said. The girl turned around and took deep breaths. She posed in an offensive position. Is this girl under the control of a demon? Tanjiro wondered. That would definitely be more interesting if she was. Doma thought. You're all interfering, she exclaimed, now that you people are here, we won't get any happy dreams. I'll pray for her and the others to get through their illnesses, Himejima said. Poor girl, she thinks that the only way to get better is by hurting others, Abuyashiki said. I don't think she is. Tanjiro thought, gasping at the girl's words. The other girl moved to stand beside her and held her weapon. Meanwhile, the boy sat on the floor, clearly angry. Don't tell me you're going to get ganged up on, Tanjiro, Zenitsu exclaimed. I'll be fine, Zenitsu, Tanjiro sighed. Him too. Tanjiro thought. The yellow kimono boy stood up and stood next to the girls. While the red Haori boy continued sitting on the seat. Behind Tanjiro, Nezuko stood and Rengoku sat. Oh. Looks like the boy who was in Kamado-kun's dream isn't going to go with the others, Rengoku said. This is pointless. There's no way measly humans are going to take down a demon slayer. Looks like I really will have to do everything myself. Enmu thought, sighing out loud. What are you doing? The braided girl asked the red Haori boy, get off your butt and come help us out. I don't care if you have tuberculosis. If you don't do your job, I'll go tell him, and then he won't show you any more dreams. She needs to watch her words, Himejima said. Kocho-san, you were right. He has tuberculosis, Amain said. Goodness, Kocho smiled, I can't believe she's threatening him. Tanjiro looked at the boy, who finally stood up. The boy had tears streaming from his face. Was he connected to my dream? She said he has tuberculosis. How awful. Tanjiro thought, clenching his fist. It's unforgivable, taking advantage of them like this. It's so sad that he has tuberculosis, Kanroji said, I hope he gets better. What a pathetic demon. Manipulating sick people to do his dirty work. Shinazugawa thought. The braided girl's hands shook as she held her weapon. Her eyes were wide open, the boy looked calm, despite his angry face. Tanjiro stood up from his slight bow. I doubt she's ever fought anyone before. Her stance is incredibly shaky, Tomioka said. You're probably right. If she had any fighting experience she wouldn't be holding her weapon like that, Yuzui said. I'm sorry, but I have no choice but to fight back, Tanjiro apologized. You're going to fight back, Zenitsu asked. I'm probably just going to hit their pressure points and knock them out. After all. I don't want to hurt them, Tanjiro said. Even though these people are trying to kill him, he's still worried about them. He's so thoughtful. Senjuro thought. Tanjiro ran forward, towards the trio, he raised his arm and knocked out the boy before he could react. Doing the same with the yellow kimonoed girl. They fell to the floor, only leaving the braided girl to fight. She gasped, taking a few steps back. She began hyperventilating and screamed as she charged at Tanjiro. He effortlessly moved to the side, causing the girl to lose balance with her attack. Tanjiro then hit the back of her neck, making her pass out. Well, that was surprisingly easy. How unflashy, I had hoped they'd put up at least a little bit of a fight, Yuzui sighed. Oh. Looks like the girl is ready to attack, Mugen sighed. Good job dodging, Tanjiro, Ubuyashiki said. I'm certain that once they wake up, they'll learn the errors of their ways. How boring. All of them are passed out now. Akaza thought. You just wanted a happy dream, didn't you? Tanjiro said softly. I know. Because I wanted that as well. It's what we all wish for, Kocho sighed. I agree, Kocho-san. However, if we spend all of our time dwelling on the past, we will never be able to make room for the future, Rengoku said. What wise words, Rengoku-san, Himejima smiled. Thank you, Himejima-san, Rengoku responded. Memories of Tanjiro finding his murdered family played. The reflection of Nezuko bloodied in the snow was reflected in Tanjiro's eyes. Then, the rest of his family bathed in their own blood. A close-up of all of them, drenched in blood. Tanjiro looked away from the screen, not wanting to look at his dead family again. Zenitsu rested his hand on Tanjiro's shoulder for support. I wish I could have eaten those pretty women. Doma thought. His past. It reminds me of my past. I don't like it. Shinazugawa thought. I wish this was just a bad dream. Tanjiro thought. That's how I feel about Sabito. Tomioka thought. I wish he was the one that lived. Kane. I wish you were still here. You would have loved Nezuko-chan. Kocho thought. The only awake boy stepped forward, looking at Tanjiro. Nezuko ran up to Tanjiro, hugging him tightly. The siblings looked at each other, smiling happily. The memory of Tanjiro's dream collapsing played in the boy's mind. Don't tell me he's going to attack you, Yashiro sighed. I don't think he is, Genya said. Kia, Nezuko-chan is so adorable. Kenroji thought. Until I experienced the warmth of his soul. I was willing to hurt others if it meant I could escape from the pain of my own illness. The boy thought, recalling how he was saved. But now. You really changed his heart. That's awesome, Suma smiled. You truly are something, Tanjiro, Ubuyashiki said, something that could be considered an inspiration for others. Are you alright? Tanjiro asked. I am now, the boy responded. A smile graced his face. Be careful. That's rather flashy, I must say, Yuzui smiled. I agree. Helping people one person at a time, Suma said. I'm glad I was able to help him. Tanjiro thought, smiling softly. Tanjiro gasped and smiled back. Thanks. Let's go. I hope you can hold off the demon until Rengoku-san wakes. Up, Kocho said. I think he can, Kanao whispered. Tanjiro grabbed Nezuko's hand and the duo began running through the train car. The sound of the train was loud and clear, as the boy clutched his newly changed heart. It showed the train through the heavily wooded areas. Tanjiro opened the door, allowing them to leave the car, however as soon as he exited he covered his mouth. I wonder if he's strong enough to take down a lower moon now. Akaza wondered. His positivity is just like Kaijuro's. It's going to get him killed. Shinjiro thought. The woods around the train are so pretty, Hinaki smiled. Huh? Why are you covering your mouth? Genya asked. The smell of the demon, probably, Tanjiro said. It's the demon. His scent is overwhelming, even in such a strong wind. Tanjiro thought. How did I manage to sleep through it? Even if each car was closed off and airtight, it's unbelievable. I can't believe I wasn't able to sleep through such a harsh scent, Tanjiro sighed. Don't blame yourself, Kamado-kun. I too, slept through the smell, Rengoku said. That's just the power of a lower moon, Tomioka said. It showed the inside of the car. Nezuko was seemingly zoning out. Not looking back at Tanjiro when he looked at her. Tanjiro stepped outside, looking at the door that was on the side of the train. The wind blew his hair and earrings. Like a moth to a flame. He's come to me. There's no way he's going to be able to kill me. So Mugen-sama will give me more of his blood. Enmu thought. I'm so ashamed. The demon's upwind. Is he in that first car? Tanjiro wondered. Tanjiro grabbed the roof with his hands and flipped himself up onto the roof. Nezuko walked out of the train car, looking for Tanjiro. What a flashy way to get onto a roof, Yuzui exclaimed, although, I would have done it more flamboyantly. How is Nezuko-chan going to get onto the roof? Kanroji asked. I think I'm going to leave her to wake up the others, Tanjiro said, since I can't do anything. It's dangerous, Nezuko, so don't follow me past here, Tanjiro yelled so Nezuko could hear, go wake everyone up. You do realize where you're going is more dangerous, right? Takedo asked. I know, Tanjiro chuckled. Tanjiro stood on the roof of the train, the wind blowing towards him as he ran. He gasped when he looked at the demon that was on the roof. Enmu looked behind himself. DMN demon. Shinazugawa thought. He's acting rather casual dispute being faced by a demon slayer, Kocho said, a vein appearing on her face. It's not that surprising. After all, he's not a Hashira, Iguro said. What's this? You're awake now, Enmu said, he waved, good morning. What a shame, you could have stayed dreaming forever. I wanna kill that demon, Inosuke shouted. He sure is acting nonchalant. How unflashy. Yuzui thought. His hair is so pretty. It's a shame he's a demon. Kanroji thought. His hand formed a mouth on it, that said, dream. It went closer to his face, showing off his lower one status. Tanjiro clutched his sword, ready to pull it out. I think in these recent generations, lower moons have been appearing more often, Amain said. At this rate, we'll wipe out the last member of the lower Kazuki, Genya smirked. Then it's on to the upper Kazuki, Shinazugawa said, with his creepy grin. He's the one. Tanjiro thought. The screen went black for a moment, before showing them from farther away. Tanjiro was a full train car away from Enmu. Why aren't you attacking? Takedo asked. I assume he's trying to formulate a plan. Especially since a Hashira is not with him. I'll pray for him, Himejima said. Why are you awake? Enmu asked, did I not show you a dream tailored to your every longing? If I had so wished it, it could have been a dream where your family was being slaughtered. Would you have liked that one better? Why isn't he trying to kill him right away? Making small talk with the enemy is useless. Mugen thought. You could do that. How awful, Makio shouted. I guess it's a good thing he didn't, Tanjiro whispered. A dream where his family was being slaughtered. That's horrible, thank goodness he didn't show him that. Kanroji thought. How intriguing, I always love meeting other artistic demons. Gyako thought. The veins on Enmu's forehead were prominent, as he spoke to Tanjiro. The angle suched from him to Tanjiro. His haori blowing in the wind. Of course not. Much too distressing, Enmu answered. This DMN demon. I swear I'll kill every single one. Shinazugawa thought. This is so boring. Where's the action? Doma wondered. Tanjiro grunted at Enmu's rhetorical question. Enmu brought his hand to his mouth, trying not to laugh. Keep it together, Shinobu. Kocho thought. What is he planning on bringing up now? Makio wondered, scoffing softly. Oh, here's an idea. A dream where your dear father comes back to life, Enmu said, with a smile on his face. Tanjiro's eyes shot wide open at Enmu's comment. He raised his hand to cover his mouth. I swear, I'm going to kill him. Tanjiro thought. How does he even know that your father is dead? Zenitsu shouted, it's not like you told him. It's almost like he can see every memory we have, Rengoku said. That would make sense, seeing as how he knows your deepest desires, Himejima nodded. Enmu continued to taunt Tanjiro, by bringing his past up. As each word fell from Enmu's mouth, the veins in Tanjiro's face grew larger. Tanjiro had his hand on his sword, ready to take it out. But before he could, a wave of wind washed over him. Tanjiro groaned, yet his eyes remained open. Enmu chuckled at his actions. Tanjiro looks so scary when he's serious. Aoi thought. Tanjiro-kun. Don't act through your emotions. Stay calm and make a plan, Urokadaki said. Great, he put you to sleep again, Shinazugawa sighed. Or maybe not. I'm confused, your eyes are still open, Hinetsuru contemplated. What? Why didn't it work? Enmu wondered angrily. I really do love showing people happy, little dreams right before submerging them into a terrible nightmare. Enmu thought. How unflashy, Yuzui scoffed. I'm gonna kill this BSTRD, Shinazugawa said. How cruel, Himejima sighed, I'll pray for your victims. He recalled a memory on the train. He stood in front of a man who was bloodied. All the passengers around and the train were bathed in blood. Enmu crouched down in front of the man, he lifted the man's face. Seeing the look of terror on it, mixed with the blood that covered half his face. So many bodies, Zenitsu mumbled. All those people, their lives taken without a second thought. You're the worst kind of demon, Tanjiro scowled. That poor man, Kanroji murmured. All that blood, Kocho said, there's no doubt all of those people have passed away. Seeing the look of utter confusion and horror on a human's face is simply exquisite. To look upon someone shattered to the absolute core by misfortune, squirming in agony, is like a sweet nectar to me. I will awake so I can bring my blade on you, Inosuke shouted. This truly is just the nature of a demon, Iguro sighed. I wonder if he acted like this before becoming a demon. Kanroji wondered. It went back to the train, and Enmu continued looking at Tanjiro. My methods may seem roundabout, but do not mistake me for distracted. I will kill those demon hunters. By mixing my blood with the ink on those tickets, the conductor simply needs to punch the holes in them, at which point, the spell activates. That's rather impressive, Kokashibo said, and smart. Perhaps he'll be useful in the future. If he doesn't die. Mugen thought. It showed the tickets, and them being punched by the conductor. Then the memory of the conductor collecting the demon slayers' tickets was presented next. All the demon slayers were quickly put to sleep. All from a safe distance as well. It took more effort, but it was well worth it. Not being detected is very important, lest the illusion that holds in them in their dreams be broken. I'm surprised you put so much thought into it. Most demons act irrationally, Takshio said. I guess that's just how the members of the 12 Kazuki are, Kocho sighed. The other passengers on the train were shown peacefully asleep. Going back to the roof of the train, Enmu was stuck in confusion as he looked at Tanjiro. Tanjiro's sword wasn't out of his sheath yet. I'm glad the other passengers are safe, Suma sighed. For now at least, Makio pointed out, the demon is still alive. And while he is, we can't guarantee anything. Why haven't you unsheathed your sword? How are you supposed to defend yourself? Aoi asked. I'm sure I'll get it out soon, Tanjiro said. So why is it that this one managed to wake up? It didn't take him long to figure out how to, either. How can this be, when the human longing to wrap themselves in a cheerful world of their own imagination? I am impressed that he was the one that woke up first. He's not even a Hashira, Iguro sighed. Who knows, maybe he has skills similar to Takedo-kun, Rengoku smiled. After all, Takedo-kun became a Hashira after only 2 months. Someone became a Hashira in just 2 months. Zenitsu thought. I'm glad you did not succumb to your dream, Tanjiro, Abuyashiki said. Is of such a giant magnitude, Enmu said out loud with a smile. Tanjiro finally took out his sword, yelling at Enmu, intruding on one's soul is something I won't allow. This trespassing of yours, shall not stand. Agreed. Intruding in someone's soul is cruel, Rengoku nodded. What strong feelings, but can you back your words up, Doma smirked. Enmu watched Tanjiro's earrings flop in the wind and smiled wildly. What's this? Those earrings he's wearing. Enmu thought before throwing his arms up. My earrings? What about them? Wait, Tanjiro said, realizing what Enmu meant. All I have to do is kill him, then I'll be blessed with Mugen-sama's blood. Enmu thought, smirking. What good fortune. Like a moth to flame, he came right to me. Could this be a dream? Now I can receive an even greater share of Mstr Mugen's blood, Enmu said loudly. In that case, you have to do everything to survive. You can't die, now more than ever, Abuyashiki said. I will, Tanjiro nodded. He's more full of himself than Doma. Akaza thought, scoffing. Everything went grayscale as it showed the silhouettes of Daki, Hantengu, and Akaza. Brother look, it's me, Daki exclaimed. What a pity, I'm not there. Doma thought, frowning. I wonder why those 3 are the only ones being shown, Genya pondered. Once I've done so and become more powerful, I can challenge an upper-rank demon in a duel and usurp their place, Enmu said. Oh please, you couldn't beat us in a fight, Daki laughed. I highly doubt you'd get enough blood to become an upper rank, Doma said. He is rather arrogant. I doubt he'll be able to back up his words though. If Tanjiro-kun can almost beat Lower Moon 5, there's no reason he shouldn't be able to fend off him. Tomioka thought. Tanjiro adjusted his footing before thinking. Water breathing. 10th form. Constant flux, Tanjiro called out. You really have Mstred water breathing, wonderfully, Urokadaki praised. I agree. Most lower-ranked slayers can only Mstr 1 or 2 forms of a breathing technique, Rengoku said. He moved his sword in front of him, and water appeared in a ribbon motion. It moved around Tanjiro, forming a dragon's head at the front. That dragon is so cool, Inosuke shouted. Water breathing is so pretty, Kanroji said. Hey, Iguro-san, your breathing style is derived from water breathing, right? It is, Iguro nodded. Blood demon art, Enmu called out. Enmu raised the hand with the mouth, and Tanjiro charged at him. The water flowed around him. Whispers of ordained unconscious mesmerism. Enmu thought. What a long thing to say for a blood demon art. Hinetsuru thought. I wonder if it'll work this time, since it didn't seem to earlier, Makio said. Go to sleep, dear child. Enmu's hand mouthed. It didn't work. Why isn't it working? Enmu wondered angrily. It didn't work, Kocho said, I wonder why. Tanjiro, however, didn't fall asleep. He ran forward, moving his sword in an attempt to behead Enmu. Unfortunately, Enmu jumped out of the way, landing further down on the train. He put his hand down, breaking his fall, watching as Tanjiro charged at him once again. Why isn't his blood demon art working? Iguro asked. Well, since he's not asleep he has a chance to cut off his head, Takedo said. Ichem. His acrobatics aren't too bad. Kokashibo thought. However, they definitely need to be improved. Sleep now, the hand said. A wave of purple emitted from Enmu's hand, crashing onto Tanjiro. Tanjiro's head fell backward and his irises disappeared. The water from his sword vanished as he fell back slightly. However, right before he fell off the train, he regained consciousness. Oh. It seemed to work this time, Makio said, so does it only work sometimes? I doubt it. I think. Kocho muttered. Now that you're asleep, your breathing techniques aren't working, Zenitsu panicked. Wait, did you just regain consciousness? Suma asked, that was way quicker than last time. Does that mean, that you, Senjuro asked. I believe so, Tanjiro nodded, I killed myself again to exit the dream. Tanjiro fixed his footing, stopping himself from falling, and quickly charged at Enmu once more. Enmu jumped back again and used his blood demon art. Once again, a wave of purple made Tanjiro fall asleep. But this time, it only lasted a few seconds. I'm so glad you didn't fall off the train. That would have made the fight even more difficult, Suma said. You're improving. His blood demon art only lasted for a few seconds, Nichika said. Maybe he won't be killed in this battle. Takedo thought. Enmu repeated his blood demon art twice, yet it was seemingly ineffective. Tanjiro quickly awoke, and Enmu's face was filled with shock. The amount of trust he has in himself to bring the blade on his neck each time. It's admirable. Kanao thought. At this rate the last lower moon is going to be killed. Mugen thought, scowling. Go to sleep, the hand screamed. This time there was nothing that washed over Tanjiro, he swung his sword allowing waves of water to exit it. As he ran toward Enmu. Why is he not affected? No, he is. He's falling under the spell over and over. Enmu thought. To be able to repeatedly kill yourself to survive is rather brave, Rengoku praised. Thank you, Tanjiro said. I'm worried that he's going to try to take his life when he's not dreaming. I hope that won't happen. Kocho thought. Tanjiro swung his sword at Enmu's neck, yet he dodged effortlessly. Jumping back, and before he could land, Tanjiro attacked him again. Missing, however, Enmu stayed in the air. He used his blood demon art again when he was above Tanjiro. Tanjiro's irises vanished again, as he fell asleep. You keep missing his neck, Takedo said, you need more training. I understand. I'll train more, so that when this fight happens, I'll be able to decapitate him, Tanjiro said. I don't know why he's still using his blood demon art. This kid can clearly escape it. Jutaro thought. But each time he does, he remains self-aware, and takes his own life in order to reawaken. Enmu thought. I wonder if I can use that to my advantage. Enmu wondered, smirking. The amount of willpower that takes. I want to fight him, ugh, but if I did he'd die immediately. I guess I'll have to wait. Akaza thought. It went into each dream, showing Tanjiro slicing his neck repeatedly from a multitude of angles. The blood splattered on the new snow each time. Before Tanjiro fell on the roof, he awoke, jumping into the air to attack Enmu. However, Enmu dodged again, causing Tanjiro to land further back on the train. How brutal, Himejima said, clasping his hands together. He really killed himself repeatedly. Genya thought, his eyes wide. As everyone watched Tanjiro kill himself more, the room was mostly silent. Nobody had any words that hadn't been said earlier. Damn it. I missed his neck again. Tanjiro thought. Within the blink of an eye, Tanjiro rushed towards his foe. Barely missing his neck, Enmu stared in wonder. A few of Enmu's hairs were cut from his head. You surely have gotten faster, Tanjiro-kun, Urokadaki said. Hey, you nearly cut off his head, maybe you'll be able to do it, Kenroji said. No, there's something off here. There's no way a lower moon would be that easily killed by a low-ranked demon slayer. Iguro thought. You managed to cut part of his hair off. Perhaps you should become a hairstylist, Tamayo chuckled, trying to lighten up the mood. To commit suicide, even in the middle of a dream, to take his own life with his own hands requires incredible willpower. Enmu thought. This rascal. I don't think I've come across a human with this much willpower in a while. Kokashibo thought. Well, I have to do what I have to do in order to slay him, Tanjiro said. Tanjiro attacked 2 more times, and Enmu dodged with a backflip before going into the air once again. Tanjiro landed and headed towards Enmu, a stream of water leaving his sword. Tanjiro spun in the air, the water flowing around his body. I wonder how long you'll be able to hold him off, Rui said. Both of them seemed to be on the same level, acrobatic-wise. Makio thought. Are you not going to use that other, more flashy breathing technique of yours? Yuzui asked. I don't think I'm shredded enough to be able to use it consistently. Plus, I'm more comfortable with water breathing, at least, for now, Tanjiro said. Is out of his mind. Enmu finished thinking. Enmu cast his blood demon art once again. However, this time, the dream was different. All the snow was a reddish color and a child's cries could be heard. Inside the house was Tanjiro, who was looking over Rokuta. Rokuta was covered in blood, and the one sobbing. Tanjiro looked like his past self, his hair in a tight ponytail. Huh. This dream looks different, Aoi said. I hear crying, Yuzui said, I wonder if this is one of the nightmares he mentioned. How unflashy. Rokuta. Why is he? Tanjiro wondered. His eyes widened as he saw the blood. Oh my, Ubuyashiki whispered. Why didn't you save us? We needed you, brother, Rokuta cried as he sat in blood. What the hell is this? Shinazugawa shouted. Enmu smirked as he saw everyone's faces. They were all horrified at the scene of the Kamadu family massacre. Takeo ran over and shoved Tanjiro. While we were being murdered, where the hell were you? Tanjiro, Zenitsu whispered. Shinazugawa couldn't force himself to look at the screen. The words Tanjiro's sibling said reminded him so much of his past. He tried to suppress the memories of his family being murdered. Takeo had blood dripping out of his mouth, and his kimono was stained with blood. Behind him was Shigeru, who had a large head wound. As Takeo spoke, Rokuta continued sobbing. Tanjiro's eyes were wide, taking in what everyone was saying. Behind him was Hanako, who tugged at his shoulder. So much blood, Sanjuro said softly. Takeo, Hanako, Shigeru, Rokuta, Mom. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there. Tanjiro thought, trying to fight the tears. This is so sad, Kanroji exclaimed. Why were you, the sole survivor? Hanako asked, blood dripping from her. I'm assuming that this nightmare is at least a little based on your thoughts. Tanjiro-kun, you do know that it's not your fault your family passed, right? Kocho said kindly. I know, Kocho-san, Tanjiro smiled weakly. For a moment, everything went gray-scale. Tanjiro then moved places. He was now sitting in front of his father. Tanjiro had a similar checkered kimono and a long ponytail. He took a sip of tea, before throwing the cup at Tanjiro. Oh, isn't that your father, Tanjiro-kun? Hinetsuru asked. It is, Tanjiro confirmed. His haori is checkered like yours, Kanroji said, were the clothes passed down? They are. The checkered pattern has been used in our family for generations, Tanjiro said. Did he just throw tea at you? Tamayo said in shock. Kanao's eyes widened at the sight, memories flashed in her mind briefly. You couldn't even save your own family. You're so useless, Tanjiro scoffed. Tanjiro. Please don't take this to heart, Zenitsu said, there's no feasible way you could have helped your family. Yeah, and you're not useless, Aoi agreed. I'm gonna kill this demon for hurting your feelings, Inosuke shouted. You guys, Tanjiro smiled, tearing up. The memory changed again, Tanjiro was standing above his dead siblings' corpses. 3 of them were lying on the floor, drenched in blood. It showed their blood-soaked feet, before going grayscale again. Tanjiro now looked like his present-day self again. However, Ki was behind him, holding a bloodied Rokuta. Tanjiro slowly turned around. Damn it. This isn't going to work, I need something worse. Enmu thought. Those bodies, Genya murmured. So much blood, Kanata said. Why does this remind me of something? I can't place it. Takedo wondered. Mother. Rokuta. I'm sorry, but I hope you're proud of how far I've come. Tanjiro thought. Mugen-sama really made such a appealing masterpiece with this family. Gyako thought, chuckling. You're the one who should have died that day. But instead, you've gone and left us all behind, Ki said. I know that feeling all too well. Tomioka thought. Survivor's guilt. It's something that many of us demon slayers experience, Kocho sighed. If not handled properly it can be detrimental. Tanjiro's eyes began to twitch as it zoomed into his blood-red eye. A moment later, Tanjiro escaped the horrible nightmare, continuing the attack. Tanjiro firmly planted his foot on the roof of the train. The veins on his face were more prominent, and anger filled his face. These words. They are not my family's. Your dreams, they insult their memory, Tanjiro yelled. The amount of rage in this child is quite sad. Himejima thought. I shall pray for him and his family. I'm glad you were able to regain your footing, Amain said. Don't put words in the mouths of my family, Tanjiro screamed, they would never say that. Your visions, they insult their memory. Tanjiro ran up to Enmu quickly, jumping into the air. Water flowed around his black katana as he thought of his family. All of them were smiling happily. As he descended from the air, he brought his sword to Enmu's neck. The dragon's head swept in and cut through Enmu's neck, cutting it off from his body. Blood spurted from his neck, as he looked shocked. Ice reaction time isn't bad for a new slayer. Kokashibo thought. Your family was so cute, Senjuro said. Wait. Your sword, are you actually going to be able to behead him? Iguro asked. You actually did it. You killed a lower moon, Zenitsu said. No, Tanjiro said softly. Huh? What do you mean, no? Zenitsu asked. That was too easy, there's no way I should have been able to kill him that easily, Tanjiro said. Enmu's head landed behind Tanjiro, further back on the train. The rest of Enmu's body fell forward in front of Tanjiro. Even though he cut off Enmu's head, he still looked serious. Tanjiro stood up from his attacking position and looked around. But, his body fell. There's no way he's still alive, right? Zenitsu exclaimed. Think back to the fight with Rue, he was able to decapitate himself. Not allowing Tanjiro to kill him. Who's to say he didn't do the same thing, Aoi said. In that case, I wonder if what Kamado-kun is experiencing is a dream as well, Rengoku pondered. I doubt it. After all, he did just exit the nightmare, Himejima chimed in. That was too easy. Could this be a dream too? Tanjiro wondered, he then thought back to Rue. Or maybe this demon was just weaker than him. I understand now, Enmu said. Great, he is still alive, Shinazugawa sighed. Why can't demons just stay dead, Zenitsu whined. I wonder what my plan is. Enmu wondered. Either way, I'm sure it's genius. Tanjiro quickly turned around, looking at Enmu's decapitated head. I understand why the MSTR ordered me to have you disposed of, Enmu said. Just then, his head vanished, only leaving a pink flesh-like thing. It morphed around the train car, and into a pillar. It continued to morph, and Enmu's head appeared on the top as it raised into the air. Where did the head go? Iguro asked. It's morphing around the train, what is happening? Kiriya asked. It's like, he's part of the train, Makio said. What the F dash, when is his head doing that? Shinazugawa shouted. Disposed with the Hashira, Enmu continued, it's the nature of your very existence. You're like a gaping, blistering sore on one's heel. It's still rather shocking that Mugen-sama wants you dead as much as the Hashira, Doma said. Shut up Doma, Akaza said. I don't think it's that shocking. After seeing the man with the Hanafuda earrings, that he is so clearly scared of it makes sense. Kocho thought. Tanjiro's eyes were wide, and his mouth agape. He's not dead. Tanjiro thought. What a lovely expression on your face, one that I have been longing to see, he laughed, you're wondering why I'm still alive, even after you decapitated me. Well, I'll tell you, since I'm feeling so ecstatic. I'll try to use small words so even you can understand it. It's because that wasn't actually my true self. The same can be said about what's before you. It may look like my head, but that is not the case. While you were sleeping like a helpless little baby, I fused my being with this entire train. Oh, I do have to agree. His expression is like a lovely piece of artwork, Yako laughed. Wait, it wasn't his true self, Tanjiro said, that's why the decapitation didn't work. But what does that mean? Inosuke asked. You fused your being with the train, Kanroji shouted, so then. If you don't have a normal body anymore, how are you supposed to be killed? Don't fret Kanroji, I'm certain that there is a way to kill him. We cannot lose hope, Rengoku said. As Enmu spoke, he moved the flesh that his head was attached to around. And it showed the front of the train. Tanjiro stood speechless at the truth. That's so gross, Takedo said. Wait, if the train is his body then doesn't that mean the passengers? Rengoku thought. Every inch of it has become my blood, my flesh, right down to my bones. The look in your eye. You're starting to understand. For, you see, the more than 200 passengers on this train, or should I say hostages, will soon become part of my body. Do you think you can protect them? Can you alone prevent me from feasting on all the tasty human flesh that's been packed from stem to stern? Or will my appetite be satiated in full? Doesn't that mean, Zenitsu said. Every passenger is currently in Lower Moon 1's stomach. Meaning we have to protect each passenger car with our lives, Rengoku nodded. No. There's no way I can protect all 30 cars by myself. You guys have to wake up, Tanjiro said. Ha. This is a rather impressive plan. I'm surprised. Mugen thought. Tanjiro ran forward, holding the sword. However, Enmu just laughed at his attempt and removed his head from the rest of the pink flesh. The flesh then melded back into the metal of the train, and Tanjiro stood up. Damn it. I can't kill him, Tanjiro said. How the hell are you supposed to kill him if his head is gone? Iguro sighed. I'm impressed that he was able to fuse with the train in such a short period of time. Akaza thought. DMN it. What do I do? I can only protect 2 cars at most. Any more is too much for me to handle. Tanjiro thought. I'm certain that at least one of us will wake up soon. Therefore, you won't have to defend the whole train by yourself, Rengoku said. I'm gonna wake up first, Inosuke shouted. Rengoku. Zenitsu. Inosuke, Tanjiro shouted, I really need your help. Please wake up. I'm begging you. Tanjiro ran forward and shouted into the midnight air hoping Nezuko could hear him. Nezuko. I'm trusting you to look after the other passengers. Do you think Nezuko-chan will be able to take care of that many passengers? Kanroji asked. I have faith in her, Tanjiro said. Meanwhile, inside the train, Nezuko had set Inosuke on fire with her pink flames. It only took a moment then for Inosuke's hand to begin to twitch. He then awoke, grunting loudly. Inosuke pounded his head against the roof of the train, as Tanjiro ran across it. After 4 hits, Inosuke broke through the ceiling. Look Manjiro, she's waking me up first, Inosuke said. It looks like it's working, Michika said, he's waking up. Thank goodness, I'm so glad you woke up, Tanjiro smiled. Coming through. Alright, listen up, my minions. Follow me. Keep those eyes open, and keep them forward, Inosuke shouted, "'cause Lord Inosuke is comin' through." You truly are rather inspiring, Kanata said. Your actions are rather brash. You should think before you act, Takedo said. Inosuke fell back through the hole he created, and the ceiling was lined with reddish-pink flesh. The flesh is so gross, and unflashy, Yuzui said. I agree, Hinetsuru said. Beast breathing. Fifth Fong, crazy cutting. Blue flashes went across the screen as Inosuke cut up bits of the flesh, protecting the passengers. The flesh growled at him, as he cut it to pieces. Beast breathing is rather interesting. And the way you created it all without training is so impressive, Kocho smiled. Little bubbles hovered above Inosuke's head at Kocho's words. Lord Inosuke Hashibara, I'm coming through, Inosuke shouted. Several arms of flesh raised up again, ready to attack. Inosuke raised his sword forward threatening it. Then the screen went black. That's the end. I wanted to see more of my fighting, Inosuke huffed. Everyone, we will allow you to have a 10-minute break to collect your thoughts before we continue, Shiro said. I'm just glad we get another break, Shinazugawa sighed.